Hello everyone and welcome to our coverage of the final day of the German Poker Masters. My name is Alan Finn and I'm covering for Dan while he is venturing up at the Irish Open. We're down to the final 27 players of this tournament, guys. Finished up at around 3 or 4 a.m. this morning. Get down to the final 27 players, as I mentioned already. But we will be playing down to a winner today. Here are our chip counts, and Hadi is a guy that was dominating the table and continue to dominate that in terms of chip lead. We got Radic in second, Davidi third, Kim fourth, Stefan and Isaac in fifth and sixth, and Tim in seventh. Currently seven-handed on this table, guys. Looking forward to getting down to a winner for this tournament today. Blinds are 100 and 200k at the moment, with a 200 big blind ante. So I hope you guys are all as excited as I am to play down to a winner today. 91k, 92k up top, guys, for 250 buy-in. 2,915 runners in this tournament. Ridiculous guarantee for such a small buy-in, in my opinion. Let's not forget the 6 WSOP main event tickets up top as well. For the top 6, here we have the table layout in terms of the player positions. Hadi was on an absolute steamroller last night, guys. Man could do no wrong. Our German player got Kim in seat 1, Davidi seat 3, Radic seat 4, Tim seat 5, Stefan seat 6, Isaac in seat 7. Tim obviously being the shortest stack on this table with 11 big blinds. Some maneuverability still, but given that this is seven-handed, these hands and blinds will come around pretty quickly, I should say. So best of luck to all the remaining players. 27 players remaining, as I said. We'll be playing down to a winner. Davidi getting all the way with the Queen 8 suited. Radic, Jack 6 suited, getting all the way as well, it looks like. Tim here, 7-3 offsuit. Huge improvement with the overlay name, stack, and so on. Salary increase for the stream producer, RTS Hurricano, coming in with the compliments. Strongly agree, mate. Got Isaac. Hack, I could say. You might have to correct me on that pronunciation for our German player here, but opening up the 10-6 offsuit on the button. Hadi now in the big blind. Was decided to get out of the way. But yeah, definitely agree, RTS, bro. Always top-notch quality of production. Round-the-clock effort from the team here at Kings. First hand goes to Isaac. Yeah, it was a bit of a long shift last night, guys. Started at around 9 p.m. Central European time, I believe, something around that time frame. Finished up around 4 a.m. this morning. Now we're back on the grind here. 2:30, although it is 1:30 here in Ireland. Back on the grind nonetheless. Tim getting out of the way. King 3 suited. Stefan here. First of all, the Queen Jack there in the hijack. Isaac getting involved. Yeah, 7 offsuit. It's nice to hear Stratos as well, mate. As I said, I do strongly agree. We do have Hadi deciding the cold call here in the small blind. Might be a bit questionable with this hand. I kind of feel instinctively. As I said, from the coverage last night, guys, of day 2, no matter what Hadi seemed to get involved with, seemed to just scoop the pot before showdown, or at showdown itself. So we'll see what happens here again. Does whiff this flop, as do both players. Obviously being out of position here versus in position. Also being the caller versus the aggressor has a big impact on whether you win or lose the pot. Hadi is finding a donk here. It's something you don't see too often. I'm very surprised to see that, but even when times you think where he might not be able to win the pot, the man does find a way. He does scoop that pot. He gets off to his first winning pot itself. We'll see how this unfolds for this man. He's making plays like that already, guys. This man is for sure in the zone. Him picking up the aces, first showing of this hand. Nice to have it on 11 big blinds. Does he decide to min raise off this stack size or just open rip? Guess we shall see. He does decide to just open rip. Let's hope he hopes somebody will pick up a hand behind. No action as of yet. That's the big blind, or the blinds itself, decide to pick up a hand here because Hadi, as much as he likes to get involved, Queen 4 offsuit is not going to be that. Hadi is on a great heater, has people worried that their marginal hands are no good. It's true, Stratos. I said it from the coverage I saw yesterday. It was insane. Yeah, all ins he won. All downs he made. As I said, the man at the moment can do no wrong. With the chip sack that he has, 80, 90 big blinds. Fairly solid so far from this man. Unfortunately, Tim not getting any action with the aces, but I do think the decision to just open jam was the correct one. Move on to the next hand. Stefan now with 10-5 off, getting out of the way. Pretty looking hand here for Isaac. We're going to be coming in for a raise here, one would imagine. Does. 5 on the K is the open size. Hadi now on the cutoff. I'm inclined to flick in a call here. It was elect to do. Hadi here with 8-6 offsuit. Can't imagine that's a good fold here is going to be the play. Radek gets out of the way too. You would imagine Tim is going to be doing the same thing. Queen 8 suited obviously is going to be a pretty standard call here. Offsuit combos, just not going to play that well multi-way in this situation. Might be even close if this was a heads up spot. Given it's 2.5x. Given he only has 11 big blinds, but regardless of that, he does get out of the way. Pretty safe board here for Hadi's 5s. Face of the bet here from Isaac. Then I'm sure he will be peeling 1. He might just end up taking a stab here. 5-6 on the K here could work. Seems to be around the size and he does pick. Puts a lot of pressure on these sort of hands. Don't really want to be flicking in 600k here with king high offsuit at least anyways, and it's unfortunate, but he does have to check folds. Hadi, as I said countless times yesterday, scoops another one. The heater continues for this man. A huge, huge chip advantage to have at this stage in the tournament. You can really, you know, push players around, you could say, to put it lightly. Raise very wide. Ball pretty wide like he's been doing already. But Isaac here is for sure, not going to say getting out of line pre-flop, but for sure overly active, I would guess. He's been involved 3-4 times out of the last 6 hands, so getting too out of line. Getting too out of line here with a6 offsuit under the gun here. You see Hadi limping in here as well. Hadi can afford to do this. Although it's not obviously the best hand in poker by any means, but man can afford to flick in a big blind here and there, play some pots. Stefan does get a free look at the flop here with 10-3 offsuit. Never a bad complaint. Who would have guessed it? Hadi flops the best hand, but not the most obvious situation when you've just got bottom pair to know that you're possibly ahead or not. In this situation, he is. And he's going to take a stab. He's probably going to win the pot. 400k bet here. Stefan gets out of the way. As does Isaac. There he goes. Scooping another one, guys. I don't think it'll be the last time I'm saying that this evening, or this afternoon, I should say. Move on to the next hand. And getting out of the way with 6-3 off. Hadi, not like he needs it. He picks up a pretty looking ace-queen suited. I have to guess, I'm pretty sure he's going to come in for a raise here. As it is to 500k, 2.5x. Hadi here now with pocket twos. Probably will elect to fold, I would guess. Actually elects to call here. Count out a call. I'm not sure calling pocket twos here. Possibly the best play. A bit dicey behind if somebody decides to squeeze. It's obviously the downside of cold calling here. Look what heads up here. Hadi's ace queen versus Davidi's pocket twos. I don't think twos is going to be investing anything else here, but Hadi, on the other hand, flops 2 overs and the nut flush draw. Pretty standard C-bet from him. Looks like the 5 on the K amount. Pocket twos can't really do much else here except just, wow. This is it's a bit much. I mean, if you twos with a spade, you could argue it, but twos without. What do you do on the turn here now, facing another bet? The VD probably doesn't want to put much more money in the middle here with this hand on the turn, and it does go check, check. Yeah, this is the downside of calling a super marginal hand here. Again, sometimes you will win, but obviously the specific hand here Hadi has, he's going to have a bunch of equity for the pocket twos here. He does get there on the river. So, like, in terms of Davidi's range here, he probably never has a jack. So I'm not sure how big we can actually go here. But it does seem to be around the 122, and he does call. I think that's a bit much, guys. I'm not sure about what you guys think, but I think that's a bit of a stretch. I think the call pre-flop is strongly debatable. Calling the flop, not a fan of it either. I think there was a little bit of ego, potentially history between those two players there, given how quickly he called on the flop. Even more so, how quickly he called on the river. We see it again. Hadi scooping another big pot. The rich get richer, as they say. Yeah, not the biggest fan of the pocket twos there, with all due respect to Davidi. Couple of questionable decisions in that hand. Not sure if you want to be set mining off 18 big blinds, I think is what his effective stack was pre-flop. 107 big blinds now for Hadi. Unbelievable stack to have at this stage in the tournament. There he is again, coming in for a raise. Davidi now with pocket fours. Elects to fold this time. Tim picking up aces for the second time. 8 hands. Be happy to see a raise before him, but given it is Hadi opening, I imagine it's not going to be a very strong range given his stack size. He wants to be opening pretty wide here, and Tim does decide to 3-bet all in. Wonder will Hadi potentially feel that he might be tempted to call this. He is asking for a count. Like, if he does call this here, you know, this is going to be like a 20 big blind pot. Again, he's got the stack size to do it, but you don't want to be really doubling up too many people in this situation. And I want to keep them around that 10, 15 big blind stack, where you can just put more pressure on them by raising a lot more aggressively pre-flop. I think folding here is the best play. I mean, again, we can see his cards, where, you know, he's got 6 high at the end of the day here, guys. You might think he could be up against like ace king, ace queen, where he might be getting somewhat of a close price, but wouldn't be too keen on flicking in a call here, and he does find the fold. Fortunately, Tim doesn't get action with aces again, but still nice to pick them up nonetheless. He managed to get a raise in front of him this time. Sitting around the 16 big blind stack now, from what I saw from the graphics. Only time I'd start feeling a little bit fearful of stack sizes when I'm around the 8 big blind mark. 8 to 10 big blinds, I think, is where I would start feeling the pinch a little bit more. I think anything around the 15 big blind is, not going to say comfort zone, but a lot less stressful, I would say. player joining the table as well, guys. I'm not mistaken. We'll get clarification on that in a moment, but I do think we have a new player here. We do have Davidi of 7 big blinds here. Might be tempted to shove all in here. He does announce that. Triangle is thrown towards him. Stefan gets out of the way. He's Hack going to be getting out of the way as well. I don't think Kim is going to be calling here. Hadi, on the other hand, 10-4 off. Not going to be flicking in the call here as well, I doubt. See here, guys, we've already lost 3 players so far today. Started with 27. Down to 24 already. Let's not forget there was 2,915 runners in this tournament, guys. €250 buy-in. 91, 92k up top, I believe. That's a 10k main event ticket for the top 6 finishers. We're talking over 100k score for 250 buy-in. How many places do you see that, lads, in fairness? On to the next hand we go. Hold around here to this new player, Ianis from Greece. 9.5 million stack. Pretty decent size stack in fairness. Probably one of the closest ones to Hadi, but still not that close. We have Kim here now, Queen 3 suited. Does elect to fold on the button. Hadi might be just tempted to open jam this against Davidi's shorter stack. Never going to be in the worst shape. Did you get called here? He does announce all in. Don't think Davidi can call this off 8 big blinds, unfortunately. He does fold. Yeah, Hadi can obviously jam extremely wide there into Davidi's big blind. Davidi obviously cannot call everything. Probably cannot call that much. Definitely restricted in what he can and cannot call itself. Hadi on the other hand, can go pretty goddamn wide with an all-in. And number 11 already, guys. Team under the gun here, 10-7 offsuit. Getting out of the way. Stefan here, ace-jack suited. See both options here between raising all in and min raising being absolutely fine here. He does elect to go for the min raise. Well, a raise regardless. 550 it is. Close to 3x. Or 450, excuse me. Graphics just re-updated there. Just a little bit over min. That gets out of the way. Ianis is going to be getting out of the way as well. Him here. Not a bad looking hand, but not too sure. Doesn't like to fold. Hadi with 10-2 off. Active as he likes to be, Doyle Brunson here is probably not going to cut it. Just get out of the way. But Davidi, though, not going to be getting out of the way. Man is going to be 3-betting all in. I think Stefan is going to have to call the ace-jack suited if this does happen. It does go all in. Radek just going to be getting out of the way with the queen 2 suited. We'll be getting our first all in of the feature table, I would assume. I mean, there might be some possibility of finding a fold here, but I very, very much doubt it. Very, very much doubt it with ace-jack suited. I think ace-10 suited there would be a little bit closer. But ace-jack, probably too good to start folding versus 7 big blinds. VD could be getting doubled up here. 60-40 at the moment. Oh, it's a jack-high flop. Fortunate for Davidi. Still not dead. Can get runner. King is live as well. King and a king only for Davidi, or we will be losing him. No king. We do lose our Italian player, Davide Costa. A decent run for that man. 2,915 players lasted down to the last 23. Bit unfortunate. The pocket 2's hand did kind of hurt him, I would say. Everything after that was completely standard. 2's hand, as I mentioned, was the only one that I found strongly debatable, to say the least, in terms of what the action happened in that hand, but nonetheless, he is eliminated now, so no point speaking too much about that anymore. Like that, guys, we've lost 5 players already when the 27 started. Back to 7-handed, I believe, from what I saw. Stefan gets all the way with the ace-7. He's hack here with pocket 2's. Does decide to open rip after 10 big blinds, which I don't blame him. Pretty close between all in and fold, I would say, given it is under the gun +1. I do not mind the shove at all. Him getting out of the way with the ace-6 offsuit. Hadi, again, as active as he likes to be, I don't think he's going to be calling here with king-9 suited, with a couple of players behind. He's asking for a count nonetheless. Yeah, I mean, king-jack would be a little bit more of a possibility here. King-10, probably more possible too, but king-9, I don't think so. He has elected fold. Radek folds here, and Tim is going to have to fold the big blind here on 2's. Will scoop that pot. Sure, Isaac here doesn't really mind that outcome when he has pocket 2's there. Anytime he's going to get called there, he's either going to be up against a bigger pair or 2 overs always. So nice to get that through. That's about a 20% increase there for his stack size, given that there's 5 on the K in the middle. There was a 2 million all in. Pretty big increase there just by taking down those blinds and antes. Huge incentive to steal them if you have the stack size to do it for obvious reasons. What Hadi is usually going to be doing. Back here, folding the ace-2 suited. be honest here. Jack 10 off. 47 big blinds, quite the stack size. As I said, the closest one to Hadi in terms of chip stacks. Thing gets out of the way. Would not be surprised if Hadi opens this 7-8 here. They just decide to fold. Some examples like that, you can probably start getting out of line from Hadi's perspective, but obviously would have got the bad news against Tim, where he would have 3-bet all in. He does decide to jam all in here, Tim does. Stefan not going to be calling with the 10-6 suited. He does end up folding. Here we have the chip counts here, guys. Hadi and Ioannis here, as I said, the two guys leading the way. Obviously, Hadi just dominating us with 105. Stefan and Radic, third and fourth, around the same stacks, 22, 23. Kim, Tim, and Isaac, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Again, similar stack sizes. Isaac being the shorty at the table. Still 13 big blinds, though. As I said, my kind of a threshold before I start feeling the pressure is kind of that 8 to 10 big blind range, but more so on the 8 big blind. 13, 15 big blinds there, I'm still feeling okay, as you should be. Hadi does get out of the way with the 10-4 off. Radic deciding to find the raise here with the ace-4 off here on the cutoff, which I don't mind. Going to be folded around to the big blind, that much we can verify. Isaac does decide to defend here with the 5-3 suited, which I think is completely standard. Pretty interesting flop here, lads. Isaac flopping a straight flush draw and Radic flopping top and bottom. No doubt the money is going in the middle here. So buckle up, guys. Huge flop for both players. See what way Isaac wants to play this. And he just decides to open jam. Radic is going to snap call this and probably be a little bit annoyed that he's run into a pretty high equity draw here. Straight flush draw, but completely standard. Probably wouldn't donk jam like Isaac did there, but probably can't be a bad play. Taking down what's in the middle there. Maybe get some Jack X. He has pocket queens, pocket kings to fold there. You wouldn't know. I don't mind it so much, but yeah, can't really go too wrong with this hand. But off we go, ace on the turn, and that's probably one of the worst turn cards on the deck. No 2 of spades, and you should be good. Apologies for that, guys. That was probably the worst time for that to happen, I would guess. We can see that no 2 of spades came. I was like, well, that was probably the worst time for production to have an issue there. But we are back up and running. No 2 of spades on the river for the 5-3 of spades. We do see Radic taking that down, and Isaac has hit the rails. A bit unfortunate there, but as I said, hand plays itself, whether you check raise all in, donk jam like he did. Money is always going to be going in the middle, but that was quite funny how that happened with the hand, the screen going black. Kim waking up with the big slick here. Hadi getting out of the way. Tim just going to be getting out of the way as well. To be honest here now, this might not be a bad defend here versus the min open. It's probably good enough against this raise first in size, and I would assume. And luckily and thankfully, he feels the exact same way. Let's go check on the flop, which I do think is fine from the ace king, especially with no spade. Pretty good turn card here for Giannis. See, Giannis here deciding to lead the turn. Looks like 625k, which is what it is. The round, just a little bit bigger than half pot. One by what I can see on the graphics. A little bit of an annoying spot with the ace king here, but I do think folding is going to be the play. He does find it. Or I suppose you could say well played by both. Giannis taking down the 400k pot. I think we have a new player at this table. Oh, this is Gerardo that was here on the feature table yesterday. This player, you remember his face. He is right beside. Oh, he's really built up a stack from yesterday. So he must have been running well for the first half an hour to 45 minutes of this day 3 final day. Don't specifically remember what he finished up on last night, but I'm pretty confident it wasn't 60 big blinds. He definitely got off to a good start today. Gerardo from Switzerland. This could get interesting. The two, probably close to the two tournament chip leaders at this stage. Obviously, I don't know the specific outer stacks, but 65 big blinds at this stage in the tournament. 2x average. Well, a little bit under 2x average. Close to it, though, nonetheless. Pretty strong stack size. These two chip leaders on this table itself are sitting right beside each other. Let's see if we see some fireworks at some stage, but Stefan taking that down there with the King 10 offsuit with a raise first in. Yeah, Gerardo must have got off to a pretty solid start. I don't remember specifically what he finished up with last night, but it was definitely not that stack size, so well done to him. It's actually made things very interesting on this feature table now. given that he has been sat right next to Hadi. So the thing is, Hadi had the opportunity to, open wider, given the stack size he has, but now with Gerardo beside him, can't get too out of line. But we did see from yesterday's coverage that Hadi is more than capable of finding some bluffs as well, pre-flop itself. Back to the action here, Giannis opening the Queen Jack suited, pretty looking hand on the button. We can definitely say for sure that Hadi is going to be at least calling here. Stuff like this ace-9 probably wants to be more of a call, especially at these stack depths. Maybe find some 3-bets with the offsuit lower ace-x. But I assume this is a pretty strong hand here in these positions. He does elect to call. Fortunately, nothing for Giannis, but as always, something for Hadi. We'll start with a check. Not a lot going on here for Giannis, but see betting this hand for sure would not be a mistake. I'd obviously prefer if there's a spade on board, but the ace-high board in these positions going to be a pretty good spot to go for a bet. You do have some backdoor equity with straight draw itself. Queen and Jack might be good against some 4x and 8x. Definitely not a bad bet by any means. Hadi start with a call here by the looks of it. Does flick in 300k. We go to a turn. 6 of spades does not help in any way with Giannis. I assume Giannis is just going to end up checking this back, and he does do that. It's probably what I would do myself on this turn card. It's pretty bad. And if Hadi checks here, I might just give up this pot in this situation and not try and bluff this river. I think Hadi can go for a small bet here as well. Seems to be going for a little bit bigger than I would probably perceive. Seems around 850 or something like that. It is 850. I mean, obviously, Giannis is just going to fold here. Would be a bit of a tough spot if you had like some 8x here. Maybe some backdoor 2-pair. But yeah, obviously, if you 2-pair, it's a pretty easy call. But had some second pair here, under pair, like jacks, queens, kings, would be pretty annoying. Pretty easy fold with the Queen Jack suited. Takes down another one. Mr. Hadi from Germany. Osmo, welcome in, mate. How are you doing? Hello, hello, hello. Hope you're doing well on this Monday. be honest here, roping the cutoff with a king nine suited. Him deciding to 3-bet all in. Queen jack suited. Don't think Giannis is going to be calling this, unfortunately. I don't think it's any harm to ask for a count just to know for future reference, but like we all know here, guys, won't be calling the king nine here, I would doubt. But I like the 3-bet jam here from Kim. As predicted, he does get all the way with the king nine. Kim scooping up those blinds and antes. Giannis is raised first in. It's worth about $1 million. He was stacked there, close to it, maybe 800-900K or so. At this point, guys, is pretty decent increase in stack size. I said already, if somebody's sitting on 2 million chips, blinds currently at 100, 200s with a 200 big blind ante, 25% increase to your stack size. Obviously worth something. Stefan here now with ace jack offsuit. Having some raising chips by the looks of it. Looks around the 450. Zach is asking what was the player field in the beginning. So if you look at the top right corner, Zach, it was 2,915 runners total. So we're down to the final 20 at the moment. We'll be playing down to a winner today. We'll just be honest, waking up with the big slick here. Obviously going to come in for a 3-bet. Don't think there's much Stefan can do here with the ace jack offsuit. Just going to be raise folding. Nice, Zach. Nice to hear, bro. Yeah, I mean, 250 buy-in for this one, bro. German Poker Masters. So 250 buy-in, mate. 92, 93K up top, plus a 10K main event ticket. The WSOP E later on this year. We're talking 100K payday for a 250 buy-in. Nothing to complain about in that regard. That main event ticket is guaranteed for the top 6 players, guys. So when we get down to the final 7, you might see some conservative play. You might see some aggressive play from certain stack sizes that are able to do it. Therefore, pure value, mate. Yeah. Gotta say, like, I mean, I've said this before, but I have no problem saying it again. But I'm not the biggest tournament player myself personally, but in terms of guarantees for certain amounts of buy-ins, things are definitely knocking it out of the park in that vicinity. We do see Giannis taking it down. It's kind of a second bubble then for sure, bro. I mean, if you see the payouts for 7th place, you know, the 16K. If you factor in the 10K ticket there, mate, it's definitely worth a bit. Have you any knowledge of the 199 buy-ins at the end of April? If you check out the Kings page on Google, bro, or the Kings website, it usually has a listings of the schedules of the tournaments going forward, usually for the next couple of months, I believe. So you should be able to find out the information for potentially some of them tournaments itself. Off the top of my head, I don't have the specifics of it, mate, but if you do check out the Kings site, mate, you should be able to get some information on the question you asked towards the end of next month. Pretty sure there should be information up there, but we do have Stefan picking up the King Kongers here. Pretty looking hand here. Hadi might be tempted to find some 3-bets here with this hand. I don't really like the idea of cold calling here. And not always I get them right, guys, but sometimes I do in terms of the action pre-flop. But ace-9 suited here, I wouldn't mind a cold call. Ace-9 off. I would imagine in these formations or these positions, as they say, probably performs better as a 3-bet. If you decide to take that action, it does look like a raise to 1.2, 1.1. Obviously, this is music to Stefan's ears. Don't think there's any other option but the infamous 2 words of all in. It's a matter of when he decides to say it. But this is another example of, both players playing the hand pretty well. But yeah, just timing here from Hadi. Not the most precise, I would say. But again, I'm not always going to get these ones right. I do think the play is good, especially when you are the table chip leader. Definitely going to be looking strong when you are opening, or sorry, 3-betting here from the cutoff. And obviously, having an ace here is never a bad situation to do it with in terms of hand combos, block and value itself. Yeah, Hadi obviously going to be folding here, guys, but doesn't want to give the impression that he had an air hand here, wants to make it look like he has a decision. But I'm pretty confident he's going to elect to fold. As I said, it's just making it look like he has a decision, guys. I do not think he's contemplating ever calling this. Stranger things have happened on these streams, from my experience. But yeah, can't imagine this is going to be a call here. I mean, I'm not sure what this is about. I mean, there's a certain length of time that you can say, right, okay, maybe this isn't, as I said, to make it look like he has a decision, but at this rate, maybe he was actually considering it, but I think he knew deep down that he was never going to call. But Stefan does scoop in that 1.6 milli pot. 30 big blinds now for that man. Pretty good shape as of right now in terms of stack size. Got a breathing room. Airways, welcome in. Hello from Sri Lanka. What's going on, mate? Haven't heard from you in a while. Hope you're doing well, mate. Alan the man for today. Covering for Dan, Jay. Covering for Dan today. He was up at the Irish Open. up in Dublin this weekend. Asked me to cover for him yesterday and today. He did manage to make day 2 of it, but unfortunately got knocked out around 260th or 265th place, I believe. Cash for like 2.6k. I think 109 players went into day 3. We came pretty close to making that, but fortunately wasn't for him. I'm sure he had a pint last night, no doubt. But anyways, back to the action here. Kim opening the ace-9 suited here under the gun +1. Hadi flicking in a cold call here from the hijack. It looks like we will be going heads up in this hand. That's Stefan decides to flick in a call here. He might be actually contemplating doing, which he does. The thing is, in this spot, I'd rather not call. I probably still wouldn't call 4-3 off here, but it's so much better to call these kind of lower hands in these situations against like a raise first in from under the gun, and potentially a call called in with whatever range from the hijack. We'll see what happens here. It does flop the best hand, but it's going to be pretty goddamn difficult to know that. Him checking. I think Hadi is for sure going to be taking a stab here with the Jack of Hearts. I've seen him stab pretty frequently. He doesn't like to check back. Interesting. 10 on the turn. In this situation, we could definitely discount. Yeah, I do think it was a little bit loose sock as well. We can definitely discount, I would say, Stefan having a 10 here now. Kim, on the other hand, still possibly have a 10 here sometimes. Now, this is why I nearly prefer that Hadi did decide to take a stab on the flop there with the Jack of Hearts. But it would have got Stefan and Kim to fold, and Kim just ends up taking down that pot. So well played for Kim there. But of all hands, I expected to win that pot. It was not going to be the ace-9 of clubs. Well played by that man. Here we have the chip counts again, guys. Blinds still at 100, 200, 200s. Hadi still leading the way, as we see Gerardo in second place now. Giannis and Radi third and fourth. Stefan, Kim, and Tim fifth, sixth, and seventh. I wasn't sure if I said Tim or Tim twice. But anyways, fifth, sixth, and seventh here. Oh, everybody more or less above the 15 big blind mark at the moment. Oh, still plenty of maneuverability with the 14 big blind that Tim has. Now we see Kim coming in for a raise here. King 10 suited. Hadi, King 6 off. Will be folding, I would assume. Rado getting out of the way. Radic getting out of the way as well. Tim on the button here. Giving us a raise from under the gun here. Maybe calling can be okay. Depends on his perspective of Kim. If he's going to be opening wide-ish under the gun to justify 3-betting all in here. Will be probably an aggressive 3-bet. I really don't mind potentially calling, but it's close, this one. My intuition, at least. And it's just slightly over min, so I can't imagine calling here is going to be a mistake at all, but he does elect to just get out of the way. I think it's because that's going to be mostly versus under the gun there. going to be fairly marginal against that range. Ionis, on the other hand, here with ace-4 off. Should be defending here, I'd say. Given the raise first in size and just slightly over min. Does elect to do. Kind of more so discussing sometimes in some examples yesterday, guys, that obviously what you're defending versus 2.2, 2.3, 2.5, etc. will differ versus 2.1. Pretty standard defend and pretty nice flop for Kim. To be honest, catching the top pair. Probably won't be over-investing too much, given it is under the gun versus big blind, where under the gun's range here is going to fairly hit this board pretty goddamn well. Pretty big bet here as well. Close to half pot. Don't really have any redraws going on here for Giannis with the ace-4 offsuit. I mean, I don't think he can fold here for one, but facing future street aggression here, I would be not feeling too happy with my hand here. Yeah, for sure, Zach, I agree with that as well. Obviously, we're only 22 hands in here. Hard to know if they have any previous history. But this is where it becomes very close here. If we do face another bet, like even anything around the 900k plus mark. Obviously, if Kim picks up extra equity, excuse me, with the flush draw, the nut flush draw at that, he has his board pretty much locked up in every way, shape, or form. Yeah, this still doesn't feel great here, in my opinion, because you're either marginally ahead or very close to dead. But this 700k versus anything bigger, it does feel like we can maybe call one more, but I really don't like it, guys. I think if you can find the fold here, it would really put into perspective of how Giannis is feeling and if he's in the zone or not. Man's in the zone, guys. Man is in the zone. Well played, Giannis. Yeah, it's just such a bad board there, guys, and in positions that I really don't mind getting away from top pair there without any redraws. Because I just don't think you're ahead that often, and even if you are, it's marginal at best. Because even if Kim's betting there with just one pair of hands like ace-x, he's already behind to like, you know, ace-9 suited, ace-8 suited, whatever the case may be. If he does go for two streets of value there, Kim himself. So I like the fact that Giannis understands that his hand just isn't performing well versus Kim's double barrel range in that situation. I do like the sizing though from Kim on the turn. I think if you go any bigger, the decision is going to be a lot more easier for Giannis. But that kind of 5 to 700k mark, it gets a little bit kind of, you kind of got to think about it a little bit more. But I like the fact that Giannis came to that decision. Now we have Gerardo, the pocket eights, for sure going to be coming in for a raise. Looks around. We do see the blinds gone up here as well, guys, just to reiterate that. We are now at 125 and 250k. 250 big blind ante on top of that. Comes in for about a 2.7 X or something like that, 2.6 to 2.7. Maybe even 2.8. I'm not going to be dividing that down too accurately. Just going to be basing it around that sizing scheme. But yeah, 650 is the raise here from Gerardo. He will be taking down this pot, guys. He does take it down. Add 625k to his stack. Still seven-handed here, guys. We're still 20 players left. If I remember seeing correctly from the graphics, still 20 players, yeah. 7.3 million average stack. Close to 30 big blinds, more or less, 29, if you want to be specific about it. We'll fold around, to be honest, here on the button with the King 9 suited, or sorry, King 9 offsuit, apologies. Going to be more than good enough to raise here. Does make it for 500k. Could be 600 actually, no 500. King gets out of the way. Hadi, on the other hand, might be 3-betting this, I would say. Ace Jack here is pretty strong hand here versus a button steal. He's asking how much he has. Yeah, this is just way too strong to not 3-bet here, I would say. Take back the chips. I'm assuming this is going to be a 3-bet. What, 1.4, 1.5, something around the 3x. Seems to be a little bit bigger. On the 2 million mark, I'd say. To be honest, it's going to be getting out of the way there pretty quickly. I think it's around that 2 million mark it seemed to be, from what I can see. Well, there seem to be 3 pink chips, and then maybe 4, 5, maybe 6 grey chips, or white chips, which are 100Ks. Pink ones are 500, I believe. But yeah, obviously an easy fold for Giannis, and in fairness, a pretty easy 3-bet for Hadi. Radic now picking up the Osses. Tim here now with 10 big blinds. Might be lights out for this man in this situation. Can't imagine anything else here from Tim, just a 3-bet all in here. Obviously, it's not ideal given that it is Radic opening from UTG, but I do think his hand off this stack size, kind of have no other option but to say all in. Yeah, and he does go all in. Again, as I said before in this example, this is music to Radic's ears. Even more so if somebody wakes up with a hand behind, but even if that was to happen, it's going to be a pretty strong hand, but Hadi obviously going to be getting out of the way here with the ace-7. Oh, no way. This is disgusting, lads. What is this? This is nasty. I mean, all my praise for Gerardo when he sits down the feature table is going to be 50 to 60, 50 to, well, probably 50% of his stack is going to be gone here. I mean, aces can't ask for much more. I might have actually jinxed that by saying somebody picks up a premium hand behind. Unfortunately for Gerardo. Gerardo can't believe it, man. Tim obviously in the worst shape possible. The worst shape possible here. Radic just praying for no king, no straight cards, no 8-9 jack or 9-10 jack, anything like that. Yeah, for sure, poker is pretty nasty, but yeah, completely standard from every single player here in terms of decision making, but not over yet, guys. Let's see what happens here. It'll be an interesting one. No help for either player. Ace is in a very dominant lead here with 85%. Even better shape with the diamonds dominated here. One out for Gerardo in terms of the king. Has to be the king of, yeah, doesn't matter too much. But either way, huge pot for Radic there. We lose Tim, unfortunately. Gerardo, still more than enough in terms of big blinds here, 23, but does lose that huge stack that he had once had, I should say. It's basically been a full 180 there, or 360, whatever way you want to phrase it for Radic. Now on 64 big blinds. Huge pot for that man. What a spot to have aces. What a spot to get aces. No, Hadi still has the chip lead, bro. Zach. Yeah, pretty big one, Rusty, alright. But yeah, Hadi still has around 100 big blinds, I believe. We're pretty close to it. He really hasn't moved from that total amount most of the day from yesterday up until now in terms of coverage. But yeah, so here we have it, guys. Well, obviously that needs to be updated with Radic, so that's still not accurate as of now. You know, we just lost him in the previous hand, so we are still six-handed, or sorry, now we are six-handed. But I do think Radic's stack there is on 64 big blinds, but you guys can see that for now. Yeah, we have the updated ones there now. 65 for Radic, Hadi with 83 big blinds, Ayannis and Gerardo 31 and 24, and Stefan and Kim 22 and 21. So nobody too shallow stacked here at the moment. But obviously Radic and Hadi with basically 60% of the chips on this table. Which is not a bad complaint. A really nice spot there for Radic. Nice to hold as well, no sweat really. 2 diamonds on the flop, a diamond on the turn, having the ace of diamonds. Pretty plain sailing with that hand. A very unfortunate spot for Gerardo. But as I said already, guys, poker will be like that. They make the right decisions. Tim made the right decision. Gerardo did the correct decision, and obviously aces is self-explanatory. Nobody did anything wrong there, just a pre-flop. Cooler, somebody's day, not somebody's day, etc. Now we have Kim here in the cutoff. No, exactly, Zach. It just plays itself, man. Just obviously very entertaining for the neutral like ourselves. Not so entertaining for the 2 guys that did not have aces. See, Hadi eyeing up here. Kim. Decided to get out of the way. As I said, Gerardo still has 23 big blinds, guys. It's far from over, to say the least. I know that's pretty obvious, but you know, if he had a more shorter stack there, so to speak, then it would have been over. I guess he's kind of lucky in that regard. Yeah, for sure, Zach. For sure. Take the good with the bad, as they say, mate. Definitely not going to be always plain sailing playing this game, that's for sure. Flop those check through here. Wouldn't mind Radic going for a small bet here on the turn, just to deny some equity to this sort of hand, but not the best river card. Well, sorry, Radic does obviously river 2 pair here. Reaching for quite a big bet here, just for pot size. Over pot. I mean, I wouldn't really contemplate ever finding a call here. It doesn't really take too long to make that decision, just decides to fold, which I'm sure we all agree was the obvious play. Radic chipping up again, guys. As I said, everyone's around the 20 big blind mark, guys, 20 big blind plus. Nobody is anywhere close to live support, or whatever way you wish to phrase it. Anyway, any sort of trouble, I guess. You have Hadi here with the ace-jack suited. Does elect to raise to 600k, it looks like. Rather getting out of the way with the Doyle Brunson. Alec getting out of the way with 7-5 suited. I don't think Stefan is going to defend this Jack 5 off, but we did see him make a call with 4-3, but at least that was some form of connectivity. This, not so much. Does decide to fold. Hadi takes down the blinds and antes. Yeah, we're 6-handed here, guys, so 6 max is what I usually play. Cash games online. It's a little bit different to playing 9-handed. Blinds are going to come around a lot more frequently. Got to fight for those blinds and antes in the middle. Obviously not get too out of line, but definitely do not want to be waiting around too often. Will start losing your stack to the blinds. Hadi coming in for a raise here with a king-queen offsuit. 600k again. Raudo folding the 7-6 suited. Radic here with the queen-jack offsuit on the button. Might not be the worst call here, but I would probably still fold this. The reason why I say it might not be the worst call is because Hadi is probably going to be opening wide here, but they look like raising chips. Probably the preferred option with the offsuit combo. Suited combo here probably wants to be more of a call, but 3-betting that wouldn't be a mistake either. But in hindsight, I do much prefer the 3-bet. Really puts Hadi's hand in the bin here. Hadi can never call here, in my opinion. 4-betting or folding is going to be the only two options. I personally prefer fold. But we did see Hadi in the coverage yesterday, guys, finding some 4-bets. I think it was ace-king versus ace-queen. And he is reaching. I'm surprised that he's calling here. I'd much prefer a 4-bet or a fold because I just don't think this is going to play too well out of position. And this could get very, very, very dicey here for Hadi. This is the first time now we've seen him run up against a bigger hand here in terms of a post-flop situation. And Radic checks behind. No, sir, that should never happen here. Should never, ever happen, bro. You've lost so much value by doing that, mate. We just see Hadi coming out for a big bet here. around half pot, a little bit less, I would say, 45% there, thereabouts. And now he's finding the raise here potentially. This is weird. This has to be alarm bells now for Hadi, especially at the rate and how quickly that Radic did the raise in position here. One would imagine if he had a bluff itself, he might take a little bit longer to consider the decision. There was really no hesitation in that situation there, so I would be for sure taking that on board if I was Hadi in this hand. I mean, not a great spot here with King Queen, lads. I don't know what you guys think, but yeah, you have the gut shot to go along with this, but given how quick Radic decided to raise versus Hadi's bet, I would not be feeling good in this situation. And I mean, I'm not going to say in hindsight, but this all stems from a pre-flop decision that, in my opinion, should have been a fold or a 4-bet. Does invest another 2.4 million here, guys. This pot is getting big. Pretty bad river for both players. And I imagine this is just going to go check here, especially the 8 of clubs bringing in the flush draw, 4 to a straight here, guys. I assume Hadi's just going to check here and Radic is just going to check behind. And it is a check spot here. You see Hadi going to lose a 6.1, 6.2 million pot. Another big pot goes to Radic, and this is the first time Hadi has actually lost the chip lead over the last 2 days of coverage, more or less. As I said, I did the coverage yesterday, guys, and Hadi was leading the way for the entire 6 to 7 hours of coverage. And this is the first time that he's actually lost that pole position. So Radic, on the other hand, cleaning up. But yeah, just going back to that hand again, guys, with the King Queen, I do think calling there is by far the worst option. I think given you're out of position there with an offsuit hand, you'd be more inclined to 4-bet or fold, I would say. Probably still lean on the side of just folding. But again, like that would all be down to my perspective on what I think Radic is capable of when it comes to 3-betting. I don't think he's 3-betting enough there, then might just end up folding. If I think he's capable of doing something like he did with Queen Jack, much prefer just going for the 4-bet there and try and take down the pot pre-flop, which would have happened. The only thing I don't like these days is guys like Hadi transform into robots on the table. So weird, yeah. He's been pretty much like that, in fairness to him, mate. It's not like, I mean, it's hard to say what he's like on an outer table, to be honest, but from my perspective, Zoc, throughout the coverage of the last 2 days, he's been fairly monotonous in that regard. We do have Giannis here now in the small blind deciding to limp this Jack 8 off. Quite a wild hand, that last one, guys. It's, I don't want to say in hindsight again, but kind of true in that regard that, you know, one decision pre-flop. I always say, like, pre-flop decisions, guys, are like the foundation of a house. That if you don't construct your pre-flop range well, that you're going to end up in some dicey spots post-flop. That's pretty much what happened in that situation there. We do have Giannis leading out here with a gut shot. He's going to take down the pot versus Kim's Jack 4. Yeah, it's the first time that Hadi has lost the chip lead on this feature table. That was a very, very big pot, guys. 6.2 million, 6.15 million, I think it was. Exactly. You see Hadi missing for this hand there. Could be telling his rail or his mates that the shenanigans that just went down with the 2 big pots he just won. Yeah, 6 something Rusty. Yeah, I think it was 6.15 or something like that, made according to the graphics. You see Giannis here now with the ace-2 suited. Just went for a raise for 500k. Him getting out of the way here. Hadi, on the other hand, going to be defending this 9-5 suited, I'd imagine. Pretty good hand. A bit lag in the beginning, then tag/knit to the bubble, and then go from there. Yeah, wouldn't be a bad strategy, mate. Like, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, you know, if you kind of open wider in like Hadi's position here, like with a bigger stack, I really wouldn't want to be doubling up anyone around that kind of 15, 20 big blind threshold. But you can definitely be pretty aggressive and stuff like that. But yeah, that bubble is quite a bit away here, so there's still a lot of playability and stuff you need to navigate till we get to that point in terms of the main event ticket. You see Hadi leading out here for 650k, and we did see an example of this at the start against Isaac. We had 7-5 of clubs on a Jack 9-4 two-tone, 2 hearts and a diamond. He just donked out complete air, which is what he's doing it again. We're traveling to Kings, definitely have to dive into the tourney books again. Yeah, that's probably going to be worth it, mate. We do get a raise from Rihanna's, which I like. Again, like that, Hadi is just going to have to fold. I wouldn't mind a call in position from Rihanna's as well, but having this equity is never going to be a bad play to just start raising. And Hadi is feeling the wrath of being on the opposite end of it compared to what he was experiencing yesterday for day 2. This is where you got to be in control of your emotions when, you know, certain things you're doing aren't working out. Keep yourself in check in these situations and not start bleeding away chips itself. Just because you were running well, and he was running very, very well. Towards, if not most of all day yesterday. And he started off pretty well today again, but losing that big pot to Radic. Yeah, I'm exactly the same, Zoc. 6 max cash is basically all I know as well. Well, definitely my bread and butter, bro. But usually Dan, another guy that does the commentary for these sort of events, but whenever he's unavailable to do it, he always asks if I'm around to do it. And he did tell me before I have a good intuition for this sort of things, even though it is tournament poker that I don't play too often. But yeah, I do enjoy doing these. Definitely some things you can learn. I do think my intuition is somewhat solid for tournaments as well. I just haven't the patience to really do it in general, mate. For the freedom of just playing cash. But in terms of where do I play, just online, mate. Mostly stars, GG, 888 poker, stuff like that, man. We do have middle set here for Stefan, though. Good shot for Hadi. And top pair for Gerardo. Yeah, for sure, mate. But I do think, especially when you're talking about the 50, 60 big blind stacks and shit like that, mate, you can definitely take some characteristics or fundamentals from some form of cash game. You know, it's kind of more so when you get to the shorter stacks, I suppose, is where my inexperience and obviously the ICM situations as well is where I might not be the most accurate in my assessment. But I'll always try. Turn goes check here. Yeah, GG is fairly tough on the rake as well, mate. But, you know, table selecting and get on a good table here and there can definitely help in terms of minimising that. But for sure, the rake is relatively high. But I do enjoy 888 as well, mate. I do enjoy that 888. traffic can be a little bit low. This does end up going check on the river as well. But yeah, traffic can be a little bit low on the 888 when I'm playing 200 and 500 on there, bro. But yeah, when you get on a good table there, you definitely get on a good table. Stars, on the other hand, can be a little bit dead, mate, for 500 and above. 200 can be pretty decent. But yeah. Here we have the chip stacks again. We see Radic really, really getting a big chip up with the 91 big blind stack. Hadi obviously still in second place. Giannis closing in on his stack. Stefan in fourth with 26 big blinds. Gerardo and Kim 20 and 16 big blinds. As I said, we are six-handed here at the moment. Soon there will be a table redraw on the 16 player mark. So I believe we're on the 18 or 19 player. Just let me double check that whenever the graphic reappears. Yeah, for sure, mate. If you're playing smaller stakes like that, Siak, you know, you're always going to get a game for like 25 and 50. You know, obviously, from my perspective, I'm not really luckily looking at the anything below 200 for me right now. But luckily, the math does not change that much in tourneys. Yeah, I mean, poker is pretty much the same numbers. It doesn't really change, mate. That's why I always tell students of mine that I coach as well that, you know, are the players any different when you move up in stakes and stuff like that? And they will be better, but you know the game is still the same. Strategies don't change. Appreciate that, Zach. You too, bro. But yeah, I like talking about poker, mate, whether it's tournaments or cash games. Yeah, I play 200 and 500, mate. Been playing a lot more 500s this year, I would say. Got off to a pretty bad start for the first 2 months, but this month, well, March was very, very good in terms of results. See Radic here coming in for a 3-bet to 4 million, which is basically an all-in against Kim. I mean, this is pretty aggressive. Pretty aggressive from Kim here. Or sorry, from Radic, excuse me. I mean, in terms of range here that Radic can do this with, we're definitely looking at some pocket sixes plus potentially. I would guess. Like, it's definitely far from an easy call here, but this is just going to be, again, down to what Kim's perspective is of Radic in terms of what he's just going to be 3-bet jamming here. I'll be totally honest, I didn't really see how long Radic took in terms of a decision to 3-bet all in here. That would have a big impact in defining a certain part of his range as well. But I do think it can put a lot of pressure on Kim here to call it off with Ace-Jack. I mean, the thing is, like, even if he does call here, he does end up calling. So we are going to face an all-in here, guys. I mean, I just think in terms of ranges there, Ace-Jack is going to be not doing the worst. Because he will have under pairs. Or just pocket pairs in general, like sixes through tens. Obviously, you will run into Ace-Queen, Ace-King. Might even have some Ace-10 off there as well, but here we go regardless. Pretty good board for the Ace-Jack. Holding so far. And on the turn. Doesn't want to hit his Jack now, that's for sure. He does hold with the Ace-Jack, so nice call there by Kim. Nice hold as well. He does get the double up, and this is what I mean, guys. Even though Radic has a huge stack, you do not want to be doubling up players that are on that 15, 16 big blind mark, because now if they get one more double up, they're going to be very, very close to your stack. But he is on the 33 big blind mark there nonetheless. Knock is asking, how long did it take to come there? Oh, I mean, took a while, mate, I'm not going to lie. There's a lot of ups and downs in between it, as everyone's poker story kind of usually unfolds. But I've been playing full time the last 4 years, I believe. Definitely 3 years, I'd say. So yeah, kind of started playing 500 mid last year, but it wasn't going very well. As I said, I had a lot of ups and downs in between it. Kind of took some shots, had to drop back down. had another couple of shots that didn't work out, so there was probably, I don't know, 3 to 5 month time frame there, just trying to break into it. Eventually, I did towards the end of last year. Again, as I said, this year did not start well, but last month has been. Let's just say we recouped everything that we lost in the first 2 months and a little bit on top. But yeah, very, very much love the game, mate. Very, very much love it. We got Current back in the house as well. Here we go again, mate. Welcome back in. Hope you had a good sleep. Not going to lie, mate. We finished up around, what time was it, Ireland time? I think it was around 2:45, so it would have been 3:45 in Czech Republic. So I was awake at 10 a.m. this morning. Going to have this issue, guys, that I can only sleep for probably 6.5 hours most nights. Usually when I wake up, it's just that's it. Struggle to get back to sleep, unfortunately, even though I try. We've got salutes here for Kim in the chat. For Drenge, if I can say that correctly, mate. Probably a Danish name as well. I don't know him personally, mate, but I stream as well on Twitch, so I've always kind of sent raids over to him before. But I'm aware of Easty, all right, mate. Yeah. We do have a 3-bet here from Hadi after Kim opens in the hijack, which is obviously very, very standard from both players. I imagine Kim is going to be forced to fold here versus Hadi's 3-bet. But as I said, super standard from both players. Again, like that, Kim could be contemplating a 4-bet, but probably a little bit unnecessary, I would say. Although the temptation might be there. Yeah, I did see them videos, mate. I do videos on YouTube as well, man. A lot of playing explains and stuff like that. You actually might find that useful. Look, I do a lot of 10NL, 25NL, 50, 100 kind of playing explains. Do a lot of sweat sessions on my YouTube as well, where people send in footage to review. If you check up Alan F Poker, mates, that's ALANF and then Poker on YouTube. We're pretty goddamn close to 1,000 subs as well, so if you do head on over there, do hit that sub button. Appreciate it. But yeah, a lot of educational content on there for cash games, man, for 6 max. But I did see some of them Bean videos, mate. They were quite funny in fairness. Good entertainment, man. I like people that can make that content. I'm a little bit more on the, I'm not going to say serious side, but so it's Alan F Poker. So it's ALAN, just a single F. So it's Alan F and then Poker, POKER. It'll be an image of a guy with a beard. So how much coffee did you take yesterday? Actually, I didn't take too much coffee after we were talking current, but I've had a couple of cups today, mate. I did a workout this morning as well, and I took a pre-workout, so that was probably about 300 milligrams of caffeine, plus another cup of coffee before we started the coverage here again. So probably around the 350, 400 milligrams so far. See how much more this takes to get through this, but I imagine we're in for another 4 to 6 hours there or thereabouts. Appreciate it, Zach, mate. Check it out anyways, mate. You might find some interesting stuff on there. As I said, there's a bunch of content from smaller stakes. A lot of reviews of other people's games as well. So hopefully you do enjoy it. Previous comment is an odd to Pink Floyd. Yeah, true. Maybe going to send you some. Yeah, there should be Discord links as well, mate. So if you do join the Discord, just send me a message. I think the next 3 to 4 weeks are booked up. But send me a message, mate. We can get you booked in at some stage for one of them reviews. I'd be happy to do it regardless. You see Honest here getting to the river here with Queen High. I'm going to take a stab by the looks of it. We don't know Stefan's hand, unfortunately. Does elect to fold. Nice stab there from Giannis there, just to try and take that down. Imagine coming to the final table and getting commentated by you. Probably wouldn't be me too often, bro. As I said, I'm covering for Dan. He's usually in the booth. He's away at the Irish Open this weekend. So again, like that, guys, we have the chip counts here. Ric and Hadi, top two honchos. Giannis and Kim, third and fourth. Stefan and Gerardo, fifth and sixth. But as always, guys are still 20 big blinds plus. So far from any sort of live support, as I like to say. My advice is to always fold aces suited. Probably not a bad thing to do, mate. I'm not going to lie, given that there's going to be 6 main event tickets up top here for the top 6 players. Might not be a bad shout to possibly fold them, but I probably still wouldn't, even in that situation when it's a 10k difference between 6th and 7th based on the ticket and whatever it is in prize money as well. But yeah, blinds still at 125 and 250k, guys. 250 big blind ante. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage here of the German Poker Masters final day. As I said, we will be playing down to a winning player today. Still plenty of action to get through before we even get to a final table, I would say. Yeah, that should be doable, Zoc, in fairness, man. Especially if you're beating 25-0 already. Kind of have one kind of thing that I don't actually usually set stake goals with poker. Don't set too many poker goals in general. I kind of feel like, well, I kind of think that when you do and it doesn't happen, kind of end up being a little bit more disappointed due to the level of expectation that you wanted to. But you have an all in here from Gerardo, I assume is going to get folded by Hadi. Does elect to 3-bet all in for close to 20 big blinds. If I don't mind, maximize fold equity against Hadi. Yeah, I would agree, Zoc, yeah. He does end up folding Hadi. I think one of the biggest things that players have an issue with, especially when it comes to cash games, I know we're talking about tournaments here, but when it comes to cash games with shot taking, I think expectation is the worst thing you can have. Because a lot of the times when you are trying to shot a bigger stake, you kind of want it to go well. I mean, of course, you want it to naturally, but realistically, most of the time it's actually not going to. It's better to not really have that level of expectation going into that because it's as I said, I had that experience trying to get into 500 probably around this time last year. And yeah, I had many levels or many experience of expectation when I was desperate for it to work out, and when it didn't, I kind of ended up being a little bit more passive in that situation as well when I lost 1 or 2 buy-ins, because I think it was like a five buy-in shot at 500 or something like that. So yeah, when I kind of lost 1 or 2 buy-ins, and I started feeling worse and worse as the session went on. But yeah, I do agree. Expectation in poker is a definite negative, I would say. To be honest, opening the ace-5 suited here. Hadi does decide to defend in the big blind. Oh, my apologies, it's muted. My apologies, guys. I didn't realize it was muted there. I had it muted from a moment ago. My bad. I was commentating on the hand there. And I didn't realize it was muted. Apologies there, guys. Thanks for letting me know that, Sock. My bad. But yeah, I was basically commentating on that hand there, and going by the previous chat, I was more or less agreeing. I was more or less agreeing with what kind of happened in that hand. My bad on that regard, lads. Probably need another coffee current, eh? But yeah, I was basically saying on the flop there, guys, that I'm sure you all kind of agree that 5-3 should have been a fold. Then obviously commentating on that turn play when he decided to lead. That's when things got obviously spicy. And facing that 4 million bet on the river, then again, Giannis can only just call on the turn and obviously can't do much on the river when he doesn't improve. But quite the spicy line from Hadi. I mean, I think we should just fold the flop. In fairness, Zoc, like just peeling. Again, when you think about all the other hands you're going to be calling there, even though you had the spade, which is what I was saying with the 3 of spades, I don't think, still don't think it's a good flop play itself. But again, if you had a plan like that to lead the turn, as I was kind of saying that even if Giannis had a king there, that it would have been it would not be a snap call on the river, even if you had the naked queen for one pair in general. It's not going to be an easy call on the river. So if Paddy had a plan like he did, puts a lot of pressure on the one pair hands, but that won't work every time, to be fair. And if a spade did come, would have been in a world of hurt. But we have Gerardo here flopping. See top 2. He does elect to call. Pretty dry board here. Not too many bad turn cards itself. I mean, it doesn't really change too much here. I would say Giannis really shouldn't be opening many 10-7 suited here or 5-7. So pretty sure ace-9 here is going to be in pretty good shape most of the time. He does elect to check back with the gut shot. I imagine Gerardo is going to be betting this river here. I mean, pretty strong hand here. And Giannis can have worse ace-x here. Stuff like ace-5, ace-7. He does decide to jam. Probably a little bit of an overkill, I would say. You know, one pair of it, like ace-x is probably never going to call there. Yeah, I do prefer block or something around the 40 to 50% Zoc, to be honest, bro. As I said, like, you know, when he checks back on that turn, it'll be a better turn card for the big blinds range most of the time. You would have a lot of like ace-x that checks back the turn. Obviously, you do block some of the ace-x itself, have an ace-9, but still potentially has some other bluff matches in the range there. But either way, definitely don't like the 2x pot jam there on the river. Probably overkill, in my opinion. Kim here picking up the jacks though, off 28 bigs. Obviously going to be coming in for a raise. We fall around to Radic here on the big blind. They're not going to be playing 9-6 off for sure. We have 18 players remaining here, guys. As I said, there probably will be a table redraw with 16 players remaining. We have 10-8 offsuit here for Radic, just facing a slightly bigger size in the min open. He's going to defend. Flop is pretty good. Wow. Money going in the middle here, lads. What a sick flop for both these players. Insane. Question is, does Radic fast play here on the flop? a rainbow board, so maybe less incentive to do so. I mean, obviously, if he knew Kim had the hand he had, he might be more inclined to fast play, but obviously he cannot know that. But he is grabbing raising ships, and that looks like 1.2 milli. Kim probably pretty happy to see this, I would guess. He still has outs to improve here. I would assume he's just going to call here for the same reason that I was kind of mentioning, that it's a pretty dry board. There isn't really that many bad turn cards except an 8 or a 10. This is more of a two-tone board. I'd be probably more inclined to start getting the money in. Just run it after that. But he is looking, maybe just giving it a count to his stack. See how much he has left behind. Got check my. Looking for a board pair. I mean, it just goes down to, again, if Radic is ever raising this board light. That's how you kind of make your decision here with this hand. But you just want to 3-bet get this in, or decide to slow play. And he is going for a 3-bet on the flop, guys. Again, Radic is the one on a heater right now. And he does 4-bet all in, and we got a straight versus top set, guys. Pretty sick flop here. Radic could be in line for a 24, 25 million stack here, even 26 or so, if he does manage to hold here and the board does not pair. 15 million chip pot buys. It's the big one. We do have Kim at risk here with top set versus Radic's flopped straight. 4-1 underdog at the moment. Kim is 6 on the turn. That's no help. He needs a 7, 9, 6 or a jack, or he will be eliminated. There's an ace on the river, guys, and Radic does hold, and we do lose Kim, unfortunately. Radic is absolutely cleaning up right now, lads. This man can do no wrong. Running very, very good, and I feel for Kim. Obviously, nothing you can do in that situation there, and completely plays itself. Very, very unfortunate to run into the nut straight there. Very unfortunate, but yeah, we are 5-handed here at the moment, guys. Radic now over the 100 big blind chip mark. Hadi in second with 66 big blinds. Gerardo and Ioannis in third and fourth, 28 and 25 big blinds, and then Stefan with 22 big blinds as of right now. So again, nobody in that sub 20 big blind range. Blinds still 100, 25 and 250k, and it looks like we are going to go on a break, guys. Maybe this will be a table redraw, so we'll take a break for the next 15, 60 minutes or so. So I will see you guys when we do return.
Ditto saying, is his real name Fire at Will? It is indeed. Change it. Oh wow, what a sick setup.
I mean, Yusuf could very well 3-bet jam all in. We've seen him do this.
Yeah.
Loves to get his money in first.
This is 25 bigs. He's going for the 3-bet bluff. Oh, sorry. 3-bet bluff. 3-bet fold. It's interesting, this, like, feels like a bit of a disaster to 3-bet fold if our opponent's going to be jamming your 9s, 10s, jacks. I mean, if that's the case, if we're planning on 3-bet folding, then it just makes more sense to flat and see flops. I'm assuming this is going to be a 3-bet fold, although Yusuf yesterday in certain spots did kind of get a bit sticky.
Interesting. Flat call from Fire at Will with the ace-king suited. Card holder on top of his cards, and both players miss. Fire at Will has him covered. Yusuf is making a continuation bet here. Looks like 115. It looks like Fire at Will is going to give it up. What looked like a disaster for Yusuf. He's found a way to win this, and Yusuf just won't believe. Hey. I'm getting the feeling, Henry, that Emil is just not comfortable with how this table's unfolding. He likes to take charge, Emil.
Does.
Become the table captain and kind of set the tone, but it's just not happening for him. Hello, Ace King. Back to visit Mr. Bond once again, of the spade variety on this occasion, 75.
Oh boy. Maybe, just maybe, that previous dialogue exchange between Robert and Mr. Bond is going to get Emil to make a mistake pre-flop. It doesn't, does just defend. Wow.
There's got to be action, Henry. Top pair versus the good shot, backdoor spades, 2 overcards. Mr. Bond has a lot going on here.
We know what the brutal card would be.
Okay, what are you? Jack is coming. Oh, stop it! It's unbelievable. This could be the end of Emil Bissey, Henry. What a card.
Wow. 2 outs once for Emil. You can see the remaining jacks dead. Mr. Bond.
How can you read this guy?
Turning the stone cold nuts. Wow.
Check raise, snap call. I mean, it's brutal. It really is. Now, Emil Bissey with the redraw to the full house. If he doesn't hit Henry, it's sayonara. Former champion on the ropes. Queen or Jack, Mr. Bond stands up.
Brutal stuff here for the champ.
Sick turn card, 7 on the river. Elimination for the former champion. Massive pot.
Know the history. You know, you just don't know what's been going on at the tables.
Now Ross smells blood here. Mr. Bond on a downswing. Check back the flop with his good shot, and now Ross Gaff is going to try and steal this.
No idea. Not sure about this bet, not sure about this defend. I think this is very player dependent. And well,
That's just remarkable, really.
we now river showdown. Oh, sicko.
Mr. Bond.
The absolute
What has
sicko.
happened, this man? It's a completely different player to yesterday.
Gaff hasn't snap folded, by the way. Alright, let's see go. He looked extremely suspicious there. He's like, he's got ace queen with like the ace of spades. You just gotta love this guy, man. This guy, Mr. Bond.
Gius, with the enough flush draw, his overcard could be good. He's going to have a big decision here, Henry.
Easy fold. Easy fold.
Stinka obviously gets out of the way, and Naros folds. Jan Jorgensen has none of this. Georgius, does he want to take a spin? That's the question.
He's asking for a count, but I don't think he ever calls here. Just not getting the right price. I think maybe I think you're right. Like if he knows the ace is good, then maybe. But like running into like ace 10 of diamonds is a disaster. He's got 48% there. Needs to call 1 mil to win 1.5, meaning he'd need, what, 33% equity. He's got it.
Georgius. I mean, he's just not a punter, right?
No, you don't come this far to just punt it off with a flush draw. You're pretty frustrated that you don't get to see a Turk card, but you know, you're like, why did he bet 300k or something like that? But
Mr. Bond letting rip 460k in the pot, and he just jams the lot in. Georgius. He makes the call, Henry.
wow.
That's quite remarkable. I actually was leaning towards what you were saying. You convinced me, Henry. But Georgius, both players with the same stack size. Woo! 9, up and down straight draw to go along with the flush draw.
What a turn card.
6 is good. Jack is good. Ace is good. King of spades is no good. 2 pair for Mr. Bond. 1 million shove on the flop.
Let's go.
Now
Mr.
we have a player
Bond.
with a stack. 2.5 million. Folds under the gun +1. He's folding under the gun. Great situation for Jan. Particularly with his image.
Grace.
Here we go.
He has become super active.
Georgius is out there.
Now he opens with the goods. Mr. Bond with 7-5. Took a little bit of
I
a
knew
hit.
it! I knew he was gonna.
Yeah, he's just.
I knew he was gonna
he's
flick
just-
this in.
I mean, this is.
Oh, this is brilliant.
It's emotional.
Boys and girls, we're playing
It's
for
like-
over 200,000 euros, and these boys are out here swinging. I knew he was going to call, man.
7-5 off in the small blind position. And he hits a pair.
Oh, here we go, boys and girls.
Okay. Fasten your seatbelt.
What on earth is happening?
And Mr. Bond is going to feel like he's ahead here bunch of times, isn't he? Particularly against someone like Jan. Are we going to see a check raise?
I think it depends on sizing. That is.
Well, that's a huge 3/4 pot bet, it looks like.
I mean, a fair play to him. He's going to get value from it.
Hello. Oh boy. It's kicking off here.
It really is. A 7 would be so disguised as well. Alright, that's going to probably hand over.
I'm not sure, Henry.
All in.
Well, it is now, for sure. I mean, Jan, with the ace of clubs, I mean, what's he trying to do? He just wants to clear out all the hands that he's absolutely crushing. I think this is a mistake from Jan, Henry. I mean, I've got my customer, I have him interested, and now I'm just killing him off here on the turn.
You've seen Mr. Bond rattled.
If you tell you what you have, I have tell what I have. I show you.
Well, Mr. Bond won't want to tell him.
Tell me if it's true. Huh? Pocket 7?
Know the history. You know, you just don't know what's been going on at the tables.
Now Ross smells blood here. Mr. Bond on a downswing. Check back the flop with his good shot, and now Ross Gaff is going to try and steal this.
No idea. I'm not sure about this bet, not sure about this defend. I think this is very player dependent. And well,
That's just remarkable, really.
we now river showdown. Oh, sicko.
Mr. Bond.
The absolute
What has
sicko.
happened, this man? It's a completely different player to yesterday.
Gaff hasn't snap folded, by the way. Alright, let's see go. He looked extremely suspicious there. He's like, he's got ace queen with like the ace of spades. You just gotta love this guy, man. This guy, Mr. Bond.
Alright guys, and welcome back to the final day coverage of the German Poker Masters. So we did take a short break there to do a seat redraw, and here we have the new 8 players on this table. So we've Hadi from the previous table, Sylvian, I remember from yesterday's coverage, Giannis and Stefan we're familiar with, Mickey, Carlos, and Ziggy Z, or Ziggy, I think is the correct pronunciation, excuse me, in 7th place, and then Wendy in 8th. So we have a couple of more shorter stacks on this feature table. Obviously in the previous one we had nobody less than 20 big blinds. New players that arrived to this table, 3 of them sub 15, and Mickey obviously around the 19 big blind mark. So Radic did get moved to the outer table. We obviously had a couple of huge stacks on the feature table up until the table redraw, but obviously them tables have been rebalanced since that happened. So we'll see how this unfolds, guys. We're down to the final 16 players here, I believe, at the moment. So before you know it, we will be down to our final table. So I said before and I'll say again, super happy to be back in the booth here. Covering for Dan, as I mentioned, who was up in the Irish Open. Here we have the chip counts and player positions on the feature table, guys. Anas, Stefan, and Wendy, seat 1, 2, 3. Sylvian, Hadi, and Carlos, 5, 4, 5, and 6. And ZGG in seat 7. I missed the last player, unfortunately, but either way, that was the layout of the table situation in terms of chips. So Hadi here with the Queen Jack suited, going to be coming in for a raise. So Hadi is technically back to being the table chip leader since Radic got moved to the outer table, as I mentioned already. So he's back in the pole position, as I mentioned. So see how this unfolds for Hadi this time. Lost a couple of big pots. I mean, towards the end of the redraw, or before the redraw, I should say. Current, welcome back. Same, my man. Same, my man. Yeah, we've Mickey here now on the dealer with King 10 offsuit deciding to fold, which I think is standard. Stefan in the big blind deciding to fold, which I think is fine. Probably on the cusp of what you shouldn't be defending there. I think Jack 8 offsuit is going to be a standard defend there. Even versus the min opens, Jack 7 gets a lot closer. Against a later formation race first in, we could probably defend, but versus Hadi's position there, probably less inclined, I would guess. Less inclined. Another cup of coffee here, guys. Although I am kind of reverting back to normal energy levels. Just kind of a bit groggy when I woke up this morning. Spend a lot of my time in front of the PC. Usually. Obviously an extra 7 or 8 hours doing the coverage last night. So it was a little bit scattered. But returning back to some normal baseline right now. But yeah, another cup of coffee nonetheless. I'm sure Current is happy to hear that. It's going to be my coffee tracker for the remainder of this stream, I would say. Number 3 now, mate, just in case you aren't keeping track of that stuff. To be honest, here on the small blind, or sorry, on the button, excuse me. Those decide to raise. I think it's slightly bigger. Check players still in. I actually don't know, Clad. I don't believe there's any check players here on the feature table. I'm not sure what the outer tables look like. No, just take the energy drink. This will take most likely another 6 hours. Yeah, I would say so, man. Although you'd be very surprised sometimes. I did speak with Dan about this before, and I do think on average between the 2 days of coverage, you're probably talking, I don't know, 14 to 16 hours or so between the 2 days. Not gonna lie, mate, I've definitely done some of these before, and I've gotten off lightly, especially on day two or on final days. I think I managed to get away with one that finished up at 8:30 one evening. But at the same time, I think usually doesn't really surpass 12 p.m. final days. But as I said, I do think on average you're probably talking 14 to 16 hours between the 2 days. Sometimes day two can be a little bit of a shorter coverage. Sometimes it might be 4, but you're probably going to make that back on the final day. In terms of probably doing an 8 to 10 hour stream or 10 to 12 hour stream, give or take. But I mean, look, I'm doing commentary on a very infamous Twitch channel, guys. Not a bad thing you can be doing on a Monday evening. Let's be real. Not many people that get this opportunity, so pretty grateful to be able to be in this situation. Put it that way. Don't really care how long this takes. Just happy to be here. I mean, compensation is self-explanatory, I guess. Current, yeah. Well, I'd usually just be making content on Mondays anyways, man. Myself personally for YouTube. I usually kind of take Mondays off, honestly. Usually Monday mornings and Monday afternoons I kind of do some video footage or video content for YouTube. And then usually take Monday evenings off. Yeah, my week on a weekly basis, bro, is kind of 40, 50 hours, definitely 40 hours work between playing poker, coaching, making content. Fairly kept busy. Play some sports as well, which kind of takes up time as well on the weekends, and then training throughout the week. So yeah, kept fairly busy. You got Mickey in there, yeah, that's it. I forgot, I didn't notice that, Clad. Didn't notice that, bro. But that's why you're here. You're here to correct me on the check players. You're here to correct me on that stuff, bro. So cheers for clearing that up, mate. Appreciate it. You got one at least. I mean, given that it is in Czech Republic, you'd imagine there will be some Czech players down to the final two tables, you would imagine. As we say in Ireland, there's always one. Probably use the same explanation here, in fairness. But you do got Mickey in there, to be fair. It's EGG here now. Jack 10 offsuit under the gun +1. Probably will elect to fold, I would guess. He does decide to fold. See, honest here now on the hijack, getting out of the way as well. Folds around to Sylvian here in the small blind. Pretty looking ace-queen off here. Hadi obviously being the big stack just in the big blind itself. Probably doesn't want to get too out of line here in terms of raising too often, but obviously ace-queen is more than good enough. And Hadi does wake up with king-queen offsuit. I imagine this is just going to be a cold call here. Kind of one of those hands that if you do end up 3-betting here and face a jam, it's a pretty shit spot, I'm not going to lie. I do see the blinds going up, guys, as well, just to reiterate that. Again, it's the first time I've noticed this. They are now 150, 300k. 300 big blind ante. The thing is with this king-queen offsuit as well, it just plays well. Just plays well against what Sylvian is going to be opening from the small blind in terms of a relatively wide range, I would say. It's nice to have this in the call range. 3-betting it would not be a mistake, but kind of taking it from a cash game perspective, for me, this will be a low frequency 3-bet. Big blind versus small blind. But yeah, pretty good flop for Hadi here. With the backdoor flush equity, Sylvian does decide to bet. I don't mind it. Don't mind checking here as well. I think on this board texture with this combo of ace queen, I probably would prefer a check more often. But Hadi does elect to just smooth call. We go to a turn. So Sylvian, really bad equity hand here now. With the ace queen offsuit, no spade, nothing going on. So I imagine this is going to be a check fold. I don't really like if he's going to contemplate betting here because, again, think about all the other hands you can bet in this situation if you were to. Just having ace queen here with no spade, I would not even be considering it. I would probably end up check calling versus a certain sizing on the flop versus betting myself. But once the spade comes here on the turn, I am just giving up. But we do see a bet here. I think this is very much out of line here from Sylvian. Very, very much out of line here. And I don't want to say burning money, but burning chips, if you want to put it that way. I think this is very unnecessary. I mean, you know, it's not like Hadi is always going to have the king-queen here with the king of spades. It's more so, how is my hand playing right now? The thing is, like, this is blind v blind. There's going to be a lot of two pairs. There's going to be a lot of straights. There's going to be a lot of flushes going on here because ranges are very, very wide. So you would want at least a spade here to consider betting that turn again, in my opinion. And without, I would mostly just check fold and move on to the next hand here and not overinvest like Sylvian is doing, unfortunately. Problem is, what do you do on the river here now after betting flop and turn? And he is reaching. He is reaching, and as I said already, guys, I'm not too keen on how Sylvian has played this hand. My perspective of Sylvian was he's not really one of those players that, I don't want to say spew. He does end up giving up the river, which, I mean, at least he finds the check here itself. I think Hadi has a pretty clear bet here as well. Like, I don't think Sylvian is ever going to ever have traps in this line. If I somehow had Queen X without a spade here, I might just check back. But King Queen with a spade, if you are going to bet the top pair, probably having this hand in particular is going to be more than good enough. You know, if you had Queen 7, wouldn't bet. Queen 9 with a spade, you could argue might be close, but we'll probably mostly check that back. But your kicker does play here with the king, so you do probably want to value bet this. Or sorry, with the queen, excuse me. So you do probably want to value bet this king queen itself. Apologies, I mixed up some of the combos there. He does grab betting chips. Looking like 3 million by the looks of it. 3.5 million, yeah. Yeah, I mean, probably one street too many that Sylvian put money in the middle here. Really don't mind the flop bet, but the turn bet was pretty ambitious to say the least. Very, very unnecessary. You for sure want some equity on that turn when you do decide to bet, and just having the naked ace queen here, not really going to do it for me personally. And he does find the fold on the river. All in and jam. 2.3 million. He does show the king of spades. But yeah, probably could have saved a couple of chips there, Sylvian, but not the end of the world, bro. Just as I said, that blind v blind kind of battle, or blind v blind war, there's a lot of like offsuit hands, you know, jack 3 suited of spades, all that sort of random stuff, blind v blind in that situation. Ranges are just very, very wide. Straights, obviously 7-9 offsuit, 7-9 suited in that situation, where in other formations that wouldn't be a possibility. For the most part, anyways. See Sylvian now picking up the Jack 10 suited on the button. So 25 big blinds, guys, so again, plenty of maneuverability. But one or two more hands like the previous one could be in a bit of trouble. See Hadi getting out of the way here with 3 high. And difficult for Carlos to possibly defend this. I mean, I would probably defend like 8-5, 8-4. It's probably still okay, but 8-3 here, man, is for sure on the cusp of whether or not you should defend. It's a good blackjack hand, that's about it, I'd say. But he might flick in the call here, given it is suited. He's probably just counting his chips here in terms of investing one big blind here to see how much he has left behind. It's definitely close. I think personally fold is going to be the play here, and he does elect to fold. You see Sylvian taking down that pot. And here we have the chip counts again, guys. Hadi still chip leader here. Sylvian losing a bit of a stack in that previous hand against Hadi. Giannis and Stefan, 3rd and 4th. Mickey, ZGG, 5th and 6th. And Carlos and Wendy. Wendy definitely on life support here with 5 big blinds, the way I would classify that. But 1 or 2 double ups. Move yourself back up to 4th if it does go that way. So definitely not out. But yeah, for sure, needs to get something going sooner rather than later with the 5 big blinds. See Mickey folding. Giannis with a ace king here, offsuit. Let's come in for a raise. Stefan gets out of the way. Mickey gets out of the way. Sylvian here might be tempted to find some 3-bet bluff here, but if he does, he's going to get the bad news from Ioannis. For sure, more than good enough to 3-bet, but he still thinks that calling is fine as well, which I don't mind. I just have this tendency to be a little bit more aggressive for the most part. Would rather call this on the button. Hadi does get out of the way. Carlos here, not going to be doing much with the 3-2 suited. The GG is for sure going to be flicking in a call here with the 10-9 suited. Really, really nice hand here in this situation. Thinking about it, but pretty sure call is going to be the play. Any hearts? 10 high. We've got the king of spades here for Ioannis as well. Top pair for ZGG, excuse me, and then gut shot for Sylvian. Obviously no backdoor flush draw. This might check through here. Maybe Ioannis might bet this hand with the king of spades. I wouldn't fault him for doing it. CGG actually open rips here, which is an interesting play. Didn't really expect this. Going to get two pretty quick folds. I actually like that play. It was relatively short, to be fair. I mean, I think there was like 3.5 million in the middle or something like that, or close to something like that. 2.5. He had like 3 million behind, so he had a little bit over pot left. So he does find the jam though, which it's very, very good timing to do it. Well played by him. Be honest with the 8-2 off, getting out of the way. So Wendy moving all in here now with the king-queen off. See if he gets some action. Not going to get any from Carlos, that's for sure. And probably going to get through. Mickey does get out of the way. And Wendy chips up a little bit. A little bit goes a long way in this situation. That's what I'm saying, guys. That's nearly a 40 to 50% chip increase here, or chip stack increase, just by taking down those blinds and antes. Get a couple more of them through. Be doing all right. Wendy does get all the way with the jack 10 off. Sylvian with a pretty looking king jack suited. Makes it 600k. See GG here now with the ace-8 suited. Pretty looking hand here on the button. Might be tempted to flick in a call here versus the min-raise. Would not blame him. He does elect to fold, and I imagine Giannis is going to be folding the king 4 offsuit here as well. Welcome in, Apocalypse. Long time no see, mate. Hope you're doing well, bro. Good afternoon, lads and lasses. It's been a minute, mate. How are you getting on? Hope you're doing well. Doing good, thanks. Hope you're doing well, Alan. I'm not doing too badly, mate. It's a long enough stream yesterday, mate, as I kind of said before, previously earlier on. I think I finished up around 2:45 this morning, started around 8:30 or something like that, maybe 9 p.m. Can't remember exactly. But yeah, about a 6 or 7 hour stream last night. Back at it again at 1:30. I was awake at 10 a.m. this morning. One of those guys, mate, that if I fall asleep at a certain time, First time I wake up where I'm conscious, struggle to get back to sleep, even though I do try. But yeah, I've been awake since 10 a.m. this morning, bro. It's one of those guys that, well, I'm not going to say struggle, but, well, probably struggle to get more than 6.5 hours most nights. But yeah, full of coffee, getting the job done. Dan is up in the Irish Open, mate, in case you're wondering. Was up in the Irish Open, got through to day 2, got knocked out, I think, 265th place or something like that, cash for 2.6k. Came close to making day 3. I think 109 players went into day 3. Unfortunately, he was not one of them. I think it was like 415k up top as well. Smashed like a 3 million prize pool. Or 1100 buy-in, 1150 or something like that, man. I think it's record. I think it was a record prize pool for the Irish Open this year. Smashed the guarantee anyways, that much I know. I think it was over 3 million prize pool, I believe, in it. I think you're allowed 1 re-entry as well. Do you see Hadi taking that down with the A6? Yeah, I can see that as well, bro. Can see that as well. I think it's the final table today, I believe, or something like that. Not too sure. But like that, I'm fairly focused on this commentary here, mate. That I can't even have the other one open because I have to have the Twitch chat open for this one here just to keep an eye on that stuff. See Hadi here now with the Jack 9 offsuit. Elect to fold. You can see there, guys, we're down to 14 players. There's been 2 eliminations since the table redraw. Average stack now, again, slightly over 30 big blinds. 10 million more or less. 31, 32 big blinds or so. Got Mickey here now on the cutoff with Queen 10 offsuit. I think a raise can be a thing here. He does elect to fold though. Be honest now with pocket threes. Not sure what Stefan's stack size is there, but I think it's quite short, so maybe jamming threes here. Excuse me, is going to be a good play. He's at that 13 big blind stack, so I like it. And Wendy, wakes up with the aces, guys. Wakes up with the aces. So a little bit unfortunate timing there for Giannis. He will be relatively short stacked after this, as long as he doesn't hit a 3, which he might and he might not. But a nice spot to pick up the aces. A very, very nice time to pick up the aces, I should say. Off his King 6-4 Rainbow. King again on the turn. A 3 and a 3 only for Giannis, where he will be on life support, as I say, and not to be. So Wendy gets that double up I was talking about, guys. Now he's on 14 big blinds. As I've said many, many times before, completely standard from both players. Amazing time to pick up aces though when you're facing all in from the button, but even 3s there. He's going to be shoving a lot wider in general. Giannis 3s there is a pretty good hand to have. Must stay fair, showing the pocket aces, indeed, mate. Been on the final table a couple of times today. The aces, if I remember yesterday, queens were a pretty frequent hand as well. On the day 2 coverage yesterday, seem to see a lot of pocket rockets today. Seems like we have Sylvian moving to an outer table by the looks of it. So we are what, 6-handed now, I believe, 2, 4, 7-handed right now. Obviously Giannis is quite short. Just balance out the tables. 14 players, as I said, remaining. Carlos getting out of the way. There's a couple of shorties here now, guys, as I said. A couple of guys under the 15 big blind mark. Maybe one or two guys as well under the 10 big blind mark as well. Ace-9 here. Oh, actually, I apologise. Giannis is still with 11 big blinds. Misread the graphics from the previous hand. 11 is obviously far from life support, in my opinion. But same action regardless. Going to be open ripping here from the cutoff. We've Hadi asking for a count here, but I don't expect him to be ever calling with King 7 offsuit. I think Hadi just likes to get a count to know what the stack sizes are in general, which I don't blame him for doing. Any information in these situations is worth something. But yeah, I think this is going to be pretty standard fold here. We see Hadi do this quite a lot. Think about hands that are pretty clear folds, with all due respect. I think everyone here, the 205 people that are watching this stream right now, are pretty much all in the same boat in terms of folding the King 7 here. Without the tanking. I always wonder what people are thinking in these situations. And he does fold. Nice shove there from Giannis. Said just taking those blinds and antes, guys, really do add up. It's an extra 2 to 3 big blinds every time. There or thereabouts. So as I said, if you have 10 big blinds, you take down those blinds and antes, it's worth about 20-25% of an increase to your stack, which sounds quite a bit, no? I see GG here now with the pocket 7s under the gun. CCGG here opening to 675k, just a slight bit over min, which is obviously standard raise first in sizing nowadays. Folds around to the small blind, which will be Hadi. An ace-3 suited here. Definitely debating to do something here. Very deliberate in his decision making, or Hadi. Does look like he's flicking in a call here. Carlos going to be forced to fold the 8-4 off, unfortunately, but not a big deal, I would say. Fold he does. We go heads up here. Hadi's ace-3 versus ZGG pocket 7s. Let's see how this unfolds. Flop his ace high. Hadi does take the lead here. Top pair. Starts with a check. Obviously this is a very good board here for ZGG, but does decide to check back pocket 7s. See Hadi checking here again, possibly. Maybe see him betting as well. Looks like those are the betting chips. It looks like 1.1 million. 1.2 even. And Hadi, or sorry, ZGG does get out of the way. Takes down another pot. As I said before, I'll say it again, the rich get richer. Galianis here now with ace-9 suited. I see a min raise being a thing here off this stack size with this hand. Don't mind it at all. He does elect to raise. Got Hadi here now at ace-6 off. Can't imagine he's going to be flicking in a call here by any means. Might contemplate a raise, but off the honest stack here, I don't see the merit. But again, not for the first time over the last 2 days, I've been proven wrong by Hadi's antics and how he plays pre and post. The GG does defend as well, or come along for the ride with the Jack-10 offsuit as well. See GG here, just flopping top here, does decide to check. Ioannis with an open ender, that's about it. Hadi with a gut shot, bottom end of the straight though. He does check back. Not the nicest turn card for any player here. Ioannis might be tempted to take a stab here, given the king is going to be relatively good for his raise first in range. Just whether or not he finds the heart to flick in a bet here, and it does look like it. Which I like, by the way. Super, super small bet, but really don't have to bet too much bigger here than what he did, simply because it is multi-way. And it puts a lot of pressure on like 7-8 or 7x or 8x, excuse me. The GG does call pretty quickly, which I honest can't be too happy about. It gives him a smile as well, which is going to be an interesting river, guys. Let's see how this unfolds. Check in the dark, he says. Well, probably not the best river to bluff here, unless Giannis really does want to go for it, not having diamonds. It's really not a great spot here. And he does go for it. My man, Giannis. My man. Respect, bro. Absolute respect, my G. And he does fold. Well played. Love that. I'm delighted. No, I really like that. I really like that. I'm glad he found it. I'm glad he found the bet in the river. All in indeed, Mr. Ferris. All in indeed. So Wendy here now off 13 big blinds with the King Jack offsuit. It's close. He does decide to say all in. We've got a raid coming in from Belly Knees. Raiding party of 13. Cheers for that, my man. Appreciate that. W raid, indeed, first, indeed, mate. Dutch Koala, hello, hello. Welcome in. Dutch Koala, I should say. Welcome in, Raiders. We'll fall around to Mickey here in the big blind. I mean, it's basically all into call here. It's definitely not a fist pump spot by any means. Especially at the shove is coming from the hijack here. I think Ace Jack is probably a call here. Ace 10 feels close, quite similar to Ace 9. But Ace 10 feels a lot more better, I would say. And he does elect to fold. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. I think Ace 9 suited would definitely be a call. Ace 10 off would be a hell of a lot closer. But either way, nice to get that through for Wendy. I think he's around 14 or 15 big blinds now still. Could be a little bit more. See Stefan falling under the gun now. Wendy, yeah, 16 big blinds. Wendy is on. See Hadi now picking up the King 8 suited. Going to be for sure a race first in here. For sure going to be raising here, Hadi. He does elect to raise 650. See Carlos getting out of the way. Super short at this stage now. Fall around to Giannis. Can't imagine he's going to be doing too much here with the 5-4 offsuit. He does elect to fold. Could be a close one there versus 2 or whatever, just over slightly min, but again like that with 19 big blinds might want to just preserve that. I would not fault him for defending. Here we have the chip counts again, guys. So yeah, a couple of guys, as I mentioned already, sub 15 big blinds, but Hadi and Giannis, 2 chip leaders, but Hadi obviously 50% of the chips in play at the moment. Wendy and Stefan, 3rd and 4th. Mickey and ZGG, 5th and 6th. And Carlos, gotta admit, mate, you are on life support, but like we saw from Wendy, he was in a similar situation not long before that. Now he's on 16 big blinds, so things like this in this game, guys, as we're all very, very much aware, can change pretty quickly. We do have Wendy here now, pretty looking Queen Jack suited, comes in for a raise. Hadi with the ace-3 offsuit, probably just going to be getting out of the way here, but as I said countless times already, guys, Hadi's pre-flop and post-flop decisions, based on what I think he will do, has many times done the opposite, so kind of mentioned I'd stop predicting what he might do, based on him as a player. Man's got moves. Carlos here now, another weak-looking hand. Not a lot he can do, just in the middle. Mucking, I mean. Mickey here on the big blind, but, or sorry, on the button, excuse me. Going to be getting out of the way as well. Giannis with 4-2. Stefan, short enough stack as well. I mean, doesn't feel great to 3-bet all in here versus the big blind, and he does elect to do it regardless. Too good of a hand. Now, this is close for Wendy. Not going to lie, not too sure. I think in this situation, big blind versus under the gun, I'd probably be more inclined to just raise fold this, preserve that stack, even though you're technically a favourite here with these 2 hands based on equity. But sometimes you're obviously not going to know that. He does elect to fold. I think that's the correct play by both players, obviously. I mean, even King Queen suited there might be a little bit close as well. Hard to say for sure. As I said, not too brushed up on the 10-15 big blind kind of raise call ranges, especially big blind versus under the gun. Just kind of basing it off intuition, what feels right and what feels wrong. But definitely the big blind 3-bet range there from Stefan. Again, he did it pretty quickly. So I think in general, when people make quick decisions, guys, usually it's a pretty easy decision. So therefore, probably on average is going to be a relatively strong range, I would say. At least that's my perception anyways. Carlos here now. I just remember there was a player on the feature table for day 2 yesterday. I think his name was Toby Weir. He was probably on the feature table for 20 to 30 hands and did not pick up anything better than probably 9-7 offsuit for that time frame. And then when he eventually picked up ace queen off probably 7 or 8 big blinds, he runs into ace king and gets eliminated. But Carlos probably feeling somewhat of the same situation here, being relatively card dead. Giannis here, more than good enough to come in for a raise, one would imagine. Might be tempted to open jam this as well based on the stack sizes ahead of him. I think Wendy has 14 big blinds. Stefan has probably 9 or 10. Yeah, so Stefan has the 15. And Wendy has ace-9. This is probably going to be a call. I have no doubt he knows that Giannis is going to be smart enough in his decision making to jam relatively wide here. And I think ace-9 offsuit against that open jam range is going to be playing pretty well. Or just in terms of equity, good enough to call. He's going to have worse ace-x in this situation as well, which would obviously be the dream spot for ace-9 here. So as I said, ace-9 is just doing extremely well here against what Giannis is going to be opening, jamming on the button. So I do think Wendy is going to find a call here eventually. Only downside is it is all in to call, but wow, surprised by that. Surprised by that. I thought he was going to find the call there. I don't know what you guys think. I think that should be a call there from Wendy. As I said, ace-9 against what Giannis is going to be open jamming. Probably going to be playing good enough there. I mean, just looking at the payouts here, so we're kind of what, down to 14, 13, 14 players. I mean, money-wise, there isn't a big difference here. Obviously, final table would be nice, but don't know if you can pass up on that spot with the ace-9 there. Giannis is obviously happy to just get that through. If he knew Wendy had the hand he had, he would be even happier that he got a fold from that. One of the benefits of open jamming the 14 big blinds like he did. Carlos looking down at another poor hand. I don't think this is your hand, mate. I don't think this is your hand. You still have another one or two orbits in you before you feel the pinch, mate. You're a good man. It's for sure the right decision there. See Mickey here debating what to do. Giannis now on the cutoff. 7 Dewey. Yeah, not too sure about that, Freddie, either, bro. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt and think his the RFI reader or the camera to read the cards didn't have Queen 4 and he had maybe Ace 4. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt, eh? Yeah, I'm not sure what the weight was about with the Queen 4 as well. He still has another orbit or two. Definitely one more orbit to wait before he kind of feels the pressure of having to rip the 4 or 5 big blinds with a lighter range, I suppose. But as I said, I'm for sure he has one more orbit in that. But yeah, definitely on life support at this stage, as I said. He kind of maybe felt that in his decision making in the previous hand also. The Queen 4 offsuit was what he had. Mickey here with 10-7 suited. Getting out of the way, I'd say. Ionis with a hand that maybe could have considered opening but decided not to. Fold around to Wendy on the button. Does elect to fold. Hadi now in the big blind, who probably is going to open rip here relatively light. He does elect to shove. This is close with the Queen 7, because in general, Hadi should be opening here, or open shipping pretty wide against Carlos's shorter stack. So having Queen 7 here for 4 or 5 bigs might be good enough to just flick in the call here. Again, we can see his cards, so we know he's ahead right now. But you got to think about how wide Hadi is going to be open shipping here in general, and it is going to be very, very wide. Like, even if Hadi had King High here, you probably still have to call off maybe some Queen 7, Queen 8 here. I mean, this is a more reasonable spot to take your time to decide this, I guess, versus the previous hand. I mean, you're going to run into Ace X here and King X here every now and again, and that's fine. You're still going to have equity against dim hands in particular, so it's not the end of the world. As I said, it's more so basing this on what Hadi is going to be shoving here, and it's probably going to be 80 to 90% of hands, guys. Let's be real, against Carlos's smaller stack. So I never think Queen 7 here is performing too badly against a super, super wide range like that itself. See the speech play here from Hadi. See the players just discussing the action here, guys. I'm trying to let you guys listen to it and not say too much over it. He does find the call. I'm proud of that. I'm not proud of him, but you know what I mean. I'm happy that he did, because Hadi's going to have a super, super wide range there, guys. As I said, it is probably going to be close to the 90% of hands there. And Queen 7 against that situation is going to be performing relatively well. As I said, you will run into better hands every now and again, but if c'est la vive, I should say, if that is the case. Here we go. And top pair for Wendy. Oh, sorry, Carlos, excuse me. Nine on the turn. That's super frustrating for Carlos, man. Why do you do this to me? Sucks, bro, but it is what it is, man. It is what it is. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. But Hadi, being Hadi, the last 2 days, between yesterday and today, obviously, the man can do no wrong in any spot with an all-in. Pretty impressive, to say the least. Well, yeah, pretty unfortunate there for Carlos. But as I said, that hurts more so because, you know, making the correct call the pre-flop And it kind of just hurts more when you flop top pair. Just got to avoid a 9 or a 5. Obviously spiking that 9 on the turn just hurts a lot more. That double up would have been pretty important. It's the first time I'm seeing that guy's command, J-Wiz. There's a lot of replays everywhere. Mostly staked as well. Brilliant. Got to give credit to whoever made that command. Kudos. We got an open jam here from Stefan in the hijack with King Jack suited. I see GG here debating whether he wants to flick in a call here with the ace-2 off. I probably wouldn't. The stack size is obviously quite similar to Carlos, but I do feel like he can wait 1 or 2 more orbits, another 10 to 12 hands thereabouts before he has to make some sort of questionable call. So ace-2 not going to be a call from me, and he does end up finding the fold anyways. Yeah, very unfortunate for Carlos there. I can understand the frustration. As everyone in the chat probably knows, guys, that is poker. Makes the correct decision, pre-flop. Whatever happens after that is literally out of his control. As I said, it's just more so about flopping top pair. And then basically be pretty close to drawing dead on the turn. That was the killer part, obviously. That's probably why it hurt more. Wendy here with ace-2 off in the hijack. Probably going to fold here, I would say. Might be tempted to, but if you had ace-2 suited, I'd prefer it more often. Ace-2 offsuit. Probably a bit much, especially when there is shorter stacks. I think at this stage there might be a pay jump in 2 eliminations. So what are we looking at? 10th and 11th? Yeah, so 2 more eliminations. There will be another pay jump, which is probably €1,000. So all players right now are guaranteed 5.7k. Another 2 eliminations, they'll be guaranteed about 6.8. Don't forget, guys, the top 6 players for this tournament will be guaranteed a main event ticket worth 10k for the WSOP later on this year. We do have ZGG open shoving here from the small blind. I can't imagine Mickey is going to be calling with the 5 high here, and he does get out of the way, which would be a pretty good result here for ZGG. So we're 2 eliminations, guys, away from the final table. Don't forget that as well. It'll be a 9-handed table. Nearly 3.5 hours into the coverage of this final day of the German Poker Masters. 2,915 players entered. €250 buy-in. 91k up top, 91, 92k up top. Pretty good guarantee, I would say. Pretty good ROI as well, if you do manage to run deep in it, like these players are. Final 11 players at the moment. Obviously, we'll be playing down to a winner. And that extra incentive of the top 6 players for a WSOP main event ticket worth 10k. It'll be interesting to see how that bubble unfolds when there is 7 players remaining. There's only a few eliminations away, guys. So total prize pool, Fenovic was, just seeing what I see here, about 609k. 610k, you'd say, mate. Pretty big prize pool. As I said, 91, 92k up top. That's exactly it, Apocalypse. Appreciate that, mate. Pretty sick. It's a pretty sick prize pool, guys. Not sure what the guarantee was, but be surprised if it wasn't smashed, given there was 2,915 runners. Really, really nice incentive from Kings to just add those WSOP main event tickets as well. An extra 60k in the prize pool. We do have Mickey open jamming here from the small blind. Ionis not going to be doing much from the big blind here. With the 10 Dewey, the Doyle Brunson. No, for sure, Apocalypse. That's the thing. I've said this a good few times yesterday, man. And I remember when I was over for the WSOP doing comms as well. There's just guarantees there. There's guarantees in general that you just don't see in many stops around Europe. For that small buy-ins, just the guarantees are just ridiculous. And the field numbers make it up as well, mate. I think the only one that I saw that I actually did was one of the events after the World Series of Europe was over last year, where they didn't make a guarantee. There was a pretty big overlay, which was the first event after the end of that series. But yeah, outside of that, guys, I would say majority of the time they're always making the guarantees, guys. But as I said, 610k, 250 euro buy-in, 92k up top, 10k ticket for the main event as well later on this year. It's pretty sick. Pretty sick, to say the least. So I do agree, Apocalypse. Good luck finding that anywhere else. Anyways, we got Hadi opening the hijack here with the 10-9 offsuit. So this is a time where Hadi can start really, in my opinion, putting the pressure on these short stacks and accumulating chips. Is what he should be doing. And we do see the blinds going up as well, guys, to 200 and 400. 400 big blind ante. Things are getting more shallow for these shorter stacks that are hoping to make the final table, which will be 9-handed, guys. We have Stefan waking up with the rockets. It's not the first time we saw these aces on the table, guys. As I mentioned earlier, we saw a lot of ladies yesterday on the feature table for day 2. The aces turned to come out in full force, where Stefan has them this time. He does 3-bet jam off 12 big blinds or so. Obviously Hadi can't really call. Yeah, that's pretty sick, Jay. Pretty sick, man. July 3, it was 150 tournament with a 2 million guarantee. Ridiculous. It's a very convenient casino to go to as well, Rosvadov, given that it is more or less kind of, you know, Central, Eastern Europe, whatever way you want to phrase it. Obviously very close to Germany, etc. But the thing is with Europe in general, mainland Europe, you can travel pretty easily by train, fly, etc. I'm actually going to Italy myself on Thursday for my niece's communion. So 2.5 hour plane journey from Ireland to Milan, and then another 1.5 hours travelling to my brother's place where he's staying, or living I should say. So going over there for a few days, Thursday, and then back Monday afternoon or so, Monday evening. So yeah, nice to get away for a few days. Didn't really have anywhere planned and outside of that this year to travel abroad. But yeah, I couldn't really miss a family event like that, especially when it comes to Italians. Very family orientated, to say the least. Brother's married to an Italian girl, obviously. But yeah, Hadi really shouldn't be taking this long for these decisions. Very unnecessary. He does elect to find the fold eventually. Stefan would have preferred a call, but will take the chips regardless. Don't fault Hadi for obviously raising from the hijack with that hand. It's what he should be doing. Going to take a relatively strong hand to come over the top again versus his raise first hand, even though they know he will be raising pretty light. So yeah, it's kind of one of those things where you shouldn't become biased just because somebody decided to 3-bet you all in. It's going to happen against 5, 10, 15 big blind stacks like a lot of these players have left on this table. I think he does get out of the way here with the 10-2 off. You see Giannis open jamming the ace-5 off here. And we get the call here from Wendy. So a bit unfortunate. I think he kind of let a situation pass with the ace-9 in the previous example. But is not going to be folding the ace-10 offsuit this time in the exact same situation against the exact same player. So Wendy at risk here. Giannis will have some big blinds left behind after this pot. Or we could be losing Wendy if a 5 comes. Good luck to both players here. Oh no, 5 on the first card, guys. Very unfortunate for Wendy. Very unfortunate for Wendy. It's not over yet though. Does have some extra outs on a king. 10 still live as well. No good. We do lose Wendy, unfortunately. Correct decision again, guys. But as you all know, poker sometimes doesn't reward the right decision every time. We do lose Wendy in 10th place. Or 11th place, excuse me. So one more elimination, guys, and we will be down to the final table. We'll see how that unfolds when it does happen. Looking forward to that regardless. We've got a lot of shorties, as I said, quite sometimes at this stage, guys. Average stack now 14. You could say 15 million. So around nearly 35 to 40 big blinds. Faith B says Sage. Unfortunate, alright, mate. Not a lot you can do about that again. Got Mickey debating whether he wants to open ship here. Obviously not going to be my decision here. See Giannis on 23 big blinds here now. Stefan, ace-3 suited on the button. Might be tempted to. I'm surprised he folded that. I think it's a bit on the tighter side. Suppose there was only the one big blind there as Wendy was in the big blind prior. Just decided to let that go. I don't know if I'm a fan of that. I think it's a little bit too weak. I know you're into the chip leader there and we are on the final table bubble, but ace-3 is pretty strong there into the big blind's range. I mean, there was still a big blind ante and the big blind itself out there, so still 800k there. You know, it's worth something. Got Mickey here with a decision whether he wants to, again, open shove here. I do think this is going to be the play at this stage. He does announce all in. We got Hadi waking up with the big slick. Not only big slick, but a big slick suited. And he does announce the call. They got ZG here waking up with 9s. What an annoying spot here, because if Mickey gets knocked out, he makes the final table, and there is a pay jump to take into account here. Just let me check here in the chat. So there is a 1k pay jump here that he needs to take into consideration. But he does have 5 big blinds. I mean, I'm really not sure about this one, guys. This is one that I have very little experience with dealing with. I suppose you could just ask the question how much 1k means to ZGG here. Because 9s off 5 big blinds here is a pretty good hand to have. That I just don't know, can you still fold this here? Because if you fold here and you don't really pick up a hand in the next orbit, you might not pick up another hand as strong as this for the remainder of time he might have left here. Like if you had 10 big blinds here, maybe you can find the fold, but off 5 big blinds, I personally think he should call. He folds. I don't know about that, guys. I don't know what you guys think about that one. I do think 9 should go in the middle there off 5 big blinds, even though there was previous street action, but there is a 1k pay jump to worry about. That's why I'm kind of asking the question. It just depends what 1k means to ZGG. But it is 1k at the end of the day, guys, in terms of pay jump. So Mickey, obviously dominated by Hadi. So he needs a queen. Yeah, I suppose that's something to take into account as well. Oh, it does come queen high. He does spike the 3-outer here. Hadi still has backdoor clubs and the king out. King and a king only for Hadi. And Mickey doubles up. Your man would have hit the 9 on the river. This is like poker, man. This is like always about like it kind of just punish you for like sometimes making the wrong decision. But I don't know. I can't say confidently if it was or wasn't the right decision there. I kind of forgot about that main event ticket as well to take into account. But at the same time, guys, there still has to be 3 more eliminations before that ticket when it does get down to the final 9. But here we have the chip stacks, guys. ZGG obviously in live support. Tim Franz, I think that's incorrect there. That's supposed to be Hadi, sorry. Giannis in second, Mickey and Stefan third and fourth. There's a graphical error there in terms of Tim Franz. He was on the table earlier. So it's Hadi with the 50 big blinds here with a 20 million stack after losing that pot to Mickey. So Giannis here coming in for the raise under the gun. 800k. This is the problem again, guys, playing short-handed poker. That very, very short stack for the GG here now. The Jay Wiz says I play to win. I call. I do think a call there seems like the right decision anyways, Jay. To be totally honest with you, mate. Especially off that stack size. Especially off that stack size, bro. It's just, again, like, it's five-handed. The blinds are going to come around really, really swiftly every 3-4 hands. You know, as I said, he wants to play for the ticket, but very difficult to play for a ticket when you don't have much of a stack to survive for that length of time right now in the moment. You do need a stack to make yourself legible for the ticket. And at 5 big blinds, I'm not too sure about that. Definitely need to accumulate. So Giannis and Hadi going heads up here. Giannis flopping middle pair, flopping the best hand, but Hadi having 2 overs to his 9 with the gut shot. To start with a check, which I don't mind. Hadi does check back pretty quickly. I would like to see a small bet here from Giannis. But he does check again. I think betting and checking here is fine, as long as you're never check folding. And obviously have to call one here. This is kind of why I nearly prefer checking or betting myself. Yeah, that could be true as well, Apocalypse, mate. We do get a check call here from Giannis. And like always, Hadi improves on the river. Probably have to check fold on this specific river as well, I would say. And Hadi does end up checking back, which I think is more than reasonable as well. Giannis will be slightly annoyed over that, but not much else to say there. Hadi stacking again, guys. I can't see a top 3 player list here without Hadi being in it, if I had to guess. Very surprised if Hadi does not make the top 3 players. Be very surprised if Hadi doesn't at least make the top 6. At least the top 6 players. See Stefan getting all the way there. GG here now, probably going to be open shipping. Won't be Mickey calling this time, but Giannis is still in the big blind, so he's one more player to get through here. He folds as well. He does fold as well. Does get it through. Does get it through. Hadi does fold here with the queen 6 off. We do have an all-in here from ZGG here now with the ace-jack suited. Fold around to Stefan here on the big blind. He's not going to be flicking in a call with the queen 5 offsuit. So he picks up a couple of chips here, ZGG. He's picking up a couple of pots here and there. He's technically got a double up by just accumulating the blinds and antes, guys. This is what I'm saying. They really do add up, so they do. Get another way now, ZG. Mickey going to be folding the 10-7 as well. Does elect to fold. Ionis here with queen 7 might be tempted to open ship, and he does do it on the button. Stefan here might not be folding, and he does call pretty quickly. He only had one player to get through as well because Hadi wasn't at the table. So Ionis in bad shape here, unfortunately. So we'll see what happens. If Ionis does lose this hand, he is on definitely life support with one big blind from what we can see. Stefan technically the player at risk. Here we go. It's a pretty good flop for Ionis with the 7. The ace on the turn. But Stefan ahead by quite some margin. 7 or a queen on the river only. And it's a jack, guys. We don't lose Ionis, but he's for sure one big blind behind, not in great shape. A very, very important turn card there for Stefan. Huge turn card, actually. Pretty big double up there. Pretty big double up there. I think it's like 29 big blinds he's on now, something like that, which is pretty big, pretty decent stack. Shipping a chair, guys. Let's not forget that. It's not the first time some people have come back, or somebody, I should say, has come back from this. But not in great shape, unfortunately, Mr. Ionis, our Greek player. Not in great shape at all. Got Mickey here with Queen 10 suited UTG. It's a little bit of an awkward spot because Ionis has only 1 or 2 big blinds, so he probably doesn't want to get involved here. Obviously, Ionis is just going to be flicking in whatever amount of chips he has left here now. It could possibly be the final 9 if Ionis gets knocked out here, guys. We'll be taking a break if it is for a certain length of time while I cure my hunger. We'll be playing the final table. If Ioannis does get knocked out, I should say. And imagine Hadi is at least going to be always calling here. He probably should just call here, let the big blind come along as well. He really shouldn't be re-ISOing here by any means. It's not like this is a bounty or anything like that on Ioannis' head. So I think he should just be calling here, which is what he does. And obviously, so Ioannis definitely needs some help here, guys. 7-5 suited. We don't know what ZGG has here. But now we do. Jack 7 offsuit. So 7 dominated here for Ioannis. And we're going to be losing him by the looks of it, guys. He's basically dead on the flop here. And they are just going to probably end up checking this down. So we will be losing Ioannis, guys, and we have our final 9 for the final table itself. So unfortunately, Ioannis, decent run. Get yourself a, let me just check here. Guarantee yourself a cash for 5.7k, mate, so well played. But that's it, guys. I think we're going to be going on a break here. What's going to happen? That we have, guys, but as I said, I'm pretty sure we are going to be going on a break here now, so I will return when we do come back. So I'm going to wait for that in particular, but I'm pretty sure we are going to go on a break, so I'm going to get something to eat, guys. I will be back for the final table of the German Poker Masters here, so I'll talk to you guys in a moment.
With the enough flush draw, his overcard could be good. He's going to have a big decision here, Henry.
Easy fold. Easy fold.
Stinka obviously gets out of the way, and Naros folds. Jan Jorgensen has none of this. Georgius, does he want to take a spin? That's the question.
He's asking for a count, but I don't think he ever calls here. Just not getting the right price. I think maybe I think you're right. Like if he knows the ace is good, then maybe. But like running into like ace 10 of diamonds is a disaster. He's got 48% equity though. Needs to call 1 mil to win 1.5, meaning he'd need, what, 33% equity. He's got it.
Georgius. I mean, he's just not a punter, right?
No, You don't come this far to just punt it off with a flush draw. You're pretty frustrated that you don't get to see a turn card, but you know, you're like, why did he bet 300k or something like that? But
Mr. Bond letting rip 460k in the pot, and he just jams the lot in. Georgios, he makes the call, Henry.
wow.
That's quite remarkable. I actually was leaning towards what you were saying. You convinced me, Henry. But Georgios, both players with the same stack size. Woo! 9, up and down straight draw to go along with the flush draw.
What a turn card.
6 is good. Jack is good. Ace is good. King of Spades is no good. 2 pair for Mr. Bond. 1 million shove on the flop.
Let's go.
Now we
Mr.
have a player
Bond.
with a stack. 2.5 million. Folds under the gun +1. He's folding under the gun. Great situation for Jan. Particularly with his image.
Race.
Here we go.
He has become super active.
Georgios is out there.
Now he opens with the goods. Mr. Bond with 7-5. Took a little bit of
I
a
knew
hit.
it. I knew he was gonna.
Yeah, he's just.
I knew he was gonna
he's
flick
just-
this in.
I mean, this is.
Oh, this is brilliant.
It's emotional.
Boys and girls, we're playing
It's
for
like-
over 200,000 euros, and these boys are out here swinging. I knew he was going to call, man.
7-5 off in the small blind position. And he hits a pair.
Oh, here we go, boys and girls.
Okay. Fasten your seatbelt.
What on earth is happening?
And Mr. Bond is going to feel like he's ahead here a bunch of times, isn't he? Particularly against someone like Jan. Are we going to see a check raise?
I think it depends on sizing. That is.
Well, that's a huge 3/4 pot bet, it looks like.
I mean, a fair play to him. He's going to get value from it.
Hello. Oh boy. It's kicking off here.
It really is. A 7 would be so disguised as well. Alright, that's gonna probably hand over.
I'm not sure, Henry.
All in.
Well, it is now, for sure. I mean, Jan with the ace of clubs. I mean, what's he trying to do? He just wants to clear out all the hands that he's absolutely crushing. I think this is a mistake from Jan, Henry. I mean, I've got my customer, I have him interested, and now I'm just killing him off here on the turn.
You've seen Mr. Bond rattled.
If you tell you what you have, I tell what I have. I show you.
Well, Mr. Bond won't want to tell him.
Tell me the truth. Huh? Pocket 7?
Know the history. You know, you just don't know what's been going on at the tables.
Now Ross smells blood here. Mr. Bond on a downswing. Check back the flop with his good shot, and now Ross Gaff is going to try and steal this.
No idea. Not sure about this bet, not sure about this defend. I think this is very player dependent. And well,
That's just remarkable, really.
we now river showdown. Oh, sicko.
Mr. Bond.
The absolute
What has
sicko.
happened, this man? It's a completely different player to yesterday.
Gaff hasn't snap folded, by the way. Alright, let's see go. He looked extremely suspicious there. He's like, he's got ace queen with like the ace of spades. You just gotta love this guy, man. This guy, Mr. Bond. Ditto saying, is his real name Fire at Will? It is indeed. Changing. Oh wow, what a sick setup.
I mean, Youssef could very well 3-bet jam all in. We've seen him do this.
Yeah.
Loves to get his money in first.
This is 25 bigs. Let's go for the 3-bet bluff. Oh, sorry. 3-bet bluff. 3-bet fold. It's interesting, this, like, feels like a bit of a disaster to 3-bet fold if our opponent's going to be jamming you 9s, 10s, jacks. I mean, if that's the case, if we're planning on 3-bet folding, then it just makes more sense to flat and see flops. I'm assuming this is going to be a 3-bet fold, although Yusuf yesterday in certain spots did kind of get a bit sticky.
Interesting. Flat call from Fire at Will with the ace-king suited. Card holder on top of his cards, and both players miss. Fire at Will has him covered. Youssef is making a continuation bet here. Looks like 115. It looks like Fire at Will is going to give it up. What looked like a disaster for Youssef. He's found a way to win this, and Youssef just won't believe. Gius with the enough flush draw. His overcard could be good. He's going to have a big decision here, Henry.
Easy fold. Easy fold.
Stinka obviously gets out of the way, and Naros folds. Jan Jorgensen has none of this. Georgius, does he want to take a spin? That's the question.
He's asking for a count, but I don't think he ever calls here. Just not getting the right price. I think maybe I think you're right. Like if he knows the ace is good, then maybe. But like running into like ace 10 of diamonds is a disaster. He's got 48% equity though. Needs to call 1 mil to win 1.5, meaning he'd need, what, 33% equity. He's got it.
Georgius. I mean, he's just not a punter, right?
No, you don't come this far to just punt it off with a flush draw. You're pretty frustrated that you don't get to see a Turk card, but you know, you're like, why did he bet 300k or something like that? But
Mr. Bond letting rip. 460k in the pot, and he just jams the lot in. Georgius He makes the call, Henry.
Wow.
That's quite remarkable. I actually was leaning towards what you were saying. You convinced me, Henry. But Georgios, both players with the same stack size. Ooh, 9 up and down straight draw to go along with the flush draw.
What a turn card.
6 is good. Jack is good. Ace is good. King of Spades is no good. 2 pair for Mr. Bond. 1 million shove on the flop.
Let's go.
Now we have a player with a stack. 2.5 million.
Feels like the type of hand it'd be a disaster to raise fold, right? Versus this lineup. No. Okay.
I mean, that would have been just high level stuff. The flat call with the queens after the undergun limped. 3.5x raise from Santos with the queens. USEP folds, and now Mr. Bond with ace 9.
Looks back at the ace before looking at his second card. Nope, hasn't improved. Still the 9 of spades. Still the big blind. Get through as well. Oh, wow.
It's cooler. And look, Jack will be in the bin.
Oh, that's so sick. Oh, we're going into
Robert
break as well.
Kukoska. I mean, it's over. There's no escape, Henry. He's going to put his money in. Never doubted it. Georgios, I mean, this is just a snap fold. But the noteworthy part of this fold is that one of the jacks will be going over the line. Snap call from Santos with the queens.
Yeah.
It's a really bad situation.
Spades working for Robert. As Finton mentioned, one of his jacks already dead. So it's a 1-out type of situation. You can see his reaction. I mean, it's pretty grim, man. He's been so patient with this short stack and
absolutely horrible.
Finally chipped up a little bit and just gets jacks into queens. No.
Chop possibility?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, we'll take a sweat, right?
Well, that's the end of that. Jack of hearts only to save Robert. Well, Robert has Santos covered, but it's a big blow for Robert.
Important hand was as deuce of clubs versus sevens, I think. Yes, and then the river comes to us. Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of nerves out there at the moment. Naturally enough.
Exactly, in this exact situation. I mean, again, there's so much money up top, man, being 110k, and not only that, we're literally on the ticket bubble too. So a lot of stuff to take into account, guys. A lot of money up top, a lot of decisions that are going to be very, very important, whether you preserve your stack or not. Got to be careful, got to be very, very sure every decision you make is going to be the highest EV decision. But I've no doubt that these players are more than capable of doing that. Especially they've outlasted 3,500 players, guys. Just shy, or just over, I should say, 3,500 players. Ridiculous field. A lot of days to play. But we have Swinesteader on the button, opening the 7s. Wow, we got an all in here. The Ace-2 versus the 7s. This could be it, Dan. We could be on the bubble of the ticket here. It could be bursting.
This could be bing, bang, boom, and just like that, the bubble bursts unless Bees can get lucky. He's got 33% equity. Can't find a much better spot here with 6 bigs. I think he was forced all in here. Actually, the blinds had just gone up, so it was less than 5 bigs total. Also, having your big blind invested and your big blind ante.
Exactly.
There are some arguments you could make for folding here on the exact bubble, but that is not the cloth that Emil Bees is cut from. 10-6-5 is the flop, and nothing in it for Bees, and he's going to need help on the Turner River, or the fan favourite at King's Resort will be eliminated. Turn is the Jack of Spades, now down to 1 card and 3 outs.
Not the first time we've seen an ace in the river, Dan, when we've done comms together. Well, wouldn't be the last time. We'll see what happens.
Oh my God, he hits it! The king is back, man.
Disgusting, and I just said it too, bro. It's like I knew. Trust me, I didn't, by the way. Just to make that very, very clear.
Always a surprise around the corner for the king.
Man, this is stuff I'm not going to say you'd see online, but it's just in this situation where it's just like on the bubble of the ticket. It's just always these sort of things that like always happen. It just makes great, great content.
Alrighty, guys, welcome back to the FT of our German Poker Masters event here in King's Resort in Rosvadov. Final 9 players on this day 3 event, playing down to our winner, obviously. Players are ready to go. And here we have the chip counts along with the payouts. So we've got a new player that has not been on the feature table as of yet, Paul from Romania, I believe. Radic, we're familiar with. Hadi, we are familiar with also. Sylvian made an appearance earlier on and was on the feature table for most of day 2 yesterday. Stefan, we are familiar with as well. Andar is a new guy, and Moritz is another new guy as well on this table. We got Mickey and ZGG, 8th and 9th. You can see the payouts just on the right hand side, guys. Top 6 players will be guaranteed that WSOP main event ticket, which will be happening later this year in Kings. And the blinds are 200 and 400k still, with a big blind ante of 400k alongside that. So Paul, huge chip stack here with 94 big blinds. Hadi and Rydek with 56 and 66 big blinds. So they are the top three guys with the stacks at the moment. Here we have the chip layouts or player positions. You got Mickey in seat 1, Radic in seat 2, Sylvian in seat 3, Paul in seat 4, Andar in seat 5, Stefan in seat 6, Moritz seat 7, ZGG seat 8, and then Hadi in seat 9. So Paul having position on Radic, which could be a quite interesting dynamic. But here we go with the first hand of the FT, guys. See Ivan welcoming everyone, King's Chat and mods. How's everyone doing today? Doing well, mate. We got Current, welcome back. Just in time for the FT, mate. 199 people watching here on Twitch. I'm assuming that number will rise. Given that we are on the final table. And pretty good start here for Moritz. Picking up the Rockets. Couldn't ask for a better start in my opinion. Let's see what he does here. Starts off with a raise by the looks of it. Just waiting to see the amount, but I'm assuming that's a raise. Makes it a pretty interesting 1.125. Maybe that's a graphic error. Yeah, 1125 makes a lot more sense. Not going to get any action here of ZGG with the 3 high. There's a face we're not familiar with. Did not make an appearance as of yet on the feature table. So Moritz with the ace is a guy I'm on about. Got Radic though, for sure going to always at least defend here. He does flick in the call. So we're going heads up here. Let's see how this unfolds. Moritz couldn't ask for a better start here. Not the nicest board for aces, but still worth a bet, I would say. It'll be a check fold from Hadi, I would imagine. Or Radic, I should say. I keep saying H instead of R, so apologies on that, guys. And he does take it down with the aces. As the saying goes, guys, better to win a small pot than lose a big one with them sort of hands. Although, of course, in better spots, you'd rather win a big pot nonetheless, but winning a small one is not the end of the world. Losing the big one, on the other hand, Paul, first time we saw his face. It's another guy as well. It's the first time we saw Andar from Germany. Stefan getting out of the way. Here we are with Moritz again. 6-5 offsuit, not going to be playing. I think we're just getting word as well, guys, that there might be a graphical error for Andar. I think it's meant to be Seb Langrock. So hopefully that should get corrected on the graphics sooner rather than later. So we'll name him incognito for right now. But I do think it's meant to be Seb Landrock in terms of the name for Andar. Either way, we have Mickey here with the ace-king offsuit. Got Sylvian here with the king 10, going to be at least defending. I'm probably just only defending, to be fair, against that stack size that Mickey is raising off. He has made it quite big based on the raise first in size of the blinds we're operating at right now. So he made it just over 3x, which is bigger than you normally see, and you kind of see it with these sort of hands. Sylvian flopping an open ender here, having the king of hearts as well for extra backdoor equity. Ace king here for Mickey. He's going to come out for a c-bet. I wonder, does Sylvian just decide to check jam this here to realise equity, especially when he bets 1.5 million here? So he makes it around 1/3 of the pot here. I think Sylvian can possibly just afford to run this here, but I'm not too sure. So maybe that's a tad bit ambitious from my perspective to potentially just get this in here. He does elect to just call. Well, that's going to be a killer card for Mickey, I think. Unbelievable card for Sylvian. Does Mickey just shove this in here on this board? And that's going to be a quick elimination there for ourselves, unless we get a 10 on the river. I mean, look, I think I would just get that in on the flop with this hand with the King of Hearts to just realise equity. Because look, Sylvian will still have 20 big blinds behind. Pretty unfortunate turn card there for Mickey. Don't blame him for sticking it in the middle in this situation, but that's going to be our first elimination from this feature table, guys. Or from this final table, I should say. So second or third hand, I believe, and we've got an elimination already. But again, pretty unfortunate turn card there. Pretty good turn card for Sylvian, though. Just like that, guys, we're down to 8. Down to 8 like that. I wonder is it going to continue that way? That is the $1 million question. Sylvian off to a pretty good start. Probably puts him close to Hadi now, if not ahead. I think there were maybe 10 to 12 big blinds between both of them players, between third and second. That's going to put them pretty close now at this stage. If it continues like this, we can wrap it up in an hour or so. Yeah, I got a pot of coffee on reserve there, Curran. So maybe we mightn't have to dip into the reserve, so to speak. But yeah. There's pretty deep stacks in fairness, bro. You know, the bottom 2 or 3 players might be a little bit more on the shallower side, but as I said, man, unless you're kind of sub 10 big blinds, still got some maneuverability, especially when it's 8-handed. You know, the more shorter handed it gets, the more frequently you are going to be in the blinds. So the more it will chip away at your stack. We've got Radic here opening on the button for Min, and Paul does defend here in the big blinds with 2 of the biggest stacks going at it. Paul not really hitting anything. Radic probably going to c-bet here and just try and take down the pot. Not a lot Paul can do here, but he does end up mucking. At least I got that one right. We know from some experience with Hadi, should I say. A couple of times I try and call the action with him as a player. Never worked out so well sometimes, but yeah. Eliminated Mickey in 9th. So here we have the stack sizes. So ZGG is the only one that's a little bit on the more shallow side, excuse me. The rest are all 25 big blinds plus. So Sylvian edging in closer to the top 3 guys after winning that pot against Mickey. Thought Sylvian was actually beside Hadi. But either way, a lot more closer now in terms of stack size. Well, yeah, still a lot of more poker to be played here, guys, before we get anywhere closer to the winner. But don't forget, when there's 7 players left, guys, the top 6 players will win a WSOP main event ticket worth 10k. So that is very, very important to take into account in terms of maneuverability, because every single player here will want that ticket, especially after outlasting 2,915 players of a pool. First place is 406 buy-ins, by the way. Yeah, it's pretty sick apocalypse, isn't it? Pretty good ROI, if I would say so, in that regard, mate. Pretty big ROI. As we kind of mentioned already, mate, there isn't many places that would probably give that return on investment itself. But the field did match the buy-in itself. But yeah, prize pool of 610k, like we kind of discussed already, mate. We got Paul limping in the small blind, and this is one example that Probably don't see. I have not saw, I should say, from people that have limped in the small blind previously with a strong range. And their flops pretty goddamn well here. But as I said, I think this name is inaccurate. It will be changed eventually. But we'll roll with Andar for now. Just getting word that it's meant to be Seb Langrock, excuse me. But either way, excuse me. So Paul does turn a 9 on the turn here, which could spell trouble for him. Paul having to check call here again on the turn. Might be a possibility of him getting away from this on the river now, facing another bet here from Andar. We'll have to wait and see. Obviously he's going to bet here again. In terms of sizing, maybe 2 million might be good. Seems to be going a little bit more chunkier. Oh no, just under the 2. Just under the 2. 1.75 this looks like. 1.65, yeah. Bit of a tricky spot here for Paul, but just depends again, perception on his opponent. Does he think he's capable of bluffing here? It's these sort of pots that you don't want to make too many mistakes in here, where one mistake can have a domino effect to potentially more. And he does find the fold. Though it's only a short period of time with Paul, but pretty confident he's accumulated that stack size for a reason. Probably one of the more competent players on this final table. Finds a good fold there, although at the same time, hard to find too many bluffs there in general. Just find the disciplined fold on the river. Just seem to be sussing out his opponent afterwards, inquiring what he might have had. So Hadi here with the king 5 off. Sylvian opening in the cutoff here with the ace-8 suited, completely standard. He does take down the pot. Nobody with a hand to defend behind. We'll move on to the next hand. A decent start for Sylvian, although we are only a couple of hands into it. Got Hadi here now with the ace-4 suited UTG +1. More than good enough to come in for a raise, I would assume. And a raise he does. See Sylvian here now with the ace-jack offsuit. See all options being applicable here, but he does go in for the call. Paul in behind here with the king-queen off. Not too sure what you can do here in this situation. Probably wouldn't be too keen on calling unless he's noticing some players behind. Not sure how well this is going to play in this situation versus Hadi's raise first in UTG. A cold call from Sylvian. I think the cold call from Sylvian probably isn't too strong. And they are cutting out some raising chips. This is kind of going back to what I was saying about Paul. Probably accumulated them chips for a reason. He decided to squeeze it up here to 4.4 million, putting a bunch of pressure on the two players here. And this is the downside of just flattening the ace-jack offsuit here, especially with Paul behind. He's going to be more than capable, I would guess, of squeezing. And I imagine Hadi, I mean, he's just going to take down this pot, I would assume. It's a really, really big squeeze here. You know, this is again a situation that Hadi hasn't really been used to, not being the chip leader. It's a really good hand to do this with from Paul's perspective. Again like that, you're blocking value predominantly. Blocking the continuing range itself. He is going to be forced to fold the ace-jack, and he's going to be very, very happy with that outcome. These guys have to be careful about that situation with this guy on the table with a huge, huge stack. Takes down 1.6 to 1.8 million in chips there, possibly more actually. But yeah, I'm excited to see how Paul plays on this final table. I'm getting some good positive signs from that player. Seems like a very experienced man. Again, I have not done any hand and mob searches at any of these players on this table. Just completely basing it off how they're playing. But there's definitely some good players on this table from my experience of the coverage the last 2 days. And are here coming in for a raise with the ace-6. Morris now not going to be doing much with the 5-2 suited. As the GG, not much you can do with 10-5 off, and Andar does take down that pot. It's $1 million in the middle, dead money already, guys. As I said countless times before, that is worth something in terms of chips. For sure, worth something. So we got Morris here with the ace-queen suited, facing Paul's raise here from under the gun +2. Imagine 3-bet is going to be the game here from Moritz. 3-bet is shell. Makes it a 3x 3-bet in position. See Hadi taking his time as per usual. He does end up mucking. He does take it down, Moritz. Easy fall there for Paul with the A7 off. Here we have the chip counts again, guys. Paul obviously still leading the way. Radic and Hadi 2 and 2nd and 3rd. Sylvian, Andar and Moritz 4th, 5th and 6th. And then Stefan and ZGG. ZGG obviously 10 big blinds. Bit of work to do with the rest of the guys. Still in pretty good shape. The blinds might be going up soon enough as well, guys. I think it's every hour. So you need to take that into account. The blinds will be 250 and 500k next level, which will put pressure more so on ZGG. I always prefer when this does get a little bit more short-handed and stuff like that. As I said, it's always more to fight for in the middle. With the blinds going around more frequently. We do have Paul coming in for a raise here with the 7-8 suited, or 8-7 suited, whichever way you want to do it. And ZGG is going to be shipping this with the Ace-Queen off, which is again a completely standard move. He takes it down. Paul can't do much with 7-8 suited there. So just over 4.5 hours into this coverage, guys. We started with 27 players today. We are down to the last 8. Still plenty of play left today. Just to remind you guys that 2 more eliminations. Everyone will be guaranteed that 10k ticket for the main event. WSOP main event, I should say. 10.4k, 10.5k buy-in tournament. A lot of coin up top, to say the least. So it's nice to have this extra incentive when you do play these tournaments, these weekly series events that are happening in Kings most, if not all, weekends. Week in, week out. Always an extra incentive to have a ticket for the X amount of top finishers in the tournaments. Definitely adds an extra variable when you do get down to this situation here of 8 players. It'll all be in the back of their minds not to make a big misstep to cost them any possibility of that. And taking stack sizes and stuff like that into account is very important. Here we have Sylvian checking back the big blind with the Jack 10 suited. And both players flopping a piece on this board. Radic does go for a pretty quick check. So Sylvian going for a stab with a second pair, which I don't mind. Pretty quick call here from Radic. Probably will cause Sylvian to slow down on the turn, unimproved, I would assume. Just pick up extra equity here with a straight draw, so I think he will check back to realise equity, I would assume. Don't think there's any need to continue betting here and bloating the pot in position. At least that's my perception of the situation, but not the first time I've been proven wrong by either Sylvian or Hadi. Don't know if I'm too keen on betting this again on the turn. And again, just ballooning the pot with a relatively marginal hand being in position here. Not really going to often get called by many worse hands here, and he does get there on the river, but like that he cannot be too happy with a 4 to a straight out there, nor will Radic be happy as well. And Radic is going to be a little bit annoyed over that river itself. And you can see the facial expression, not too impressed with that run out. But yeah, I think the turn bet from Sylvian there was probably debatable. Probably a little bit on the thinner side, continuing to bet that on the turn, in my opinion. Especially when you are in position, blind v blind. Could still be ahead of worse Jack X. Stuff like that. Probably not that often, but on that turn card, I would prefer a check back itself. So it's a GG here, looking down at an ace-3 off, going to be getting it all the way. Hadi now in the cutoff, contemplating opening the Queen 5. We've got Radic, though, picking up King Kongers. He is coming in for a pretty swift raise. Making it 800, a min risky. Paul in the big blind, probably going to be defending the 6 Dewey, suited. We'll see how this unfolds. Piece for Paul, going to keep him interested in the pot here, facing a bet here from Radic. Just flick in a milli. I imagine Paul is always going to call. I know from cash games this can be a raise sometimes, but mostly just calling, I would say, in this situation. I'm probably going to have to be forced to fold. Interesting check back, very quick check back from Radic. Surprised about that because I think this is a turn you want to stay betting. There's a lot of worse hands you can get value from. Just check again. I mean, he definitely has to value about this. We saw this from Radic, that he likes to be trappy when he has a hand. I know he goes for a big bet. 4 million. This is a pretty easy fold here for Paul. He might give it some deliberation, but can't really see. It's just again how quickly Radic bet here. He didn't take that long, like, I mean, 5-10 seconds if even, I guess. Like, what's he really going to turn into a bluff here on the river that he doesn't really bet on the turn? Because this is very, very polarizing in terms of size and scheme. So he's betting 4 million here on the river when a flush completes, but I can't imagine Paul ever has a flush here anyways. Don't know if he ever has really 2 pairs or anything like that, so I think Paul's range here is relatively capped in terms of something like he has here in this example. Some weak second or third pair. Well, I mean, 2 or 3x is what I mean by that. Obviously the 8-9 run out is a little bit different now. But yeah, 4th and 5th pair technically is what that is now. And he does find the fold, which I think is the smart decision. But yeah, that's 2 examples now we saw of Radic getting a little bit trappy. I do think he should bet the turn there again, especially kings with a spade. I mean, all combos I would probably bet of kings there, not really ever check back at all. But he does take down the pot nonetheless. We saw that pot he played from against Hadi earlier on in the coverage, I believe, when he 3-bet Queen Jack offsuit button versus hijack. Hadi made the call with the King Queen offsuit. It came Queen Jack 3 2-tone, I think. Hadi checked and Radic checked back pretty quickly with the top 2 pair, which I was very, very surprised about. So we see another example of Radic doing something similar on the turn when he has a pretty strong hand in that situation. See Stefan coming in for a raise here. Radic here now with pocket 8 in the cutoff. This is for sure going to be a call. I spoke too soon. Makes a raise to just under 3x, and Paul waking up with a big slick. Well, we know a cold 4-bet is coming in here. It's just, is it going to be a 4-bet all in? It does look like a cold 4-bet to something around 3 million. Oh, sorry, 3 million says me, 6 million. I forgot he grabbed an extra 4 chips, or 4 or pink chips, excuse me. The pink chips are 500k each. Obviously Stefan is getting out of the way here, and one would imagine Radic is getting out of the way here pretty swiftly as well. Paul shows the ace king as much as Radic showed the kings previously, just to let him know that he's not getting out of line. You see Paul taking down a couple of pots. Overwhelming, well, I'm not going to say overwhelming, but fairly dominant chip leader at the moment. As we are now nearly 5 hours into this final day of the German Poker Masters. Final 8 players right now. Still a lot of hours left in this coverage, I would assume. I'm super excited to commentate as we do power on through it. See Hadi here now, ace-6 offsuit under the gun +2. Does come in for a raise. Definitely on the wider side, I would say, given he's under the gun +2, but again, perception here from players ahead of him, it is going to be perceived as a stronger range, and it does get through. He's not afraid to put chips in the middle, this man. Probably one of the more frequent guys I have saw throughout the last 2 days of coverage. I think he's literally been on this feature table most, if not all of it, I think, thinking about it now. Just get out of the way this time, as does Radic. So we have Andar here opening ace-6 off on the button. Moritz here on the big blind. Slightly bigger than Min here, but more or less 2.1, so he will flick in a call with the 10-8 offsuit. Let's see how this unfolds here, men. Or women and men, I should say. If there is any females in the chat. It's a pretty good board for Moritz. Wouldn't really ask for a better flop, I would say. And Andar is going to continue with a bet here. Usually the generalization here of when you should raise more often or not is going to be kicker based in this situation. 7-10-8 here, I do think calling mostly is going to be a better play most of the time. You know, if you had King 8, Ace 8, would be a little bit more inclined to probably raise there. And there might be tempted to continue barreling on this turn, possibly. Even though he does have ace high, he might think he has some showdown value, which he technically might have against Jack 10, 9 10, I suppose. Maybe even some Queen Jack floats on the flop. Wouldn't be a bad thing either. But this is what I mean. He does decide to continue barreling on this turn. Now, if Moritz can really find a call here again, although against this sizing scheme, it might be more tempted to start raising. Obviously, it's going to look strong if you do, but against this small sizing, I mean, if you did have 7x here, or some pocket 6s, pocket 5s, you might just still want to potentially call here. He does elect to still call here. I'm liking how he's doing this so far. Not sure will Andar fire the river though after getting check called twice. But he may perceive him as weak when he does check call this smaller bet on the turn. But he's not going to bet this river now after rivering some showdown with the 6. And he does snap check back. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind how Moritz played that. The only thing you could really consider there is just raising the turn versus that small bet. But outside of that, I think it's fine. Usually against a smaller bet like that on the turn, you probably want to be raising. But obviously in that situation, if you do, it's going to look hella strong as well. It's probably going to be hard to construct your bluffing range there. And maybe people might not bluff there enough anyways. But I would assume against that smaller sizing on the turn, you're supposed to check raise. A lot of semi-bluffs, I would say. Especially if the in-position player is betting as weak as he was. Makes a lot of sense to do that. So Morris here now with the Jack 4 offsuit. I think limping here is probably fine. Just limp folding if we do face aggression from the big blind from GGG or ZGG, excuse me. And he's probably just going to open ship here with this hand, I would assume. And he does decide to ship it. And Moritz has a pretty easy fold. Pretty easy fold. So standard enough there. Standard from Moritz, and again, very easy jam there for ZGG. Well played by both. See Moritz chipping up there to 30 big blinds as well. There's a lot of play left in this, guys. A lot of play left in this. I mean, maybe after the next 2 or 3 levels, we'll see some more shallow stacks. But as of right now, unless we see some pre-flop coolers, don't get me wrong. Obviously that can happen whenever, but probably not until this ticket bubble bursts, I guess. Which is still 2 eliminations away. So it's going to take a pretty unfortunate scenario for some player when we are 7 players remaining to miss out on that ticket. And nobody, when we do get down to 7 players, wants to be that guy who is out in 7th. See Hadi taking down a pot there again, posting his small blind. So the blinds are 250 and 500k with a big blind ante of 500k as well. So like that, 1.25 milli dead money out there, guys. It's worth something, as I've said numerous times before. Paul coming in for a raise here with the ace-7 suited. We have Zijiji shipping it with the ace-jack suited. I wonder will Paul be tempted to flick in a call here for another 5 million. He's not going to be in great shape if he does, but he still has 35% equity against that hand, which always makes me not feel great about this situation. That they still have that decent amount of equity against the dominating ace. It's kind of like the same thing when you might 5-bet bluff ace-5 against an overpair, or not an overpair, but like queens and kings. And that situation is quite similar. But he does take it down. CGG. He's going to need a few of them more, CGG, before he can be in some form of a comfort zone. Paul here with Queen 6 offsuit, just going to be getting out of the way. Same thing with Andar, Stefan. Moritz out of the way as well. Falls around to Zijiji here. Just gets out of the way. Falls around to Hadi. For me personally, there's a threshold of what you can't open on the button, and I think 3-2 offsuit is surpassing that threshold, as tempting as it may be for him to do it. You see Radic coming in for a raise here. And a quick fold from Sylvian. Radic takes down the blinds and antes, plus a milli. Just into 5 hours of coverage here, guys. Started with 27 players. We are down to final 8. Let's not forget there was 2,915 runners in total, generating a prize pool of over 600k, 610k if you rounded it off. First place is guaranteed 91,000 plus a 10k ticket to the main event. Top 6 players are actually guaranteed that. If I hadn't said that already for anyone that's not tuning in, or that's new in the chat. For 250 buy-in, guys, pretty insane value. So we have Morris coming in for a raise here with a pretty looking Queen Jack suited. Hadi in the cutoff here, I would assume is going to be folding. And he does. Sometimes I get them right, guys, especially when it comes to Hadi. Sylvian, on the other hand, is unpredictable as well, but I do think this is a pretty clear fold here. Well, what the hell do I know? He decides to flick in a call with the ace-6 off. Paul, with a pretty looking ace-8, is probably just going to call as well. Not the biggest fan of this small blind call here from Sylvian. He's a bit on the looser side. Pretty okay flop from Moritz as the in-position player here. Good shot, backdoor flush draw. Probably can just see bet this and probably take it down, which he definitely should be doing. And he actually decides to check back. I'm not too keen on that. I think it's a good enough hand there to bet as the in-position raiser on that board. Paul's got his thinking cap on here by the looks of it. Does elect to check. And now Moritz decides to bet. Looks like he's going to take it down. I probably would just stab that in the flop myself personally. But regardless, same outcome. Takes it down with a pair of queens on the turn. He does chip up a bit there, Moritz. Stefan here, been a bit quiet on the final table. Has not had much to do. CGG chipped up a little bit. Was on 10 big blinds probably 20 to 30 minutes ago. Now sitting on 17. Sylvian getting out of the way there on the button. Just fall around to Paul with a pretty ugly looking 9-4 offsuit, but might be tempted just to find a raise here into the big blind's range here, which is Mr. Andar, excuse me. Yeah, I mean, this is just a 3-bet jam here from this player, especially when it's Paul that's raising on the small blind. Yeah, and that's what I like. No risk aversion here from this situation. Sticking it in the middle and running it. Seems like the way to go. Hand number 90 now, guys.
7 pass, 8 pass.
Fold around here to Radic in the hijack. King Queen offsuit. Going to be coming in for a raise ski. 1 milli. Sylvian here with pocket Deweys, pocket twos.
3 call. 4 pass, 5 pass. 6 call.
He does decide to call in the cutoff. Stefan here calls in the big blind, and we go 3-way to the flop. Flop is queen high here. Both Stefan and Radic flop and top pair here. Could get dicey. Stefan going to be able to get away from top pair here if Radic does bet. Which he will, by the looks of it. Does bet. 1.2 million. What's Stefan going to do here now? I assume he's at least going to call 1. See what happens on the turn. Got to take into account here. Oh, he does announce all in. And a pretty quick call by Radic, guys. We could be down to 7 players here. I don't know if that's a bit of an overplay from Stefan there with the top pair weak kicker. Or top pair somewhat good kicker. I mean, I probably would just call the turn there and then reevaluate. Or sorry, call the flop and then reevaluate on the turn, if I'm being totally honest. See what he does in terms of he bets again and whatnot, but he's not in great shape here, Stefan. He did get very lucky to stay in for the final table against Giannis, turning that ace, but right now is in need of help. And he does not get it. So Radic eliminates Stefan. We are down to 7, guys. We are now on this ticket bubble here for this 10k ticket for the WSOP main event, which will be happening in Kings later this year. Radic doing Radic things, chipping up. It's a common theme we saw of this day 3 coverage. So well played by him. We are down to 7, guys. 1 more elimination, and there will be, everyone will be guaranteed the ticket. So here we have the final 7 players, guys. Got Radic, chip leader now, which is interesting. Got Paul, more or less level in chips, excuse me. Hadi and Sylvia in third and fourth with 44 and 39. Moritz and Andar, 36 and 20 big blinds. And then ZGG with 17 big blinds in 7th place. If we get back to the action here for hand number 91. Welcome in, Bird, mate. Bad balls, the buy-in is 250. Guaranteed prize pool there, the prize pool itself matched up to 610k, so huge prize pool, mate. 2,915 runners, bro. Pretty sick field and massive guarantee. What the fuck, indeed. 91,000 euro for first, yeah. It's pretty ridiculous, no? I think somebody in the chat, Apocalypse, had it there, 406x the buy-in. Pretty insane. But here we have Sylvian just taking on the pot with the ladies. So there was a total of 2,900 players bad balled. 2,915 to be exact. The top 6 players are guaranteed a 10k ticket as well, bad balls, which is on the bubble right now. So next player eliminated will not get a ticket, excuse me. Radic here with pocket 10s. The heater continues for this man, chip leading the table now. Obviously Paul, similar stack size. He's got ace queen here. I mean, he does elect to call. I was going to say 3-betting could be an option there, but you don't really want to be going too out of line here when you've got the same chips. There's a guy who's raising from under the gun +1. So the GG with a hand here. Again, this is the ticket bubble, guys. We can't really be getting too out of line here because there's 10k at stake here as well. Obviously all players right now are guaranteed 12k or so. But let's not forget there's an extra 10k added on to that 6th place due to the ticket. So 10s here, deciding to check on this flop from Radic. All here probably will check this back, I would say. But he elects not to, which is interesting. So ZGG is going to be getting out of the way here. Radic, on the other hand, probably not so much. He just check raises all in. Jesus, that's a... I mean, imagine Paul had a 6 there, guys. Jeez, that's that could have got bad. I mean, probably don't have to check jam there, no? Check raising is probably okay, but check jamming, debatable, I would say, at the least. A bit out of line there from Radic, in my opinion, or a little bit unnecessary, I should say. Anyways, he takes it down. He does take a 10 to 15 big blind chip lead on Paul at the moment. I'm sure Paul won't mind. I think everyone that's left in this table right now are just here to just get that ticket, and then whatever happens after that happens. So here we have Paul opening the 10-9 offsuit, Moritz cold calling the 6s, and Hadi getting out of the way, I would assume, with the Jack 7 offsuit. He does end up calling the Jack 7 here. This probably is a little bit on the looser side. Sixes still technically ahead here, but might not realise that, especially if Paul starts with a bet here. But even if Paul does bet here, I would assume Morris will peel one in position. It's not really a hand here you can call and then fold on this flop, I don't think. I mean, if you do somehow manage to hit a 6 on the turn, that's probably going to be payday, but regardless, you don't think you can fold 6s here just yet. He does elect to fold. Not too keen on that. You can understand the decision somewhat, but out of position I would definitely fold. In position I think we can peel one. See what happens on the turn if Paul continues betting. He is going to end up taking that down. Not too sure about that one now, guys. I think 6s should be a peel in position there for 1. But maybe just decided to pass on a close spot there where probably not a good, not a lot of good turn cards, I suppose, but still. Do you think we have to peel 1 there versus the size that Paul made it? But anyways, we'll move on to the next one. Hand 94 here, guys. Sylvian coming in for a raise. 7-6 suited, pretty looking hand in early positions. Folds around to Zijiji on the button, gets out of the way. Hadi, not much to do here. Radic probably will end up folding here. Always nice to raise that under the gun and just get a walk, or whatever way you want to phrase it. Get all folds. He does chip up here, Mr. Sylvian from France. Viva la France. But yeah, there's just a lot of play left in this tournament, lads. As I said, we're just over 5 hours. 5 hours, 15 minutes according to what I see on Twitch here. Still a bit of play left to go, I would say. Another couple of hours of the coverage. We started today at 2:30 Central European Time, 1:30 here in Ireland. And we are on a 30-minute delay as well. So we have Paul raising UTG here with the Queen 10 off. Or it's getting all the way there. See GG, pretty looking hand here on the cutoff, but probably not going to be investing. Hadi here on the small blind. King 5 offsuit, same thing, just going to be going in the middle. He does elect to fold. Radic gets all the way pretty swiftly. Sylvian might be tempted to flick in a call here with 6-3 suited. I think versus what Paul will be opening under the gun is going to perform pretty well on average. That's exactly what happens. Pretty good flop for Mr. Paul. Not much going on, unfortunately, for Sylvian, so I assume this is just going to be a bet fold. As Sylvian gets his creative boots on. I can't imagine that's going to happen here. It's going to be a pretty easy check fold, I would assume. Paul does fire out a continuation bet here. He does take it down. Does take it down. Yeah, I'm just trying to imagine what the hand is going to be like to knock out the next player, guys. Because whatever about getting knocked out in 8th, 9th, 10th, and whatever position before that, you do not want to be the bubble boy of this ticket. So you do not. Oops, apologies. But yeah, you do not want to be the bubble boy of this ticket. Bad enough being the bubble boy of the tournament cash itself, not making day 2. But yeah, being that 7th place finisher doesn't feel great, I would say. Doesn't feel good, even. It's pretty shit, I would say. Anyways, Moritz coming in for a raise here. See, bucket 6s. Got Radic here on the button. This is what I like. Seen this by Radic before. So, as I mentioned, the hand example that he played against Hadi earlier on today, where he did 3-bet the Queen Jack against Hadi's King Queen offsuit. So he's not afraid to mix this up on the button, and this does put a lot of pressure on Moritz here, where you will just probably have to fold. Probably will have to fold here, I'd say. He's actually thinking about calling here. He does elect to. Obviously a pretty bad board here for pocket 6s. Pretty bad board. Fortunately, he's just going to have to check fold here. He just opened shoves. I'm calling it now. Radic is going to win this, boys. He's either going to build up a huge stack or he's going to crash and burn. But this man has character. This man has character. This is something else. This man does not care. He's just putting the pressure on here, lads. He's putting the pressure on. Yeah, the Hollywood is a bit debatable board, right? I mean, I'm just very... if he continues to do this, something will happen in future where somebody will call. But, like, you know, it's just so difficult to call here, given that this is the final, or the bubble of the ticket, you know? And, like, you know, it's a little bit out of line in terms of the aggression, and probably to some extent unnecessary. But I'm just going to say it here and now. The man don't give a fuck. The man don't care. I mean, look, I think we can all agree that a smaller sizing could have got the same result there, but as I said, just putting max pressure on there is probably going to guarantee the result. Hadi actually folding the pocket 2s here, which is something we didn't see from this player before. We have Radic opening the Queen 8 suited in the cutoff. We got Sylvian getting on the 3-bet boots here. Making the price of poker 3 milli. Probably going to get a fold from Radic here. He does actually flick in the call, guys. This guy is here to play some poker. And it's a pretty decent board for Sylvian's hand. I really hope Radic doesn't get out of line here and do some check jam all in like he's been doing in some of the examples prior. Given that he has that tendency as of late, maybe Sylvian should potentially consider checking this back, and he does check it back. He does check it back. A lot of extra outs here now for Radic. Just check again. I wouldn't mind a stab here now from Sylvian. I don't think Radic is going to fold, but he does check back again. Interesting. I mean, Radic has to take a stab here now, given this has been check, 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 check. Wow, very surprised by that. That looks like he just gave up here now as well, with that body language. I mean, how can you think you win with King High here? I really wish Radic would have considered just taking a small stab on the river here, guys. Because, like, you just basically never win when you check. And this kind of looks like, you know, maybe some ace-king, ace-queen that might not call the river here, even versus the small sizing. Basically what Sylvian decided to do. But I really wish he would consider taking a stab on the river, given he didn't take a stab on the turn. But I do like how Sylvian played that flop. Checking back to realise equity on that board is never a bad strategy at all. But yeah, I kind of wish Radic took a stab there on the river. GG, getting out of the way here now. So Sylvian coming in for a raise here again. King 10 suited. Morris now defending in the big blind with the pocket fives. We go to a heads up flop. Pretty good board for pocket fives. And ask for much better than this in fairness, except a five itself. And Sylvian does come out with a bet of 1 million. Moritz might be considering a check raise here for some equity denial and protection. That does look like a raise. Pretty small raise here. This might not get the job done here for Sylvian because it's only 1.3 million more to call, 1.4 or so. There's 6 million in the middle. He only has 2 overs here and a backdoor flush draw. He might be tempted to peel. But we shall see what happens. Still might be good enough to get him to fold here. I think when they start talking like this, they might be less inclined to, and that's exactly what happens. So a decent play there by Moritz. Takes down that pot. Still 7-hander here, guys. Next elimination will not win a ticket. The pressure is on. Hadi with 10-3 offsuit UTG. In the middle. Paul here in the cutoff, probably going to flick in a raise here with his hand, and he does. See, GG probably will. Oh, he actually folds. Surprised by that. Folding Jack 7 suited there. I think there should be a defend even off that stack size, but maybe has the mindset of wanting to preserve as much chips as he can and wait for a more competent hand before he starts putting money in the middle. But Jack 7 suited there, still probably going to be good enough to at least defend, see what comes on the flop. See Radic missing this hand. Sylvian folding the Queen 10 off under the gun +1. Paul, on the other hand, might not be so lenient to do so with the King 10 off in the hijack. And there gets out of the way. Moritz going to be doing the same, I'd imagine, and he does. See GG out of the way as well. Folds around to Hadi. Will not be folding King Queen off here in the big blind. The shades are on. Both pairs flopping top pair here. Hadi having the redraw with the flush, with the Queen of Spades. I think Paul can bet here. I think Paul can check back. I don't mind either play here. Does elect to bet. Hadi is not going to be going anywhere. I'd imagine call is going to be the only play here, given the dynamic of the bubble ticket here. The bubble of the ticket. Do not want to be ballooning the pot here, even though you have the Queen of Spades. He does just elect to call. And we go to a turn. It's a brick turn, 2 of hearts. Changes, zilch, nada. See if Paul wants to bet this again on the turn or check back. I kind of personally prefer betting this and always checking back a river, which is what he seems to be doing as well. Definitely not a three street hand here, but you definitely have still equity to deny against the check call range on the flop. And he goes for a half pot bet, close to it. 2.75 million. I think Hadi has a pretty clear call here again. Don't think you need to raise here. Still ahead of some of Paul's betting range here. And call he does. So we go to a river here, guys. I can't imagine any more money going in the middle here from Paul, especially on that river. I mean, he was behind anyways, but whatever. Hadi was check calling on the flop here. For sure improves on the river most of the time. I don't think Paul ever expects to win here. Wow. Don't think this is necessary, mate. I don't expect you to win if you ever check back, but sometimes you will. Most of the time not, but still. He does check back, which I assume was going to happen, and I mean, pretty good river here for Hadi. It's the first pot he's won, more so on the final table here. Need to show the nuts. But I like how Paul played that. He'll probably do the same thing for the most part, bet 2 streets there just to get folds by, well, just deny some equity with some random hands with a spade, for example. Still potentially get value from worse King X, although it is on the closer side. be the way. Hadi takes down a decent sized pot there. Falls around to Hadi here in the small blind. Not the best hand in poker by any means. Still might be tempted to at least call here. Bit of a character, this Ric guy, I think. He does actually fold. Well, we know Ric wasn't going to be folding versus a raise. Possibly would have been raising versus a call if Hadi did decide to at least complete. There will be some hands that you just don't want to V-pip in that situation where it is folded around to you, and I'm probably going to agree. In terms of 10-5 offsuit, is going to be one of those hands that you probably don't want to overinvest, to say the least, with that hand. It's a pretty bad hand, even in that situation where it is folded around to you in the small blind. Here we see Paul turning up the heat here and waking up with the King Kongers though. See how this unfolds. Obviously Paul is not going to be putting any more coin in the middle. In terms of Ander, if he wants to 3-bet jam or just go for a 3-bet. He does elect to ship it. Again, this is never going to be that weak of a range here, given the dynamic of this bubble of the main event ticket. So given that Paul is opening UTG here, this is going to be a very strong 3-bet all in here from Ander. And he takes no time in folding. 22 big blinds. Ander is on now. And they're getting out of the way now with Jack 8 suited. See, GG probably going to be shipping this in the middle, I would assume, for 11 bigs. Not going to be too overly happy about it, but probably one of those situations where you just kind of have to accept your fate. It does look like the triangle is going his direction for an all-in. 2 quick folds from Cutoff and Button. Sylvian getting out of the way as well, as does Paul. He does take the blinds and antes. Which in itself is not a bad result, guys. So here we have the chip counts, guys. So Ric and Paul, the 2 head honchos of this final table so far. Hadi and Sylvian closely following in 3rd and 4th. Moritz in 5th, Ander in 6th, and ZGG is the shortest stack with 17 big blinds, or 13 big blinds, excuse me. I do think blinds will be going up in the next 15-20 minutes or so, guys. It's usually around the hour mark each time. I do think we will be going on a break as well in the next 15 minutes or so too. We have ZGG shipping it with the ace-queen off. Got Radic calling. This could be it, guys. Although ZGG is going to be in good shape against the ace-jack. Didn't really hesitate in the call there. Says, I want that ticket. So Radic needs a jack here, or some picture cards, including a queen. But preferably we'll just take the jack. This is what I'm saying, guys. You don't really want to be doubling up the shorties. But that has not happened as of yet. Here we go. It's a pretty good flop for ZGG. Some running straight outs for Radic. And that is dead on the turn. So a sigh of relief for ZGG. One of the shortest stack on the table. Now has 26 big blinds, guys. So that's what I'm saying. That variable you didn't really want to happen, because now these guys are deeper. More breathing room, you could say. But yeah, Radic decided to go for it in that situation. So ZG now is on 29 big blinds now. It's probably a top 5 stack now at this stage. ZGG under the gun here. We do not know his cards as of right now. But he has the ladies, the mamacitas. Pretty looking hand to have, just after getting a pretty nice double up. Does come in for a raise. So just under 3x, 2.6, 2.7x here, which is quite a big sizing. Bigger than usual in terms of min raise and stuff like that, but still okay. Folds around to Moritz here in the big blind, who will probably have to defend 9-7 suited. Definitely too good of a hand here to start folding, even though it is from under the gun. It'll be a pretty standard call. We do go heads up here, Moritz versus ZGG. Does have a gut shot here, Moritz, excuse me. Obviously some of his gut shot outs possibly might not be clean on an 8 of clubs. ZGG though, probably going to go for a bet here, or a continuation bet. Which looks like what is happening. 2.1 million. Decent sized bet. Probably going to be a fold here for Moritz. He does elect to fold. So hand 106, guys. 106 hands already today. Close to 6 hours of coverage, just over this 5.5 hour mark. Hand 106, as I mentioned. Hadi under the gun, 7-3 off. Out of there. As is Radic, Sylvian. Folding also, Paul. Might be tempted to raise this, and he does. Man is relentless when it comes to raise first in. Doesn't really care. Just putting pressure on those shorter stacks. See GG though. Wow, that shouldn't be a fold there with the Queen 5 suited, in my opinion. This guy is definitely overfolding, which is making Paul's opens a lot more profitable. And maybe Paul knows that. Maybe Paul knows that, taking advantage of GG folding far too much in that situation. Because we saw two examples of the Jack 7 of hearts and now the Queen 5 of hearts of overfolding versus a raise. When there are two examples of pretty decent hands to defend versus a open from the cutoff especially. Although probably versus most formations it's going to be fine, in my opinion. You have Andar here now, ace queen suited. Coming in for a raise, as it looks like. Jacks a off here from Moritz. I do think we are going to be on a break after this hand as well, guys. A 14 or 15 minute break, I believe. You guys will have to stick it out for a shorter period of time until this bubble bursts. Won't be happening before this break, I don't think anyways. You have Hadi in the big blind here with the ace 7. Does flick in the call. On go the shades. Both flopping a pair, but it is monotone. Neither player has a diamond, obviously, and they're flopping top 2. Definitely want to see a bet here. I'm surprised that he checked back top 2 there. Oof. This could get a little bit costly here for Hadi. He does elect to check again, interestingly. Does Andar want to start betting here? Given he blocks so much of the continuing range with full house. He does elect to. Which could spell trouble for Hadi in the situation, who also has a pretty strong hand here, especially in this line, checking twice. 750k is the bet. I don't think he's ever going to raise here because I don't see the merit in doing it. If Andar is bluffing, just let him bluff. Just elect to call. Pretty unfortunate river here for Andar in terms of getting more value. I don't think he's going to get any more from Hadi now, although he might call a small bet. But it would have to be pretty small. Something around the 1 to 1.5 million mark is probably the max he is going to get here, I would assume. He leads. Well, this is very unorthodox from Hadi, and it's going to cost him a couple of chips here. Because Hadi, I mean, should I say, Andar probably can't believe his eyes here. That he's getting led into on this river. And for a decent size as well, guys. There was probably about 4.4 million, 4.5 in the middle. Andar facing a 2.5 million chip bet. I mean, once Andar announces all in here, Hadi's going to get the bad news. He's going to have to fold. Not really sure about the 2 million chip bet. But I think he's going to have to fold. 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 river lead like he did. Don't think it makes too much sense. I would be very, very surprised if this is ever a bluff. Or sorry, if it's ever not a bluff, or if it is a bluff. Apologies, guys. But either way, super, super strong line here from Andar. I mean, he obviously cannot call here. This is the first time this has happened to Hadi, where he's kind of made some moves here with a hand that, in my opinion, is unnecessary. I would just check call the turn like he did and just check fold river in this run out facing the bet. Matthew Brez coming in with the aces and the all-in triangle. But yeah, I mean, so given the dynamic here, guys, I think we're all very much confident that this is never going to be a bluff here, ever. We're going to have some cojones now to find a bluff here in this bubble of this ticket. I'm not sure what this Hollywood is about, with all due respect to Mr. Hadi. Although he did kind of dig himself into this hole by playing the hand the way he did. I mean, Andar doesn't really look nervous either, does he? I mean, he cannot call this, guys. He literally beats nothing. This is like, again, Andar does not look one bit uncomfortable here. He's playing with a goddamn dice, guys. If you were bluffing here, do you think he'd be playing with a dice? Let's be real. If he was bluffing here, he would be just still. He looks way too comfortable, way too relaxed, whatever way you want to phrase it. But again, without the body language, this is just never, ever, ever a bluff. If Hadi finds the call here, man, I'd be absolutely blown away. In shock. I'm saying, guys, the longer you take with a decision like this, the more excuses you potentially find to call as well. Was that binding? Chip over the line. See, this is like, man, the body language here from Andar is just ridiculous. Like, it's way too comfort. I mean, if the players knew what he had here, that he was taking this long with, I think they'd be pretty shocked, I would say, because this looks like Hadi potentially might have the king of diamonds or something, and now he's in a spot where he's facing an all-in. But if the players knew that this guy had ace-7, although maybe this is probably a better call potentially than some king-high flush here, because you block more full houses here with the ace-7. But regardless, that's kind of what I was saying already. You're just nearly finding excuses to call here with this hand. But arguably this could be better. But I suppose Andar isn't really repping flushes at this point when he does raise all in here. I'll give him that. But either way, nobody's going to find a bluff here in this situation. Very, very infrequently. And if they do, they're a maniac, given the situation of the bubble of the ticket. With all due respect. Right, it's dead. Man, he loves a good Hollywood, Hadi, in fairness to him. Yeah, I'm not too keen on that either. He thinks he's good, but he's actually just wasting time. Yeah, he probably was, to be honest. But anyways, guys, we are going to go on a break here. There's the chip counts as of right now. Ticket bubble is still intact. Next elimination, everyone will be guaranteed that ticket. But until then, we are going to go on a 15-minute break, or 13, 14-minute, whatever it is. So we'll catch you guys in a momento, all right?
Because I want it actually to go open. But we can see it. We will see it. I can tell you about it.
Ditto saying, is his real name Fire at Will? It is indeed. Change it. Oh wow, what a sick setup.
I mean, Yusuf could very well 3-bet jam all in. We've seen him do this.
Yeah.
Loves to get his money in first.
This is 25 bigs. He's going for the 3-bet bluff. Oh, sorry. 3-bet bluff. 3-bet fold. It's interesting, this, like, feels like a bit of a disaster to 3-bet fold if our opponent's going to be jamming you 9s, 10s, jacks. I mean, if that's the case, if we're planning on 3-bet folding, then it just makes more sense to flat and see flops. I'm assuming this is going to be a 3-bet fold, although Yusuf yesterday in certain spots did kind of get a bit sticky.
Interesting. Flat call from Fire at Will with the ace-king suited. Card holder on top of his cards, and both players miss Fire at will. Has him covered. Youssef is making a continuation bet here. Looks like 115. It looks like Fire at will is going to give it up. What looked like a disaster for Youssef. He's found a way to win this, and Youssef just won't believe. Hey. I'm getting the feeling, Henry, that Emil is just not comfortable with how this table's unfolding. He likes to take charge, Emil.
Does.
Become the table captain and kind of set the tone, but it's just not happening for him. Hello, Ace King. Back to visit Mr. Bond once again, of the spade variety on this occasion, 75.
Oh boy. Maybe, just maybe, that previous dialogue exchange between Robert and Mr. Bond is going to get Emil to make a mistake pre-flop. It doesn't, does just defend. Wow.
There's got to be action, Henry. Top pair versus the good shot, backdoor spades, 2 overcards. Mr. Bond has a lot going on here.
We know what the brutal card would be.
Okay, what are you? Jack is coming. Oh, stop it! It's unbelievable. This could be the end of Emil Bissey, Henry. What a card.
Wow. 2 outs once for Emil. You can see the remaining jacks dead. Mr. Bond
How can you read this guy?
turning the stone cold nuts. Wow.
Check raise,
Snap
snap call. I mean, it's brutal. It really is. Now, Emil Bissey with the redraw to the full house. If he doesn't hit Henry, it's sayonara. Former champion on the ropes. Queen or Jack, Mr. Bond stands up.
Brutal stuff here for the champ.
Sick turn card, 7 on the river. Elimination for the former champion. Massive pot.
Know the history. You just don't know what's been going on at the tables.
Now Ross smells blood here. Mr. Bond on a downswing. Check back the flop with his good shot, and now Ross Gaff is going to try and steal this.
No idea. Not sure about this bet, not sure about this defend. I think this is very player dependent. And well,
That's just remarkable, really.
We now river showdown. Oh, sicko.
Mr. Bond.
The absolute
What has
sicko.
happened, this man? It's a completely different player to yesterday.
Gaff hasn't snap folded, by the way. Alright, let's see. Okay. He looked extremely suspicious there. He's like, he's got ace queen with like the ace of spades. You just gotta love this guy, man. This guy, Mr. Bond.
Geos. With the enough flush draw, his overcard could be good. He's going to have a big decision here, Henry.
Easy fold. Easy fold.
Stinka obviously gets out of the way, and Naros folds. Jan Jorgensen has none of this. Georgius, does he want to take a spin? That's the question.
He's asking for a count, but I don't think he ever calls here. Just not getting the right price. I think maybe I think you're right. Like if he knows the ace is good, then maybe. But like running into like ace 10 of diamonds is a disaster. He's got 48% equity though. Needs to call 1 mil to win 1.5, meaning he'd need, what, 33% equity. He's got it.
Georgius. I mean, he's just not a punter, right?
No, you don't come this far to just punt it off with a flush draw. You're pretty frustrated that you don't get to see a turn card, but you know, you're like, why did he bet 300k or something like that? But
Mr. Bond letting rip 460k in the pot, and he just jams the lot in. Georgius, he makes the call, Henry.
Wow,
That's quite remarkable. I actually was leaning towards what you were saying. You convinced me, Henry. But Georgius, both players with the same stack size. Woo! 9, up and down straight draw to go along with the flush draw.
what a turn card.
6 is good. Jack is good. Ace is good. King of spades is no good. 2 pair for Mr. Bond. 1 million shove on the flop.
Let's go.
Now
Mr.
we have a player
Bond.
with a stack. 2.5 million. Hey. I'm getting the feeling, Henry, that Emil is just not comfortable with how this table's unfolding. He likes to take charge, Emil.
Does.
Become the table captain and kind of set the tone, but it's just not happening for him. Hello, Ace King. Back to visit Mr. Bond once again, of the spade variety on this occasion, 75.
Oh boy. Maybe, just maybe, that previous dialogue exchange between Robert and Mr. Bond is going to get Emil to make a mistake pre-flop. It doesn't, does just defend. Wow.
There's got to be action, Henry. Top pair versus the good shot, backdoor spades, 2 overcards. Mr. Bond has a lot going on here.
We
We'll
know what
just
the brutal
check
card
calls.
would be.
Okay, what are you? Jack is coming. Oh, stop it! It's unbelievable. This could be the end of Emil Bissey, Henry. What a card.
Wow. 2 outs once for a mil. You can see the remaining jacks dead. Missed the bond.
How can you read this guy?
Turning the stone cold nuts. Wow.
Check raise, snap call. I mean, it's brutal. It really is. Now, Emile Bisset with the redraw to the full house. If he doesn't hit Henry, it's sayonara. Former champion on the ropes. Queen or Jack, Mr. Bond stands up.
Brutal stuff here for the champ.
Sick turn card, 7 on the river. Elimination for the former champion. Massive pot.
All right, guys, we are back. We are back. Still 7 players remaining in our German Poker Master. Still a ticket. Bubble needs to burst. Radic leading the way here, very closely followed by Paul, Sylvian and Hadi in 3rd and 4th place. Zijiji in 5th, Andar in 6th, and Moritz in 7th place. As you can see, guys, all 25 plus big blind stacks, so still plenty of maneuverability between these 7 players remaining. Not much separating these guys, as you can see there in the payouts. Top 6 players guaranteed that, plus T, which would be the tournament ticket, which means they're guaranteed a 10k WSOP main event buy-in ticket worth 10.4k. So there's an extra 10k on top of all that prize money from 6th place onwards. So you're talking over 100k payday for 250 buy-in, which in my opinion is disgusting value. There was a total prize pool of 610k in this tournament for 250 buy-in, guys. Over 100k up top. Insane value tournament, as you guys can see. But here we are, back to the action. 7 players remaining, guys. We are just over 6 hours into this coverage. Got Moritz here now with the King Jack suited. He comes in for a raise. You see the blind's gone up to 300 and 600k, guys. So stacks become a little bit more shallow. Chip counts you saw previously would have been not taken into account this blind increase. But still, see Radic here, technically the chip leader. He's still got 48 big blinds, guys, so he is definitely not feeling the pinch, but as I said, even Moritz, I think, is the shorter stack on this table. Still has 19 big blinds, so far from in the danger zone, as they say. But yeah, still have a couple of hours of coverage here, I would say, before we get down to a winner. Folded around to Radic in the small blind. Comes in for a raise. Just take it down. Just take down the second pot, I should say, after this comeback from the break. I hope you guys are enjoying this coverage of the German Poker Masters. I for sure am. I'm sitting in front of this PC for 6 hours as of so far. And I can imagine there's at least going to be another 2 or 3 hours of coverage of this event. So buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. Unless we see some pre-flop coolers here, we'll be playing for another while. Hour-long blinds, guys. Kamara's getting out of the way here. ZGG. He was the shorter stack coming into this final table, has recouped, or at least built himself a reasonable stack size now on 29 or 26 big blinds, excuse me, something around that vicinity. We do have Sylvian here in the small blind raising into Paul. Paul's got Queen 9 offsuit. Going to be pretty standard call here. Might be tempted to 3-bet here sometimes. Does make it a little bit over 3x in terms of the raise first in sizing from Sylvian. But I do think Paul is just going to call here. And call he shall. Flop comes 9 high. Not a lot going on for Sylvian here, and a pretty bad hand to have on this board, I would say. I would probably just check fold here if I was Sylvian, but we did see some examples of him double barreling. Not against Paul, but I think it was against Hadi earlier on in the coverage. See Paul taking a stab here with top pair. I think checking it back wouldn't be a mistake either, but prefer just stabbing here and just taking down the pot. 1.8 million is the bet. And Sylvian does elect to check fold. Paul takes down that pot, 6.4 million. Moritz here now in the under the gun. Maybe folding, I'd assume. Fold he shall. Got Hadi now, 33 big blinds. Fold around to Sylvian here again. Probably not going to be opening Jack 4. Paul, 7 Doohy. Not sure how much Andar has here in the big blind. He does elect to go for the steal here. Does make it around 2 million, I think, or 1.9, something like that. 1.9 it is. And Andar, you're going to have to fold. See Paul asserting his dominance. One of the main, or one of the head honchos, I should say, on this final table so far in terms of chip sizing or chip stack itself. As I said already, he seems like a pretty confident player, knows what he's doing. Two folds here now. And they're here now with the 9-6 off. Does elect to just check call, call here. I got Moritz just immediately shipping the pocket eights, maximising fold equity in that situation. Most of the time, from what we saw here, people have not really trapped with too much of a strong range when they decide to limp with the small blind. I think I saw Paul doing it with ace-9 suited. Outside of anyone else, seems to be a pretty weak range, which again is going to happen, but it'd be nice to see that happen where somebody does jam over the top. But again, given this is the bubble of the ticket, can't imagine players are going to get too out of line in terms of shipping over a small blind limp. We have Paul here in the cutoff, again attacking what appears to be GG's big blind here. We cannot see him fold here again. So he does eventually decide to defend here. We saw him overfold two hands, in my opinion, the Jack-7 suited and the Queen-5 suited against Paul's raise first in from the cutoff. Nice to see him finally defend the hands that he should be doing. But Paul flops well here with top pair. Imagine he's going to go for a bet here. Does elect to grab some chips and fires in about 800k. That is it. It's the fold. But yeah, we've seen Paul pretty much do that every single time it has been folded around to him on ZGG's big blind. And he's raised pretty wide. So he's definitely aware of ZGG's defending frequency, or just an assumption that he has that he's not defending enough. We've got Radic here with the Queen Jack suited, coming in for a raise. Looks like what, 2 million? Oh, sorry, 1200, excuse me, or 1.2 million, excuse me. Morris here on the button. Can't imagine he's going to do anything else except just fold. Fold he does. A3 off for CGG, not going to do anything, and Hadi probably going to have to fold here also. I'd like you to do a 10-2 offsuit. I see GG here now with pocket fives. I assume he's going to come in for a raise here. And he does. Falls to the big blind here. 10-9 suited here, Redick. Very nice hand to at least call. I imagine that's what he's going to do, but he might be tempted to be somewhat aggressive here, but hand play as well as a call as well. He does elect to call. See what the flop brings here. Not the worst board for ZGG's hand here. Probably just going to bet for some sort of protection, but he does check back. 3 of spades on the turn here. Redick might start leading this now. He does decide to check, as does ZGG. We can't see the river card as of yet. Jack of spades. Redick is definitely missing some spots to take stabs here. Just again, same thing with the Queen 8 hand. Never going to win if you check. So I'd like to see him potentially do that more often. Just take a stab on the river, especially when it's been checked twice. It's going to be a very, very weak range by the imposition player there. As I said, you're not going to ever win when you check 10 high there. You check some ace highs obviously on the river. But 10 high, probably never going to win, if I have to guess. See Paul getting out of the way here with the 8-5 suited, and there as well. Or it's with a pretty looking 6-5 suited, might be tempted. But it is elect to fold. I do not mind that. Hadi gets out of the way. We get a walk for Sylvian with the Queen 6. Not a bad complaint. Got a raise here now from Moritz with the pocket 4s. Got Hadi waking up with a pretty strong hand here in the cutoff, but the man's just going to go 3-bet fold here. But we did see Moritz peel pocket 6s versus a 3-bet earlier on, so he might be tempted to do the same here. I'll probably advise against it, but that is not up to me. He does take it down with the jacks, guys. Hadi now with the ace-2 suited in the hijack. See, Andar waking up with the pocket queens here in the big blind, but I'd say this is the max he is going to get. We do have another colour chip here as well, guys, just to hit you up with that. Does appear these yellow chips are probably 500k, I would assume. Maybe a milli. See Hadi debating what to do here. I mean, he's pretty handcuffed between all in and fold here, so I would have said fold is going to be the play. But as I said before, and I'll say it again, it's not the first time Hadi has done the opposite of what I predicted he might do. And this might be another example here. Solaris, welcome in, bro. Yeah, 7 left. It's been actually 7 for probably the last 2 hours, bro. We are on the bubble ticket for the main event. So players are not going to play Risk Avert, but I'm a bit concerned at this cold call here against Andar's shorter stack. We'll see what happens here. He does whiff the board here, Hadi. I mean, it's nice to have queens here with a spade, I guess. Obviously, king X or king high boards are usually better for the 3-better. So I can see Andar coming out for a bet here, or at least he should. You just don't need to bet too big here. Yeah, I was going to say something around the 2 million mark seems good. He will take down this pot this time. I was going to say 1.5 to 2 million seems like a pretty good sizing here. He does take it down. Well played, Andar. Up to 28 big blinds. Yeah, I'm assuming them yellow chips are probably a milli, guys. I got rid of the green chips. So we've got 100k whites. Pink is probably 500k, and then the yellows seem to be a milli, I would guess. So the green chips are RIP. So we have Hadi coming in for a raise here again with the Ace-Jack offsuit. A call by Moritz here in the big blind. He does flop a good shot, and Hadi does flop top pair. Backdoor flush draw as well for Moritz. It's kind of one of those spots that if Hadi bets too big here, it's a little bit dicey on this 2-tone texture, even though he has the backdoor flush draw. Yeah, the last 7 players here are here on this table, bro. It's currently 7-handed. 7 remaining. He does put in 1.5 million. He does elect to fold. I can understand that. Because it might be one of those situations that if you turn a heart, you might feel forced to defend again. So probably a sign of a good level of awareness there by Moritz with that hand combo. Just off that stack depth facing that 1.5 million size in there. There's another 2.5 big blinds or so, maybe a little bit more. Pretty close to 3 big blinds, you could say. So it had 16 big blinds behind if you did make that call. And some of his outs might not be clean. For example, the 9 of spades, king of spades, or 9 of spades in particular, excuse me. So we have Paul again attacking ZGG's big blind. He has done this every single time it has come round to him. An instant snap here from Moritz. It's not going to get called, obviously. ZGG would have been folding. A pretty immediate snap there from Moritz, but completely standard spot all the same. Sorry for my bad English. You're all good, mate. You're all good. No worries. It's my only language that I can speak, and even me, I have to apologize sometimes when I'm speaking. If you listen how many times I say excuse me. So do not need to apologize, mate. So you don't. Radic here now with a premium. Coming in for a raise. 1.2 milli. There's 2 folds. Folds around to the button here. Moritz. He does end up folding. See, GG here might be tempted to 3-bet this all in, but off this stack size, maybe calling is probably not a mistake here either. I don't think folding is an option here. We have seen him on a little bit on the more passive side, but off 24 big blinds, I think this is going to be a pretty standard call. Hadi here might be tempted to flick in a call here with 10-8, but I'm not sure how well this is going to play multi-way. He does elect to call, which I don't mind. Do go 3-way to the flop here, guys. Buckle up. Where are you from? I'm from Ireland, mate. I'm from Ireland. I speak mostly English here. So go check, check, check here. 3 checks on this situation. Be interesting to see if Hadi goes for a stab here on the turn once it does check through on the flop. Given he does have the gut shot here. He has to imagine that Radic's check back range on the flop here is going to be relatively capped. He does check again. Now Radic decides to stab here with the ace queen. Hadi kind of, I mean, just has to check fold here, I would guess. Unfortunately, it was standard enough there. He had the option to bet the turn there, but could have got dicey in itself. But here we have the chip counts again, guys. Not much has changed since the last update. Still the same players, more or less the same positions for most of them players as well. Chip stacks are pretty goddamn even. No player really dominating. See, 22%, 22%, 12, 12, 12, 10 and 9. Radic obviously leading technically in the pole position, but not much between him and Paul. As I said already, guys, we have some hours ahead of us for playing here. The blinds go up every hour as far as I'm aware. So next level, next 2 or 3 levels at most, we should start seeing a lot more eliminations, I would assume. Because stack sizes at that point will be a hell of a lot more shallow. Even the next big blind here, let me just check, should be the 400 and 800k mark. So we'll bring some players down to that 15 big blind mark if they don't accumulate chips before that. So that obviously will be in the next 30 to 35 minutes. At the next level will increase. And then you're probably looking at 500 and a million in terms of the next blind structure again. So as I said, probably the next 2 to 3 hours, which you see a lot more. I mean, it's not that I want this over. I'm thoroughly enjoying this, don't get me wrong. But yeah, just again, the blinds will increase, which will put more pressure, makes stacks more shallow, and obviously just force players to be all in. We see Hadi here coming in for a small blind limp with the Queen 6 offsuit, and Radic having none of it, raising it up with the Ace 10. And he does limp fold. It is what it is. I hope you guys are enjoying this as much as I am. We're just closing in, or just surpassed 6.5 hours of the stream so far. Got Paul raising it up here under the gun with the Queen Jack offsuit. Got CGG here on the button, or sorry, on the cutoff with Ace 6 suited. Probably going to have to fold, I guess. To have Hadi here on the button, the King Jack offsuit. Very deliberate player in his decision making. It looks like he's chopping out a 3-bet. It will work this time. Paul will not be able to continue and will have to fold. One would assume. Unless we see something spicy out of Paul. So it'll be difficult to do that because, again, just dynamic with the bubble. With the ticket is obviously still intact. But it could be more of a reason to do something erratic here, but he decides to let it go. I think he's more so just going to take his time there to not make it look like he had the holding he had and that he had some form of a decision. Doesn't want to make it too obvious that he's opening extremely light. Well, it's not that that's too light. You could go a lot lighter, let's be real. But, you know, not fold so swiftly. Make them think that he had some form of a hand. Folds around to Hadi here on the cutoff. Just going to be getting out of the way with Jack 3, as does Radic on the dealer. So it folds around to Sylvian here with pocket jacks. Pretty hand to look down at in the small blind. He does limp. This is something I was talking about previously that we don't see too often, or we have not saw as of yet. As I mentioned, we did see Paul do it one time with the Ace 9 suited, but now we see Sylvian going for a limp with the jacks. Little trappy. You should definitely be betting this flop though. You should be, yeah, I mean, basically what you should be doing in this situation is stabbing super wide here when you do limp from the small blind. The reason for that is you're supposed to still have some strong hands in this range. Koskavu is such a crusher, hyper aggro. Govascu is such a crusher, hyper aggro, always putting you on the test. Had him on my table. He took 25% of my stack before the table broke. Top 80 finish, Sage. I kind of had that impression, Depe. Kind of had that impression when, because he wasn't really on the feature table up until the final table itself. But immediately I could see why he had a pretty big stack. He was chip leader coming onto the final table, to be fair to him. And I could see why. So I immediately got that impression that he seems to be some form of a competent player. Well, yeah, hasn't really done anything wrong, but has been pretty, as you mentioned, aggressive. But aggressive for the right reasons, you know. As I said, that cut-off dynamic with ZGG in the big blind. He's literally been attacking that every single time. He's obviously has some impression that he might be overfolding, or some information that he is. He wouldn't be wrong. Yeah, but you've got to be doing some things like that to get down to this final 7 of such a huge field. Got to be exploiting some tendencies on the tables that you were on. Here he is now again in the small blind, deciding to just call. And Andar in the big blind will be checking this behind. Seems standard by both. Well, it's a pretty good flop for Paul. And just double checks, he flopped the flush. Verified. Verified. Lead he shall. Unfortunately, he's not going to get any action here. We shouldn't de-incentivize him from taking a stab on the flop, because I'm sure he's going to do it with some form of a wide range anyways. Either way, he had it that time. Top 80 finish though, bro, is a pretty good one nonetheless for a 2,915 player field, you know. Definitely wouldn't classify it as a bad run. So we have ZGG here now with the pocket 5s. Decides to fold, which is probably not a mistake, given he was under the gun +1, or just under the gun in general. Here we have Radic here coming in for a raise in the hijack. Sylvian getting out of the way. As is Andar. Moritz here now in the big blind, probably not going to be able to defend Jack 4 off. It's a bit too weak to do so. He does get out of the way. He does take down the pot, Mr. Radic. Hadi now with the king queen off UTG. Coming in for a raise. See a call here from Radic. Sylvian calling behind as well. So we are going to be going 3-way to this flop, guys. see, can we get a 9-6 king flop? Not asking for much here. It's a little set over set. Wouldn't wish it on anyone. Well, it's a pretty decent flop for the 9s. It's actually not a bad flop for the 6s either, given you have 6s with a club. Pretty much a whiff here for Hadi. I imagine he's just going to check on this board. Paul especially is running godlike on top of his capabilities. Saw sets and flop flushes on my table as well. Yeah, it's a dangerous combination, bro, isn't it? A very, very dangerous combination. The guy knows what to do when he doesn't have it, but when he does have it, as I said, a dangerous combination, mate. So we do see Sylvian here coming out for a lead. Well, not really a lead, but a stab, technically, will be the correct terminology, I guess. As I said, Hadi has no choice really but to check fold. Radek, on the other hand, might be tempted to flick in a call with some backdoor draws. Might think 6 is a clean out as well, which it would be, given he has a 6 of clubs. The 6 of diamonds comes, or the 6 of spades, it would be clean. Not likely that anyone has 8, 9 or anything like that. And Hadi does fold. I was going to say, I didn't expect this guy to fold. There might be other players on this table that would find the fold. I do not expect Radek to fold here for one. I don't expect too much ace-x in Radek's check call range either. Of course, he can have like ace-x of clubs. That would be a possibility. But outside of that, I have some ace-5 of diamonds. That could be possible. It just depends. Like, I just don't know how much ace-x he's going to call pre-flop. But there should be some, potentially. Just go check on the turn here. Queen of clubs comes on the river here. Again, I don't think Radek is going to turn this into a bluff, and it goes check river. And yeah, pretty good run out for, well, I'm not going to say a pretty good run out for Sylvian, but pretty nice hand for Sylvian to see. But I do think Radek's check call on the flop is fine. I think the backdoor equity there with that hand is going to be good enough to check call there, especially when he has somewhat of the chips to, I'm not going to say overinvest, but to make that call in the flop versus somebody that might have, I don't know, 15, 16 big blinds, so it's going to become a lot closer, or even anything close to 20. Radek had around 50, 54, 55 big blinds at the start of that hand. And there was some good backdoors going on with that hand, so I don't mind it at all. He still has 49 big blinds, so not a big deal. Moritz here now on the button, definitely going to be coming in for a raise. Raise he shall. I gotta say, previous commentary that I've done on previous situations where this 10k ticket was up for grabs as well on this bubble situation, similar. It did seem to burst a lot more easily. Or a lot more, yeah, we'll say easily. I think the level of play here by these players remaining, they're all, in some regard, somewhat competent in terms of understanding that this is obviously worth something here. I mean, obviously on paper we all can agree that it is worth something, but as I said, just from previous experience, I've seen guys punt it off here in these sort of situations with hands that were super marginal, but everyone in this situation seems to be pretty goddamn aware of what they should and should not be doing in this situation on this bubble. Definitely not overdoing it in any way, shape or form. So we got a bet here from Moritz, and he's going to take it down. You see small pots being exchanged by much of these stacks here. As I said, 20 big blinds is probably what most people have here as a base minimum. Forget what the chip average here as well. I think it's around that 20 million mark. Something along those lines. Yeah, 21 million. So you're talking 30, 33, 34 big blinds or so. So nobody is really that drastically under that. Most are at least close to it or above it. We've got Moritz here now with a hand. We can see Paul taking advantage of that early formation in terms of raising a little bit lighter, make it look like he's stronger. We got CGG here though with the pocket kings. I mean, given there's a raise under the gun, call here in the cutoff, I imagine just squeeze jamming is going to be the only play here. Just again off 22 big blinds here, just want to maximize fold equity. Of course you would like to get called here with pocket kings, but say you have 9s, 10s, ace queen, you're just going to be shipping it here, so you kind of have to do that with your entire squeeze range here. That's exactly what happens. There's already the guts of 3 to 4 million in the middle here of dead money. It's 33% of what CGG has, and he does take it down. He shows the kings. Shows the kings. There's a little chip up there for CGG. Just thinking back to the hand where I'm sure if whoever's been tuning in for the coverage of this day 3 before the final table, there was a spot where ZGG had pocket 9s on the final table bubble, and someone jammed under the gun, I believe, with King Queen, and Hadi called with Ace King in the small blind, and I believe ZGG had pocket 9s with 5 big blinds behind, and he ended up folding the pocket 9s. And I think everyone's perspective of ZGG, he did mention he wanted to make the ticket, or to cash for at least the ticket, so he decided to fold for that reason. And I was kind of debating whether that was correct or not. I did not think he was going to regrind to the stack that he has now of 26 big blinds. He proved us wrong, that's for sure. Anyways, got Andar here opening, and a cold call on the button for Hadi. I think Sylvian is not going to be throwing in another 600k here, even though he's getting a great price. Queen 7 going to play quite poorly in this situation. So we go heads up here. Two very, very similar sized stacks here. Some decent backdoors here for Andar. Again, king high boards here, usually for the raise first in. Especially early formation is going to be a relatively good board, but he does decide to check. Hadi does check back as well. Turns a flush draw here. Either or is fine here, betting small. Check calling, but he does elect to bet. Looks like 900k. Not the easiest call here for Hadi. Could be sometimes ahead and stuff like that, but I do think call is the play. See what happens on the rivers. If Andar does decide to check unimproved, we can just check back. And I mean, it's going to be a difficult river for Andar to bet here once Hadi decides to call on the turn. He does elect to check and goes check check. And he's going to win with the sixes. So just take down that pot. So we have Hadi coming in for a raise here on the button as it's folded around to him. Paul defending in the big blind as we go heads up here. Hand 133 here today, guys. Check, check, flop. Pretty good turn for, or sorry, river for Radek's range. Although Paul does have the king of clubs in his hand. He does check. Ah, Radek, bro, you got to take a stab there, mate. Can't win. Can't let somebody win there with king high, man. Just can't let that happen, bro. I've seen him. I mean, look, again, probably don't need to get too out of line here, given it is the final or the bubble of the ticket, but gotta take some stabs there with queen high there, bro, especially on an ace river. In my opinion, anyways. I feel like he could have gotten more out of that on the turn with two pair. Another heart comes out, and then the guy leads for 9k. I put him on a flush draw, re-race the 1 point, see if he calls. People playing way too safe and not looking for opportunities. No, I do strongly agree with that, Dan. It's a bit too, you know, another person would really maximise the situation and put the pressure on with the ticket being up for stakes here. But yeah, I do agree. There is a lot of passivity, which you know you're going to get regardless, but kind of nearly need someone to take the bull by the horns, so to speak. Because I do think there is. I mean, you could argue Paul is probably stretching that in terms of, like, you know, raising a lot wider than everyone else, I suppose. But I definitely agree. People are definitely playing too safe. I get the tendency given the dynamic, but fair play. We are all on the ticket bubble. True. No, but yeah, I do think there is some spots that people are probably missing, but it's not easy when there's a 10k ticket up for grabs. But we do have a 3-bet jam here from Andar from the big blind. Again, like that, this is just not going to be a call with this hand, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, you can have a think about this, but I'm pretty sure the conclusion you're going to come to is just going to be a fold here for the same reason that we've discussed already in chat. That it's going to be a better spot than sevens. Not going to lie here, if you have like 9s and 10s here, it's probably like super marginal as well, given the situation with the ticket. But yeah, I assume he's gonna fold here, I guess. As I said, I think if you had like 9s or 10s or even jacks here, guys, it's pretty pretty goddamn close, in my opinion. 9s and 10s definitely. Jacks might be a little bit more plus EV, we'll say, because you do dominate some of the other pairs that will 3-bet jam here in this situation, like 8s, 9s and 10s itself. Jacks is going to be doing well against that if that is the case. But 7s here I do think is going to be a pretty easy fold. Yeah, for sure, Bird. No, that's the thing. Like, you know, there's the 10k itself, man. It's an extra 10k on top of 6th place. So I do understand the tendency of the risk aversion that this table might be showing. Again, I don't blame them. You know, as you said, it is a fair. It's like what's for 6th place? Let me look here. The 6th place is like 16k, so like it's like 55% on top of that based on the ticket as well. So for sure, it is a huge pay jump from 7th and 6th based on that. But I do still think there is some spots where they're probably still missing some I don't know, too much passivity in some situations. But as I said, I do agree the pay jump in that situation is pretty extreme. And at the same time, you've been battling hard for the last 3 days. You are down to this situation from 2,915 players. You really do not want to, how can I put it, fuck up right now, put it that way. After 3 days of hard work. You see Paul taking down this pot with a raise on the button. But yeah, definitely don't want to mess up at this point. It'll be quite difficult to sleep tonight knowing that you made that mistake if that was to happen. But I've seen people do it in these situations before, guys, from previous streams that I have done coverage on. Not saying I want it to happen again, but I just don't think that you know there isn't really. As I said, the players that are left in this tournament seem to be all pretty goddamn competent in this exact situation. They understand that, like, the importance of it. It's not like someone else wouldn't, but you know, somebody might have a tendency to just gamble, and these guys are just don't have that tendency, which I'm not saying is a bad thing, by the way. If anything, it's probably a sign of a pretty competent player. You know, getting away from pots early because based on your stack size and not over-investing and all that. But again, we have the chip stacks, guys. Not going to lie, has not really changed that much since the previous update. I'm pretty sure it does this every 30 minutes, but yeah. Paul leading the way, Radic, Sylvian 2nd and 3rd, Hadi, Andar 5th and 6th, or sorry, 4th and 5th, and then CGG and Moritz 6th and 7th. So as I said, everyone's still on that 20 big blind mark. I mean, to be fair, this is actually a pretty good example of maybe how you should be navigating this ICM spot here based on the ticket variable. Especially when the 1 hour blinds, guys, you can kind of wait around, I suppose. And the stacks are pretty even. There is no like one horse that's like, you know, miles ahead at the moment. You know, 1st and 2nd, there's only what, 8 to 10 big blinds between them, if even. We do have Moritz open jamming here with the King Queen suited, or sorry, King Queen off, apologies. And it is going to get through by the looks of it. It does get through. Hadi can't do much in the big blind. But yeah, the chips are very, very even. That's the other thing. You know, usually there might be one of a potentially shorter stack, or, you know, 1 horse pony, so to speak, that's leading the way. Just doesn't seem to be the case right now. Nobody really wants to double up anyone. But at the same time, guys, we really haven't had relatively close spots. Like, we haven't really had like ace king suited into ace queen suited, or jacks into tens or anything like that as well. So that's something to take into account. There hasn't been very, if any, close pre-flop situations where people have had massively difficult folds, or very, very close spots where they may or may not take them. So you kind of have to take that into account as well. We do have Andar coming in for a raise here. And will be folded around to Radic in the big blind, who has got ace 10, who will be defending at least. Definitely will not be folding this hand in this situation, and he does flick in the call. So we will go to a flop here. Pretty decent flop here for Andar. Oh, sorry, Radic, excuse me. Not the best flop for Andar, but ace high board here, never going to be bad for the race first ins range overall, and he does go for a c-bet. I'd like to see Radic call here based on this board texture, and he does flick in the call. This one I like. Pretty dry board, not many bad turn cards. You could argue maybe an 8, a 9, king or queen is probably bad. This is not the worst, but it does give Andar more equity with the gut shot. So I imagine this does go check check on the turn, and that's exactly what happens. And I can imagine Radic just going to be taking a stab here on the river, obviously for value. I mean, Radic doesn't know what a bet is. What it is, a bet. So it is definitely a call, yeah. Now he's got some moves in him as well, Demi. We saw some 3-betting and stuff. Post flop can be a little bit debatable with some of the decision making, but we did see him find some 3-bets in him that maybe I may not have found myself if I was in that situation. But anyways, half pot bet here, more or less, from Radic on the river here. And again, when the in-position player checks behind the turn here, he's going to be very, very capped in terms of a lot of like air and just very, very weak bluff catchers. I mean, I don't think we're ever calling 8s here. And we do get the fold. So we do see Radic taking down a pot up to 49 big blinds. I think the blinds are going up pretty soon here, I think, as well, guys. Versus Radic, easy fold. Yeah, well, I think against most players with the pocket 8s made, it's probably going to be a pretty standard fold anyways. Hard to see many bluffs on that river that 8s is ahead of. So yeah, the blinds will be going up in another 30 minutes, guys, so they will be on 501 milli. That'll definitely, again, put a little bit more pressure on the stacks, make them a little bit more shorter. 13 million won't be, 18 million won't be 23 big blinds. It'll be down to 18, 19, so it'll become a little bit more shallow. Again, like that, when we're playing short-handed poker, guys, as you're all well aware, the blinds do come around more frequently. A long day for these guys at the table as well, between the last 3 days of playing, guys. I think it was probably 10 hours in total yesterday, maybe even longer, probably around the 10-hour mark, 10 to 11 hours of playing. We're already coming up on, what, just over 7 hours today. I'm not sure how many hours they were playing the day before for day one itself. Probably something similar. We do have an all in here now from ZGG. And gets it through by the looks of it. Paul does fold in the big blind. We've Hadi now in the hijack. Does come in for a raise. See Paul here now in the small blind. Is he tempted to defend here? Probably wouldn't do it myself. He does elect to fold and does the big blind. Got Radic waking up with ladies here, coming in for a raise in the hijack. Do get a call here from Sylvian. Paul here on the button might be tempted to flick in a call or even a squeeze here. I do think maybe calling might be a little bit better potentially. Really selects to fold. We do get the call here from Moritz in the big blind as well, so we're going 3-way to the flop here, guys. Could be an interesting one. Spoke too soon. Pretty dry texture to say the least. 922 rainbow. You see a bet here, a pretty big bet. Well, half pot I suppose, can't be bad from Radic. We do get a pretty ambitious call here from Sylvia, and this is pretty ambitious, as I said. Not sure why he's calling ace-10 here with 2 overs. Not even a club on the board. Doesn't make a difference because he got an offsuit hand anyways. But this is treading weirdly in terms of over-investing. 9 on the turn here. Just check. See Sylvian reaching for chips here. Radik's got a look on him, and he doesn't reach then. He reaches for chips and checks back, eh? Interesting. See if Radik goes for a bet here on the river. He does check. Man, missing some value, bro. God damn. Bit unfortunate there from Radik. Should definitely contemplate betting that river again. I don't know if he's going to get called, but I can guarantee you one thing: if he gets raised, he should be pure folding without any hesitation. So I definitely think he should be bet folding. But yeah, very, very ambitious call by Sylvian there on the flop, multi-way. A raise here now from Sylvian. Falls around to Moritz here in the small blind. Now to Zijiji. Probably going to find a fold here, although I wouldn't blame him for calling. It's not the worst hand you can peel here versus the min open. He does elect to fold. I got Radik here now under the gun with ace queen. Sylvian here now under the gun +1, debating something. I'd like to call. Andar here now with pocket tens. Assumes he's just going in the middle from this man, given his stack size of 13 big blinds. And Radik might be tempted to actually call this. He does ship it in the middle. We'll see if Radik decides to call here, as I mentioned. We did see him snap call ZGG before with ace jack when he did ship UTG. He's asking for a count here. He does call. This could be it, guys. We could be finally bursting this bubble. ace or a queen. See what happens here, guys. Best of luck to both players. Pretty big sweat here for Andar. I mean, doesn't want to hit a set now. So he does not. Always a sweat, guys. Always a sweat. It's a pretty safe turn. It does kill some of Radek's outs here with the flush completing here, given obviously Andar has the 10 of clubs. So it's an ace or a queen, non-club. Ace, queen, or 10, I should say, excuse me. 5 outs. And the 10s hold, guys. Bubble has not burst. We're still playing for the ticket. Radek was not letting that hand go after he raised. I severely doubt. Pretty unfortunate for Andar to lose that there. I said you don't want to beat that guy who's the bubble of this ticket after outlasting 2,915 players. Thankfully, he does not have to tell that story to his mates because he has doubled up and he's in good shape now. 26 big blinds or so, if not a little bit more. Six-five suited here for Sylvian. He does come in for a raise from under the gun. Come Moritz here now off 13 big blinds. Got the aces. I mean, again, all in is only going to be the play here. He does elect to 3-bet here. This is obviously very, very strong off this stack size. Hard to imagine he never really has 3-bet folds, I would say. Yeah, this just looks like uber strong here with aces, guys. Really just better off 3-bet jamming here. I know it's not great when you never get called, but this looks like 10 times harder, or stronger, I should say, than if you just jam. I mean, we both know Sylvian isn't calling. Or maybe he might end up calling given the price he's getting to try and stack this hand that is basically pretty face up here. He has to understand that it's like he never has like ace king here. He does decide to call when he's getting a good price here, don't get me wrong. But I do think Moritz should just 3-bet jam this, guys. I don't know what you guys think. But he does not hit anything on that flop. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame Sylvian for calling there when it's basically a mint 3-bet. But I might not even bother putting in an extra, whatever, 1.8 milli. Because it's exactly what it is on the tin. Probably aces only, maybe kings. Moving all in here from Moritz. Open jam and the ace king suited. Not going to get a call from Hadi. He does take it down. Got Hadi here on the cutoff with Queen 10 off. Looks like he's coming in for a raise. Paul in the big blind here with 8-5 off. Probably can't really defend here versus this sizing. It's a pretty weak hand. Maybe he might find a call, but possibly not, I'd say. He does elect to fold. I got Moritz here with the king jack off, getting all the way under the gun. CG here, CGG, excuse me. Open ship in the pocket eights. Let's see, can somebody pick up a hand behind? Oh, look at this, guys. We finally got some action here. Paul waking up with the rockets in the small blind. He does decide to call. This could be the end of ZGG after his commitment to trying to make a ticket. He's in trouble here. Bit unfortunate for ZGG. Hopefully the aces can hold. We finally burst his ticket. That's no disrespect to ZGG. We shall see what happens. Pretty unfortunate spot for him nonetheless. He still has outs. A snowman, please, Mr. Dealer, is what he's praying for. And there's no 8 on that flop, guys. Does have backdoor spades. Oh my god, guys, a 2-outer on the river. No way. Wow. No way, lads. This is typical bubble fashion. This is typical bubble BS, guys. And now Paul is on 19 big blinds. And ZGG is on 34. Madness, guys. Absolute madness. What a turn. What a turn card for ZGG. Horse for Paul. But again, nothing you can do about that. It's a very, very unfortunate turn card. I think ZGG is destined to make a ticket after making that folds with 9s earlier on. And now getting pretty lucky there. And here we have the chip counts again, guys. ZGG, I mean, is actually technically the tournament leader here now. After winning that pot, 34 big blinds was the amount. There is absolutely nothing between these players, lads. Nothing. One player loses versus a double up. Pretty much hurts the other player a lot. The buy-in Olympic was 250, bro. 250 euro. 250 euros. See Hadi raising here with the Queen Jack off. Paul in the small blind here. Might be tempted to cold call here. Sorry, on the button, excuse me, but he elects to fold. Just take down the pot with the Queen Jack, not complaining. So can't get over that pocket eights hand, lad. Versus cases. What a heartbreaker. Well, the blinds will be up in the next 30 minutes or so, guys, I believe. So we're still on 400, 800. So there will be a break in the next 30 minutes, I think. So we're going to raise here for Radic, excuse me. Looks like he is. There should be a defend here for ZGG in the big blind. Defend he shall. Pretty good flop here for Radic. Probably going to be a bet fold though, unless he bets quite small here. So he just flicks in a milli. And he does elect to fold. I'm not surprised by that on that texture with that combo in particular. This is what I'm saying, guys. People might make that mistake of over-investing with that gut shot there on that texture. Weaker players. I have not seen anyone do that so far with the remaining 7 players here. They're very, very aware of them situations, on them textures with certain hands. They're just investing like one big blind there, or over-investing in general. It's just going to end badly. So very, very situationally aware on them textures. So, as I said, some weaker players might over-invest there because they have a gut shot. I haven't seen that happening from anyone on this table. Sylvian now picking up as he King Kongers. Radek fucked up something I was eating. Not that he fucked up anything, mate. Just kind of the chips evened out, bro. Everyone kind of has around the 19 to 34, 35 big blind mark, mate. You did lose probably one pot, man, but there's been a lot of hands probably played since you've come back, lad. So yeah, I can't remember the specific hand in general, but we're still on the ticket bubble here. Does not want to seem to let up. So we see Hadi defending here with the ace-10 suited versus Sylvian's kings. So we are going to see a c-bet here from Sylvian, one would imagine. So there's a check here from Hadi. Something around the 1.5 here seems good. 1.4. Stacks were deeper here. We would definitely see a call, I would say, from Hadi, but again, same situation here. Doesn't want to start over-investing with one over and a backdoor straight and flush draw. And kings showing. Ace king here now for Sylvian. Ace king and kings back to back. Comes in for a raise for 1.6 milli. You see Andar here getting all the way with sevens. As does Hadi, and Radek gets all the way too. Takes it down with the ace king. As I said already, guys, these stacks are super, super even. I don't think as I said before, I don't think I've commentated on a ticket bubble like this where it's been extended this long. But I do totally understand the reason for it. As we move on to the next hand. See Paul raising it up here with the ace-8 off. Sylvian defending here, Jack 5 suited. So we go heads up here, Paul versus Sylvian. Ace 8 versus the Jack 5. Piece for both. The backdoor equity for Sylvian, not ideal. Just has the middle pair. Does have a backdoor straight draw, but placing a bet here on this flop might be already somewhat close. So we'll see what happens. Does elect to bet. Not gonna lie, I'm definitely learning a thing or two about this. How ICM is a huge, huge factor. He does elect to call for one anyways. He does have a pair. There's the 8 owns the turn, which improves Paul's hand strength. But I don't think he's going to be getting any more from Sylvian. I hope to finish today his fold, the ace 10, yeah. It's been a long one, Stellaris. I do think it will have to finish today, mate. I don't think they need to extend it any longer. For however long it takes, it will be done today. We will have a winner. The blinds will eat people eventually, even if that takes until 2 or 3 a.m., which is another 4 or 5 hours away at that stage. The stacks will be pretty shallow, I would guess. We do have a bet here from Paul on the turn. I imagine it's going to get the job done here from Sylvian. I am very surprised by that call. Very surprised. I mean, he's going to face the jam on the river here now if he does check. Can't imagine. I mean, his call of the turn is pretty ambitious. A lot of rivers where you don't know if you're good. Even your 5 might not be clean. 5 of clubs, for example. I mean, pretty easy jam here for Paul regardless. I mean, I can't imagine this is going to get called, lads, with all due respect. If it does, I'll be absolutely gobsmacked. I got away from this on the turn at most. He does find the fold. Yeah, as I said, probably a bit ambitious calling that on the turn with all due respect to Sylvian. That's what I mean, guys. You need to be careful not to overinvest in spots that are super close with hands that are very marginal. That would have been a prime example there. Calling flop seems obviously fine. Turn seems like a mistake at least. Looking at the facial expressions from Sylvian. Still seems a bit bewildered. Hadi here now with the ace-4 offsuit. get a bet here now from Paul Omsey Toon. Hadi with the 4 of spades in his hand. Might not feel too inclined to invest in this situation though. Well, as I said already numerous times throughout this coverage, guys, it wouldn't be the first time that Hadi has proved me wrong. So we're stuck with this till like 2 a.m. 2 a.m. would be nice, yeah. I mean, as I said, if it does take another 2 or 3 blind levels with this shenanigans, lads, it will happen eventually. Just got to, how do I say, be patient. Although, it's being stretched right now, I'm not going to lie. Especially with the aces versus, ooh, we got a spicy thing going on here though, guys. Seems to be a race ski here. He does fold. Nice play from Hadi. As I said already, guys, the man has proven me wrong again. Man's got moves in his arsenal. But yeah, 2 a.m. 2 a.m. would be nice, wouldn't it? I'd take that. I'd take that all day, bird. At this stage, it's hard to say when. Also, at this stage, it's better off not even worrying about when. Get this bubble burst first, and then we can contemplate life after that. Kamara's here now, ace-8 suited. Looks like he's coming in for a raise. Coming in for a raise. Looks like he's going to work. Fall around to Andar, who does get out of the way with the 10-7 suited. Which might be a call for someone else. I'm not going to lie, I missed the raise first in sizing from Moritz. Should have had the words at least. Yeah, at least 2 a.m. Aye. Probably going that direction, I'm not going to lie, but I have seen things change pretty quickly with some of these variables. But yeah, this is for sure one of the longer bubbles that I've done commentary on. For sure. It doesn't seem to be getting any shorter. Does not seem to be getting any shorter at all. It's Radic here now with the pocket fives coming in for a race ski, 1.6 milli. Ace 3 here for Sylvian. Probably just going to be folding. I take it back. This might. I wonder is Radic going to find a call here? We have saw him not really raise fold these hands, and Andar wakes up with the pocket tens. He really, I don't think he can fold this. I mean, he obviously has to worry about Radic behind, but tens in this situation, guys, is pretty goddamn strong. So let's see how this unfolds. Oh, wow. Man, don't know about that. What do you guys think about that one? I mean, what a massive result for Sylvian, though. A huge, huge result for Sylvian getting the fold there from tens. I mean, I get the fold. I just don't know if you can fold tens there. Or maybe it is a fold. This is one I do not have a Scooby about, guys. I don't know if some ICM wizard is in the chat. Do let me know. Because that one seems pretty goddamn close, to be honest. If Sylvian ever watched the highlights of this and saw that result from Andar folding that hand, easy rejam from my bed. That's what it feels like, Glad. I'm not going to lie, mate. Like, this is what I'm saying, man. Like, people were kind of the same, like, in terms of it is on the bubble of the ticket here, but dude, that for me doesn't seem like a fold at all. Easy rejam from my bed, though. I think that's self-explanatory, mate. I was nearly expecting the fives to call. Greets from my couch. From my couch. Was a call if there was no one behind, I guess. I mean, that all-in looks crazy strong from that position. Oh, it's horrible all-in, though. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting the impression that Sylvian, I'm not going to say has stopped giving a shit, but he's definitely probably taken some form of an initiative in terms of the being a little bit more call happy, like that Jack 5 hand, instead of being a little bit more on the fold happy side. Obviously, we saw an example there from just 3-bet jam and the ace 3 off. The jam probably is not good. I'm sure we can all agree with that. Definitely a call with no one behind for sure. Well, yeah, I do still think intuitively that should have gone in the middle. But, you know, preserving your stack at this stage, guys, is probably still very, very applicable and very, very important. But as I do strongly believe that tens in that situation, it's probably still going to be a pretty easy Orijanski. Doesn't seem too phased by it anyways. Yeah, we'll be going on a break, guys, in about 10 to 50 minutes as well. Another 14-15 minute break. Hopefully after that, one would hope and imagine that the bubble might burst for this ticket. Just might. We'll have to wait and see, though. You have ace king here for ZGG versus Moritz fives. Imagine this is going to be a 3-bet jam here from ZGG, or 3-bet at least. It's going to be a pretty quick fold here from Moritz, I would imagine, as well. He does fold. King Jack here now for Andar. coming in for a raise. Do have Radek here now in the big blind with 8-4 suited and elects to fold. Folds around to the button here. Hadi. 10-6 offsuit getting out of the way. Do have an all in here from Radek with 6-5 offsuit. I mean, probably can't call this in fairness, boys, given the situation. I mean, even if he knew that Radek had 6-5 offsuit here, he cannot call based on the dynamic of this ticket again. As much as he may like to, or may want to, I should say, he's not going to be able to call this. If this was a potentially situation outside of this ticket bubble, I think I would understand the call. If it had burst already. But given it has not, he is going to find the fold. Nice to get away with the shove though with the 6-5 offsuit, no? Nice to get away with it. We get Paul to win the pot there with the ace-jack suited. You see, and they're coming in for a raise here after Paul's limp in the small blind. Gets the job done with 7 Dewey. Sylvian here now with the Jack 8 suited in the cutoff. Coming in for a raise. It looks like he's going to get it through, although Moritz should be defending the 8-5 suited here. He does elect to do so. Just flop top and bottom. We do see Sylvian flopping top pair as well. Pretty dicey board though. Pretty dicey board. Does elect to go for a bet though. We just see an all in here from Moritz. Sylvian does call. This is interesting. So Moritz, in pretty good shape here to get a double up, although equities have run him pretty close here. That is correct in terms of what we see here. So we do have an all in. We do have an all in here. Paul says, why you ask for 7? I would ask the same question, bro. See what happens here, guys. 7 would be pretty unfortunate, I would say. I mean, a 6 would be pretty bad as well. A 9 or a 4 would be pretty bad as well, no? Oh my god, lads, this bubble is never going to burst. You can't be serious. You can't be serious, lads. What the hell is that run out? All right, let's reassess. How about 4 a.m.? I think 4 a.m. is a lot more realistic, Bird, no? And anyone else in the chat. 2 a.m. is way too inaccurate in this situation right now. What the hell was that run out, boys? Seriously. Oh man, insane. I feel unfortunate for Moritz there. Got it in really, really good. No, definitely not allowed before the bubble. I don't think they're allowed anyways. This will last for forever. I know, mate. Who are you telling, eh? It's just funny because Paul was saying, don't who asked for a 7? Never thought about runner, Paul, no? Pain. Insane, boys. Between the aces versus the 8, 2 outer on the turn, and then runner straight in that situation. Madness. 4, I called for 8. I don't think anyone could have predicted runner there, lads. But as I said, Sylvian was probably pretty happy that happened. Pretty happy that did end up that way because he was in fairly dire circumstances if he did not get lucky like he did. But I think we are going to go on a break after this hand as well, guys, for 14-15 minutes or so, like per usual. So we'll see when we come back. Will this bubble ever burst? At this rate, not really expecting much. You see, is the GG calling here on the turn with the pair of 8s. He does river the straight here, Sylvian. It's going to be hard to get called here in this situation, although it is a queen of diamonds, or sorry, an ace of diamonds, excuse me. I don't think no matter what he bets here, snap fold. So I do think we are going on a break, guys. Yeah, we are going on a break. So I will see you guys for when the bubble bursts when we come back. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Lost all hope at this stage. I will catch you guys in 14 or 15 minutes or so. There are the chip counts.
Make it 65k with the 5-4 suited, but look at Youssef, ace-jack suited. He's going for the 25k big value chips, which tells me he's going to 3-bet. Not what Georgios wants to hear with 5 high. Youssef. Does put in the 3-bet.
And yeah, he's got 40%, so an amazing price. Like, he needed 25. Oh boy.
Well,
oh,
I mean,
he might be in
it's
trouble.
just lights out. How often are you drawing dead on the flop and no limit hold'em?
Oh, go on, Yusuf, knuckle it, bro. Oh, like bet small, like B33.
Tiny, like 3 blinds.
Oh, he's going smaller. Go on, yeah, B20's fine.
Now, if I'm Georgios and I do make the call pre-flop and I flop it up and down straight, I'm certainly continuing.
This is six sizing here. Does just call. That's some very exciting hands in the last orbit or so. We all know what the action turn card would be.
Georgios misses 705,000. Now, Youssef, please go super small, Youssef. There is no, you have an absolute lock on this hand. Keep your customer interested. 200k. Please don't go all in. 200k. Perhaps Georgios considers the check raise. Do you know it'd be even better, Henry? Check back. That would just be quality. Nothing to fear. Stone cold nuts. Love it. 150k.
I think when we're blocking the flushes that could call, and it's more likely that Georgios has like a pair with a spade, or like a hand like King Queen. Yeah, nice lay down. Well, I say nice lay down. 5 high. But yeah, off to the first break of the day, and what an exciting end there.
Folds under the gun +1. He's folding under the gun. Great situation for Jan, particularly with his image.
Grace.
Here we go.
He has become super active.
George, this is out there.
Now he opens with the goods. Mr. Bond with 7-5. Took a little bit of
I
a
knew
hit.
it! I knew he was gonna.
Yeah, he's just.
I knew he was gonna flick this in.
I mean, this is.
Oh, this is brilliant.
It's emotional.
Boys and girls, we're playing
It's
for
like-
over 200,000 euros, and these boys are out here swinging. I knew he was going to call, man.
7-5 off in the small blind position. And he hits a pair.
Oh, here we go, boys and girls.
Okay. Fasten your seatbelt.
What on earth is happening?
And Mr. Bond is going to feel like he's ahead here a bunch of times, isn't he? Particularly against someone like Jan. Are we going to see a check raise?
I think it depends on sizing. That is...
Well, that's a huge 3/4 pot bet, it looks like.
I mean, a fair play to him. He's going to get value from it.
Hello. Oh boy. It's kicking off here.
It really is. A 7 would be so disguised as well. Alright, that's going to probably hand over.
I'm not sure, Henry.
All in.
Well, it is now, for sure. I mean, Jan with the ace of clubs. I mean, what's he trying to do? He just wants to clear out all the hands that he's absolutely crushing. I think this is a mistake from Jan, Henry. I mean, I've got my customer, I have him interested, and now I'm just killing him off here on the turn.
You've seen Mr. Bond rattled.
If you tell you what you have, I tell what I have. I show you.
Well, Mr. Bond won't want to tell him.
Tell me the truth. Huh? Pocket 7?
Make it 65k with the 5-4 suited, but look at Youssef, ace-jack suited. He's going for the 25k big value chips, which tells me he's going to 3-bet. Not what Georgius wants to hear with 5 high. Youssef. Does put in the 3-bet.
And yeah, he's got 40%, so an amazing price. He needed 25. Oh boy.
Well,
Oh,
I mean,
he might be in
it's
trouble.
just lights out. How often are you drawing dead on the flop and no limit hold'em?
Oh, go on, Yusuf, knuckle up, bro. Oh, like bet small, like B33.
Tiny, like 3 blinds.
Oh, he's going smaller. Go on, yeah, B20's fine.
Now, if I'm Georgius and I do make the call pre-flop and I flop it up and down straight, I'm certainly continuing.
This is 6 sizing here. Does just call. Had some very excited hands in the last orbit or so. We all know what the action turn card would be.
Georgios misses. 705,000. Now, Youssef, please go super small, Youssef. There is no, you have an absolute lock on this hand. Keep your customer interested. 200k. Please don't go all in. 200k. Perhaps Georgios considers the check raise. Do you know it'd be even better, Henry? Check back. That would just be quality. Nothing to fear. Stone cold nuts. Love it. 150k.
I think when we're blocking the flushes that could call, and it's more likely that Georges has like a pair with a spade, or like a hand like King Queen. Yeah, nice lay down. Well, I say nice lay down, 5 high. But yeah, off to the first break of the day, and what an exciting end there. Feels like the type of hand it would be a disaster to raise fold, right? Versus this lineup. No. Okay.
I mean, that would have been just high level stuff. The flat call with the queens after the undergun limped. 3.5x raise from Santos with the queens. Youssef folds, and now Mr. Bond with ace-9.
Looks back at the ace before looking at his second card. Nope, hasn't improved. Still the 9 of spades. So the big blind get through as well. Oh, wow.
It's cooler. And look, Jack will be in the bin.
Oh, that's so sick. Oh, we're going into
Robert
break as well.
Kukoska. I mean, it's over. There's no escape, Henry. He's going to put his money in. Never doubted it. Georgios, I mean, this is just a snap fold. But the noteworthy part of this fold is that one of the jacks will be going over the line. Snap call from Santos with the queens.
Yeah.
It's a really bad situation.
Spades working for Robert. As Finton mentioned, and one of his jacks already dead. So it's a one out type of situation. You can see his reaction. I mean, it's pretty grim, man. He's been so patient with this short stack and
absolutely horrible.
Finally chipped up a little bit and just gets jacks into queens. No.
Chop possibility?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, we'll take a sweat, right?
Well, that's the end of that. Jack of hearts, and Jack of hearts only to save Robert. Well, Robert has Santos covered, but it's a big blow for Robert.
All right, guys, and welcome back to the German Poker Masters. as we try and burst this bubble ticket. Here we have the chip counts as they stand as of right now. Everyone is very, very closely matched in terms of chip stacks. Andon Radic, top 2 players. Hadi and ZGG, 3rd and 4th. Sylvian, Paul in 5th and 6th. And Moritz in the 7th place position. As you can see from the payouts, guys, 6th place is only guaranteed that 10k main event for the WSOP E. That will be happening in King's Resort later on towards the end of the year. And we have seen the blinds just increase from 500k to 1 milli. So we get the action up and running here. Hi guys, sorry, excuse me, sorry for the silence. I was just finishing something briefly to eat. So we have Hadi in the small blind here, pocket 2s folded around to him. We got a raise from Hadi. And Radic just folding in the big blind. So yeah, guys, we saw some interesting hands in forms of possibilities for the bubble to burst for this ticket. So 8s, cracking aces, all in. And then we've seen top and bottom pair on an 8-7-6 8-7-5 two-tone. Where Sylvian had Jack 8 and Moritz had 8-5. All went in on the flop. We got a runner straight for a chop pot. Stuff you could not write about. Got to see it to believe it. And we definitely witnessed the situation unfold. So we still are trying to burst this bubble ticket. We got Radic ramming all in here. Sylvian folding on the big blind. Radic taking down the blinds and the antes. So you can see, as I mentioned already, guys, these blinds are gone up to 500 and 1 million. Which makes these stacks that little bit more shallow. Puts a little bit more pressure on some of the shorter stacks. Some people might have 13 or 14 big blinds now. I've been off for an hour and still 7-handed. Sick bubble, yeah. Invictus it is, mate. As I just mentioned already with some of the previous hands that we saw just before the break. Some ridiculous spots with 8s being cracked. Oh, sorry, aces being cracked by 8s. And then another spot where a player had top and bottom. Another player had top pair. Then we got runner straight for a chop pot. So yeah, sick bubble indeed, mate. As I mentioned already, also, this is for sure one of the longer bubble tickets, or ticket bubbles I should say, that I've commentated on. But yeah, great entertainment for you guys. There's still probably a lot to learn in some situations in this spots on ICM with this ticket bubble. But yeah, still 7-handed, mate. We are 8.5 hours into this stream as well, bro. In case you wanted to know that information, we got Moritz just taking down the pot here with ace-4 suited with a raise. Not complaining. Hadi now in the hijack, contemplating opening the king 3 suited. Which he does seem to be electing to do. Seems to be going for 2.1. Seems to be the number there. We do get an all-in from Sylvian, and I'm pretty sure that'll be the end of this hand. Not sure. Just getting the counter, obviously, Sylvian. Hadi going to be folding. We were so short before having one eliminated, but then it was a split pot. Yeah, that's what I was just saying, Bert. It's also close at that point. But back to the drawing board, as they say, mate. Back to the drawing board. See, Hadi deliberating as he always does with every decision. I'm still trying to figure out why he does this. I mean, you can take some time to think to make it not look so obvious that you have a weak holding. I think this time frame is a little bit, with all due respect, somewhat excessive. He does eventually come to that conclusion of folding. You see Sylvian chipping up. That's the GG picking up the pocket jocks. Let's see how this unfolds. It's going to be coming in for a raise off 21 big blinds. Hadi getting out of the way with the fives. Hadi gets out of the way with the king 9. Sylvian with a pretty looking ace 5, but not good enough to play. Just falls around to Moritz in the big blind, and he mucks. On to the next one, as they say. Sylvian here folding in the hijack. Fold around to Moritz in the small blind. Might be debating to raise here, I would say. Don't think limping would be a mistake either. That looks like a raise. King six of hearts here for ZGG. Definitely cannot fold. Probably always going to call, I'd say. Moritz doesn't look too comfortable with the hands on the head. And he does rip it. Possibly. I wanted it, yeah, to ZG. Read into that. With the hands on the head. But again, like that, guys, look at how close in chips this is here. Pretty insane, to be fair. 26 big blinds, 24, 23, 23, 22, 15, and 11. You're probably not going to come across a final table that often where it is this evenly spread out in terms of chips. It's probably the first one that I've saw that has been this goddamn close. Pretty goddamn close. Moritz is the shorty at the moment, who is going to be feeling the pinch a lot more than the other players will. But still, if he does get that double up, he's technically could be chip leader. That's how screwed this is, so to speak. We'd have ZGG with a little trappy here, maybe with the ace-5. He does check back Hadi with the 6-3 suited. Not the best flop for either player. And ZGG does elect to check. As does Hadi. His turn, a pair of sixes on the turn to take the lead. ZGG checks pretty swiftly again. You see Hadi, excuse me, reaching for betting chips. Definitely want to bet for protection here, and I imagine ZGG is going to snap fold. That's exactly what happens. Fold around to ZGG here on the button, and imagine he's going to be doing the same thing. Hadi folding 7-4 offsuit. Nice to see the players interacting here with a bit of humour as well, with what's up stake or what's up top, or should I say what's even at stake here. They've been battling for quite some time here. I'm sure they probably know each other off the table as well, or at least know of each other. Moritz open, ripping the 9s in the hijack off 11 big blinds. Sylvian asking for a count. I mean, probably still a fold here. Don't blame him for at least considering it, but Debalia, welcome in. How are we doing? Debalia, apologies if I pronounced that wrong, mate. That could be a female, I don't know. Hard to tell through a username on Twitch, with all due respect. But welcome in nonetheless. We'll roll with that, so. We'll roll with that, Debbie. And he does elect to fold. Yeah, welcome on in, Debbie. Hope you're doing well. We see Moritz taking down that pot with the all-in ski. We see 9s. I think they don't finish today. Well, I think they do, Stellaris. I think they do, mate. I'm fine, just watched the Irish poker tourney, finished and jumped here for some more poker. Yeah, I'm Irish myself, Debbie, so had a couple of mates. I'm covering for Dan, obviously, who normally does the comms for the King's channel here on Twitch. So I'm a mate of his. So he was up at the event for the weekend. He managed to make day 2, late into day 2. I think he finished 256th or something. I think 109 went into day 3. So he almost finished up in day 3 there, but still a decent run. Cash for 2.6k or something like that, I believe. But yeah, I was watching a little bit of it earlier on, or even yesterday. We do have an all-in here from Paul versus Sylvian's limp. Kind of a downside of limping the Jack 10 suited there. Instead of just open ripping it yourself, kind of have to limp fold, unfortunately. A pretty decent hand in terms of equity. Yeah, Stellaris is very convinced that they're not going to be finishing up today. I think the players might fall short potentially after the bubble burst, guys. Yeah, I heard they did the deal three-way, right? Got like 250k a piece and then played for the remaining 50k or something like that, Debbie, I believe. Mistake me or correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened. There was one Irish guy left in it, I believe, or an Irish flag, I think, anyways. One or two Irish players on the final table, I think. Maybe someone from the UK as well. Are you Irish yourself, Debbie, or were you just watching it because there was like 3,000 or 4,000, well, 2,000 or 3,000 people watching the PokerStars stream, I believe. No, I'm from Poland. Just love poker and play myself. Nice. Just like me, bar the Polish part. I like to play poker myself, mostly cash games though, and online. Not the most prolific poker or tournament player, but Dan likes to tell me that I have a good intuition about it, so told me I'm not a bad commentator as well, so here I am. But yeah, we are nearly 9 hours into the grind here for the coverage of this final day of the German poker. We do have ace king here for Radic. And this could be the bubble, lads. Top pair here for Moritz with the flush draw, and top pair, top kicker for Radic. Of a relatively short stack here. I think the money is going in the middle. I have to guess. Not much more both players can do here, and he does decide to ship. And a pretty quick call here from Radic. So here we have it, guys. This could be the bubble burst on. Let's see how this pans out. I mean, how do we say it? Running sevens, running jacks. Ace of spades. Ace of clubs on the river. Or ace of spades, ace of diamonds on the river. Pretty close spot here for both players. Radic just a slight favourite, but here we go. Six of spades on the turn, a 5 or a spade, or we will be losing Moritz. No spade for Moritz. That is it, guys. We finally burst the bubble. Unfortunate for Moritz, nothing more he could do there. Completely standard. Once that hand went post flop, somebody had to be the bubble boy or girl. Well, technically boy in this situation. But either way, we do have the bubble finally burst for the main event ticket, guys. So all players guaranteed that Kent 10k ticket. Well done, everyone. Unfortunate for Moritz. So they're all guaranteed. Guaranteed that's 16k now. 26k if you do include the tournament ticket, the main event one that will be held in Kings later on this year. Finally burst, guys, and we are now six-handed. So good luck to the rest of the players involved. Also played mostly cash, but I started learning more tournament strategy to play some. Maybe I'll show some in Razvedov soon. I mean, guarantees like this, Debbie, I wouldn't blame you. This was a 250 buy-in. 2,915 players entered. Generated a prize pool of over 600 and close to 610k. You're looking at over 100k for first, 91k as a cash prize, and then 10k ticket on top of that. So I would not blame you to take a stop over for at Razvedov. There once last year, an amazing casino, amazing poker room as well. And this is week in, week out, from what I can see in terms of schedule as well. Seems to be pretty consistent with the guarantees and the series running, as I mentioned, most weekends. Always something happening at Kings. And obviously multiple, I mean, probably a cash game running every single minute of the day as well. We have Paul here, coming in for a raise in the hijack with A7 suited. Hadi here now with Queen Jack suited, pretty looking hand. For sure going to be at least cold calling. And he does call. On go the shades. Flop does come queen high for Hadi. Pretty good flop for him. Not so much going on for Paul. He does elect to c-bet nonetheless. I imagine it's... maybe see Hadi deciding to check jam here, but calling wouldn't be a bad play at all. Might actually be the best one. He does elect to call by the looks of it in terms of the chips he's grabbing. It's nice, Debbie, yeah. Funny that you mentioned some MTT stuff as well, because my birthday was October last year. And Stars, I do play a lot online for cash games. And Stars gave me $50 for tournament tickets. And it was October last year, and it's still sitting in my account. I have not used it. I have not the willpower, well, not so much the willpower, but the enthusiasm or motivation to sit there playing a tournament, unfortunately. Obviously, this is an exception. Doing a favour for my mate. But yeah, when Stan asked that he wanted to go to the Irish Open, I could not say no to that. In terms of covering for him, I mean. But this just ended up checking down. And Hadi is going to win. We got the bubble indeed, lad. We did indeed, mate. Only in real life casino and home. Yeah, I'm not too one. I actually don't play much live at all, guys. I'm not going to lie, personally. I just find it pretty convenient just to load up a few tables online. Put in my 4 to 6 hours on a daily basis when I do grind and chill out for the evening then. I mean, you can probably get like, I don't know, a couple of 100 hands an hour. Pretty sure you probably get like what, average 15 to 20 hands an hour here when you do play live. So yeah, a bit of a difference in terms of volume, and obviously poker is very volume based in terms of getting accuracy in terms of your results. But I will agree, live games are for sure, without a doubt, softer and probably better. But I do like the competitiveness of playing online. I can see Rado is back on the chips. He is indeed. For now, anyways. I don't see how big field will be, but I bet huge. Yeah, for sure. For sure, defo. I mean, there's going to be a lot of variance in that, Debbie, in fairness as well. A lot of, I mean, just in general, like big fields are going to take a lot of, you're going to have to avoid a lot of spots. Get lucky in a lot of spots before you can get that big payday, I would guess. But yeah, a lot of variance in obviously the bigger fields, but payday a lot bigger. Oh, for sure. At least one bullet, Debbie. At least. So here we have a bet here again by Andar on the turn, and he does take it down, which I don't mind. What cash games do you normally play, Debbie? Stakes wise? 1-2? 2-5? One, two mostly. Still good good stakes in fairness. I mean, there probably isn't anything really smaller here that runs for live games. We do have an all in here from Paul. You get smaller games online, but I do play 2-5 online and 1-2 and 2-5. Mostly just 2-5 though, myself. We have an all in here from Paul. Hadi might be tempted to call this, but given it is under the gun here from Paul, might be a little bit closer here from Hadi to call this, excuse me. He does elect to fold. And he does get it through with the ace-king. Does get it through. You speak pretty good English, Debbie, in fairness, for somebody from Poland. Although, in fairness, I think maybe English might be, I'm not going to say common over there now, but maybe more of a younger generation might be more kind of common to speak more English frequently over there, potentially. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to go asking somebody their age that I don't know. All right, so we got a raise here from Hadi with the ace-6 suited. Radic here, attempted to find some 3-betting chips here, which he does seem to be counting out. It does look like a 3-bet. I don't think Hadi, I mean, he has the tendency to call 3-bets quite a bit. And he does have some history with Radic as well. Here off the tail end of this baby, oh yeah. You came at the right time, ECW King. We just burst the bubble, bro. That probably took about 3 hours to do it. I would say at least 2. So you came at a good time. If you kind of came before that, it might have been like, might not have stuck around too long, but yeah. I think Radic's 3-bets are too small. I mean, probably don't have to make it too big, given the dynamic of the shorter stacks, bro, to kind of maybe get the same job done. I'd say anything from 2.5 to 2.6 seems like a good sizing for in position. Maybe going like 3, 3.2 out of position. Seems like a good sizing scheme with these stack depths. Not sure what his 3-bet sizing was there in terms of when he did 3-bet Hadi in the previous hand there with the ace-5. Maybe he was counting with like 3-bet folds. Maybe. Probably one player that you don't want to be 3-betting too much because we saw, well, I know because I've been doing coverage the last 9 hours or so. No, you're all good, Clad, you're all good. I was just going to say they're probably 3-betting. Hadi has been one guy that's probably been mostly calling 3-bets. So you could argue exploitatively you should maybe size up a little bit more to make sure you get more fold equity. But either way, he did get that one through with the ace-5. So well played him. We do have Andar here in the small blind raising it up with the ace-8 offsuit. CGG, pretty looking king-7 suited here. 6 big blinds is too small. Yeah, probably. I'm always 3-betting to like 3x, but that's not me. I'm sitting on the final table there. No, I do agree. I do agree. But you know, at the same time, it's not it seemed to work. As I said, it's kind of one of those things that can get a little bit dicey post flop, so you definitely don't want to be overcalling some marginal hands. And sometimes in position there, guys, going that 2.5, 2.6 can still. I always tell my students that I coach that if you can get the job done for a smaller size, then we should probably aim for that because of efficiency. 101k for 250, that's batshit crazy, isn't it, mate? Yeah, we were discussing that earlier on. ECW King. I think one of the mods basically done the maths of it. It's like 406 times your buy-in. Which sounds pretty crazy in fairness. Yeah, 250 buy-in made just over a 600 and basically a 610k prize pool, which is pretty sick. 2,915 runners, man. Take a bubble is done, but they're still playing like before. We will be here till 3 or 4. I know, mate, we were kind of discussing that as well, Clad. Only at Kings, yeah, for sure. Guarantees are pretty sick, mate. We do have Kings here versus ZGG. This might be lights out here for Sylvian. He does decide to ship it or go for a 3-bet, but it's more or less a committing one. And it is going in the middle here. We could be down to 5 players, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how this pans out. Sylvian, the player at risk. All in triangle is in front of him. Up beside his cards, I should say. But here we go. Does have a good shot. Diamond flush. 6 on the turn, guys. Could we get another runner? Wouldn't be the first time it's happened for Sylvian. He doesn't. We do lose another player, guys, and it will be our Frenchman, Sylvian. 7 for the job, Debbie says. I don't know if you weren't here earlier, Debbie. It was just on the ticket bubble before it burst quite recently, where the same guy, Sylvian, had a top pair basically on an 8-7-5 two-tone, and big blind had top and bottom, and it ran out 6 and a 9. So the board was 8-7, 5, 6 and a 9, just on the ticket bubble. But that was a bit of a sick one. We are 5-handed now, people. We do had 2 eliminations there quite swiftly. And I think the blinds are going up in the next 20-25 minutes or so. Hey mate, being from the UK and I've never been to Kings, what's the easiest way to get there? Which airport? We flew into Prague, mate, Scotty. Yeah, Prague, yeah. And it's about, I think it's like an hour and a half from their board, if I'm not mistaken. I forget how long it took when I drove. But it was at least an hour, or close to an hour anyways, I guess, from Prague airport. The guy in C5 looks familiar. I think he had a deep run in one of these before. I would not be surprised, mate, if there's similar faces on these tables. As I know Dan has said that countless times, that he always sees some of the familiar faces over streams. Did they pay for the buy-in, or was it free? I don't know, from tournament. Norneburg also. There's probably multiple options in fairness. Yeah, that's what it is, Clad. That's what it was for me, about an hour and 20 now that you mention it. They're fairly lenient on the speed you're allowed to drive as well. I think it's around that 160 kilometers. Max you can do on any kind of motorway in Ireland is like 120. But yeah, you're 80 minutes does sound right, Clad, now that you mention it. It does as well, I believe, ECW. I did it once in 57 minutes, but at night. I was driving at night, mate, but it did take around that hour, an hour at least. I mean, a lot less traffic. I think we got a shuttle back to Prague, and I think the guy that drove us did it in definitely less than 80 minutes as well, and it was during the afternoon. I remember our flight was at like 4 or 5 p.m. or something like that. I remember leaving at probably 12:30, probably being there, I guess around 1:30 or something like that. It took like an hour and 5 minutes or something along those lines, but yeah. So here we have the chip counts, guys. Again, top 2 guys, pretty close. Radic and ZGG. 3rd and 4th place right now is Andar and Hadi, 24 and 23 big blinds. And our short stack is Paul. Paul did come into this table, final table I should say, as a chip leader. Obviously the 8s versus aces when he had the hand that time. A little bit unfortunate. But yeah, still in it nonetheless. Cool, thanks for that, buddy. Just been looking at some of the festivals this month, so I got curious. Yeah, it's week in, week out, Scotty, in fairness, man. And the casino itself is pretty awesome. Pretty awesome experience. Just kind of walk into the main room where everything's going on, and it's just like so spacious, bro. Like, I mean, if you're going there for poker, you're going to have a good time, guaranteed. Me and Dan were doing commentary over there for the WSOP for the first week of it. And an unbelievable experience for the 7 days we were there. You literally feel like you're in your own little bubble, you know, just kind of obviously in the same location for quite some time. highway there is probably the best in check. I wouldn't be surprised, Claude, yeah. You can always nick Leon's chopper, yeah. We did see the helipad, but the chopper wasn't there at that time. But yeah, pretty awesome spot, guys. If you haven't gone there before and you have the opportunity to go, or you're thinking about going, I was very, very lucky to tag along with Dan to do commentary over there for the World Series of Poker Europe. And yeah, it was definitely an unforgettable experience, to say the least. I mean, we were in the comms booth for a fair percentage of it, but seeing some of the big names, meeting some of the faces and stuff like that you kind of see on the streams and whatnot was pretty fun. Pretty fun. Easy, says Bird, huh? So yeah, guys, down to the final 5 players here. All players are guaranteed a decent payday. Looking at this, they're all guaranteed 20k, 30k technically with that 10k ticket. So pretty nice payday for, again, just to reiterate, guys, a €250 buy-in. Ridiculous value. So we have A7 here against Hadi's King 7 of clubs. Pretty good flop for Hadi, to be fair. And there does start with a C-bet. Don't think Hadi can do anything wrong with this hand here. I'm sure he can call, he can raise. I mean, folding would be the mistake, obviously, but I can't imagine that's ever going to happen. Just don't raise, has he, says Debbie. Does look like a call, or does look like a raise, apologies. Yeah, he does make a 5.5 million, and unfortunately, he did not take your advice, Debbie. You jinxed it. I mean, probably isn't many turn cards that and there does continue with on that with that specific hand on that board. Didn't really have much backdoors, but again, obviously that board is pretty good for his raise first in range. Here we have an all in from Paul with the ace-6 offsuit. The fold from the 3-2, 6-5 here from Hadi. Going to be doing the same thing in the bin. And Radic not going to be calling with the Queen 9. Apologies, guys, I was muted there, I didn't realise. It's not the first time I've done that today, my bad. Not the first time I have done that today. Although it's actually only the second time. Don't know how long that was muted for though. Hopefully not too long, but yeah, more or less just saying that we are down to the final 5 players. No, I was genuinely muted. I was probably talking for the last 5 minutes and didn't realise I wasn't muted, so yeah, kudos to me. At least I finally realised it. I thought you'd gone. No, I was neither. I was just muted, people. Give myself a round of applause there and a pat in the back for stupidity, I guess, eh? Well, at least now you know. I was not gone. I was not on break. I've just been muted. Thought you fell asleep. I mean, at this stage, Invictus. So I believe you talked to us pretty much. I mean, I was talking to no one at that stage, wasn't I? But yeah, I mean, kind of went to sleep like, next time I call you, yeah. Just drop a message there, bro. I was kind of reading the chat, but like, obviously I couldn't really say much because, you know, as I mentioned already, I was muted. But, no, as I said, I finished up I probably fell asleep around 3:20, around 3:30 last night or this morning. I'm kind of one of those people that tend to, once I wake up once, I don't tend to fall back to sleep again. So yeah, I kind of woke up around 9:30 or 10 a.m. this morning, tried to fall back to sleep again for another little bit, but as I said, I do struggle to fall back to sleep once I do wake up. So yeah, kind of got a 5-6 hours, 5.5 hours, 6 hours sleep, I would guess. And then we're back at this at 1:30 today, 2:30 Central European time, 1:30 in Ireland. Poor thing, yeah, imagine. I was just thinking, like, in fairness, like, there is worse complaints to to be doing on a Monday, guys, when it comes to, well, what did you have to do today? Well, I had to sit in front of a PC, commentate on poker. Can't, it's not, there's worse complaints in the world, isn't there? UK commentator is back, Thomas fucking Shelby. Not UK, mate. If I was a diehard Irish person, I would take offence to that. Irish people don't like to be put in the same bracket as UK. You learn something new every day, Claude, didn't it? Did Dan play in Dublin? He did, bro. He did. He ran deep enough into day 2. I think 109 players got through to day 3, and I think, yeah, 265th place. I think he finished or something like that. So a decent run. I don't know how many runners there was, but they smashed the guarantee and smashed the prize pool as well, man. I think it made over 3 million, or they had a total prize pool of 3 million. So it was a record year for the Irish Open this year. But I think it was like 415k up top, but I think Debbie was mentioning that, well, I heard as well that they chopped it 3-way for 250k, 3.2k runners, yeah, nice. Yeah, because I think there was like 2 or 3 flights. Yeah, over 3 million, yeah. Yeah, 3,400 entries or so. Yeah, it makes sense in terms of the prize pool, obviously. I think there was 1 re-entry you're allowed as well for each flight. I'd say a few people fired a few bullets, guys, by the looks of it. If you had to guess, no. I'd say a few bullets were fired. Well, it was 415k ECW King, but I did hear that they did a 3-way deal where they more or less got 250k each, and then the winner played out for the remainder 50k, and obviously the title, I believe, is what happened. We do have an all-in here from Paul. Let's see GG getting out of the way here. I don't think Hadi is going to be folding here, guys, and we could be down to 4 players here if Hadi finds the call here and holds, which I assume is going to happen. I mean, he should find a call here. I know he's very deliberative in his decision making. Oh, 60k for first more. Okay, Flamingo. That's what happened, so that makes a lot more sense. I mean, still pretty good. Yeah, you mentioned that, Debbie, alright. So I imagine Hadi is going to find the call here. Oh, wow. Wow. That probably shouldn't have happened, I guess. Or maybe I'm wrong, but probably shouldn't have happened. Pretty much ECW King. I mean, Paul would be pretty happy to see that if he ever, as I mentioned before, if anybody does watch the highlights. Very surprised to see that fold. He's took longer decisions with more obvious folds, and kind of a decision there that seemed like a pretty clear call. Decided to pass on the opportunity. I mean, I don't think you can really ever contemplate folding ace-10 suited there. I mean, I think ace-10 off there is probably a call, let alone ace-10 suited. I think it was like cutoff versus big blind, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, very unorthodox fold there from Hadi. But he is still in it, Apez. You see the all in here from Hadi. Someone kind of mentioned there that we're still kind of seeing some form of the same tendencies that we were kind of seeing pre-bubble burst. Kind of seeing some of these. I mean, just tighter folds. Obviously, that was a prime example of it there. Yeah, I'd probably have to agree, Apez as well. Oh, Hadi getting exploited hard, yeah, big time. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if somebody does rewatch this final table alone, especially around the bubble before it burst, and even after that, there's been some examples of stuff that's been very debatable. You're definitely going to find some examples of spots where, like you mentioned, Debbie, that are pretty extreme deviations from what's optimal, I would say, or what's kind of the higher EV decision on average. No, that's the thing. Like, I mean, you know, there's still pretty decent pay jump spots. There's 5 players left. I'm just looking at this, so they're all guaranteed 20k, 5.5k. Well, a 5k pay jump, and you're talking another 10k more or less, and then 15k. Then obviously whoever for first in. So yeah, there is, like, you know, don't forget this is obviously a 250 buy-in. 250 buy-in, guys. So it's a 20 buy-in, 20 buy-in pay jump. 25 buy-in actually for the next one. So they are pretty extreme. I will agree with that, ECW King. But at the same time, bro, it's kind of one of those things where kind of have to, I like to say, accept your fate in these sort of situations. You've been given a hand, an action has happened before you. It's kind of like, well, it is what it is. Live and die by the sword, as they say. Yeah, I do agree. I think we all agree, Debbie, that the ace-10 is not going to be a fold there in that situation. We're all kind of pretty surprised by that in general. But you know, still, this is I think somebody mentioned it on the coverage yesterday that everyone's going to have their own kind of intuition, and even the guys that I coach, I do tell them to listen to their intuition, because your intuition is telling you that for a reason. But here we have the chip counts nonetheless. We have ZGG leading the way, Radic in second, Hadi in third. Obviously ZGG and Radic very close in terms of chips, and then we got Andar and Paul more or less on the same level playing field in terms of stack size. All players guaranteed that 20k plus tournament ticket for the main event for the WSOP E, worth 10k. And the blinds are now 600 and 120k. Or sorry, 1.2 million, excuse me. A 1.2 million big blind ante. Well, yeah, just going back to what I was saying there, like, you know, people are always going to have their own individual deviations based on their own experience, even though they might be somewhat biased, you know. But as I said, they're all going to make their own. I mean, it's not often you're probably going to be in this situation, guys, being on this final table, playing for that amount of money up top. Might only happen a handful of times for some people, even if you are a competent player. You really want to try and make the best decisions, even though they might not be optimal, so to speak, where your intuition might be telling you, this doesn't feel good. And maybe sometimes roll with that. Oh yeah, I do agree. Just come back to that ace-10 hand. Feelings or not, it's a pretty clear call. It's a pretty clear call. But yeah, always interesting to see. Kind of one of the upsides and the downsides of you know, it being live streamed as well. It also comes down to a flip, so yeah, exactly. I mean, it's always going to be like a 45-55 at best, you know, which would have been in that situation. Yeah, exactly, if you had called. We do have an all-in from Paul with the Jack-7 suited. Let's take it down. This is kind of what I was mentioning, guys, and I did mention it as well. You know, even around this bubble situation where, you know, stacks were relatively deep-ish, are definitely very, very even between the final 7 players. But I did mention that, you know, 1 to 2 more hours, maybe 2 to 3 more hours, you know, the blinds were going to go up and up and up. And obviously that was going to have a big impact on the stack sizes over time. And we can see here now that there is a lot more short stacks, 8 big blinds, 12 big blinds, 15, and there with 13. Well, obviously a little bit more now since it chipped up there. But yeah, it was eventually going to happen. It's kind of the whole point with tournaments, cash games. Obviously the blinds don't go up unless somebody wants them to, and it's a mutual agreement on the table to play higher. But yeah, tournaments, every hour, they will go up. We have Hadi picking up the rockets on the button. And we do have an all-in from Ric. I mean, this is a little bit impatient from Ric here. This is a little bit of a misstep. It's a pretty easy call here for... I mean, I don't think Hadi is going to tank this time, is he? I mean, if this guy tanked with that, there would be some debate going on in chat, but nevertheless, Queen 9 here versus Aces. The 9-high flop. Does have some extra equity here. Some 2 pair outs. Queen or 9 here. And there's an 8 of spades. 12% of the time he will hit this 2 pair. So let's see what happens. River card to come. Does get a pretty big double up there. I mean, I know Ric is going to get a fold there most of the time, but it's probably still a little bit unnecessary. I know aces will be cracked. I mean, would be pretty unfortunate if they were. Pretty close, all right. Pretty close, all right. Well, yeah, that's a pretty big pot there for Abby. I mean, imagine being on the button there and fold it around, just raise, and hear those words of all in from the small blind. What an amazing feeling. Yeah, for sure, Depp. For sure. I mean, it was inevitable. It was just like, there's a couple of examples where it was just like, probably could have happened sooner. But yeah, regardless, it was always going to happen eventually. But yeah, I think we all kind of knew once the bubble was bursted that there was going to be a lot more. I mean, they're obviously still playing for quite a bit of money. Don't get me wrong, but there was always going to be that level of relief in terms of everyone guaranteed the ticket. So there wasn't going to be so much kind of more extra riding on that when they had the top six got the main event ticket itself. So I kind of felt that chips were going to start flying, and Radic has upholded that prediction. See Hadi now more or less level with ZGG in terms of chips. Might be slightly ahead, but more or less. See Radic there with 15 big blinds down, and we see an all-in here from Paul. And a pretty quick call from Andar. We could be down to 4 players here, guys. I mean, again, pretty much a flip here, I would say. Here we go. Still some backdoors going on here for Paul. Yes, King still ahead though. Jack or a 7 for Paul, or we will be down to 4 players, people. And there's a 9 of hearts, and we do lose Paul. We do lose Paul in 5th place, but he does take home that 10k ticket and 20.5k, I should say. Well done, mate. Pretty solid performance from a huge field of 2,915 players, and all the players do congratulate him, because it is deserved. Very, very tough field to get through. A minefield more than anything. So well played, mate. As I said, you probably were going to be my pick on the final table if I was going to pick someone. But yeah, that Ace versus Ace's hand was a bit of a killer. I don't think he did much else wrong outside of that. I mean, he didn't do anything wrong there either, but yeah, a little bit unfortunate. But we are down to the final 4, guys. We are down to the final 4. And this is, again, what I like about short-handed poker is that you are in the blinds basically every second hand when you are playing 4-handed or 4-max, whichever way you want to phrase it. So yeah, as I mentioned, basically, nearly 3 million of dead money in the middle, which is nice. We in the everyone happy state of the tournament. Down to 1,100 players left. There was literally no soft spots left. Fully agree. This is again going back to that ticket bubble, Dape. Like, I don't think there was one bad player. I mean, there's no bad player left right now, in my opinion. Like, I don't want to say bad player, but like a weaker player in general, because when there was that ticket, as I said it before, I've done comms for these events and previous series, in the past, and there's always one guy that might make a pretty big blunder based on, ICM or blowing up on the bubble situation. That did not happen once, really, that often, anyways, compared to previous experiences on this bubble of this main event ticket, bro. So yeah, like, it's like I well believe that even down to the last 100 players, mate, seemed to be probably a solid field of players left at that stage still. But right now, there's no soft players here or weak players, in my opinion. I mean, usually with tournaments you kind of get that kind of ratio, But I think we might have another all-in spot here again, guys. We do have the 3-bet all-in from Hadi. And there with the pocket 8s in a 4-way situation. When you have to take into account the other short stacks, and I do think Radic is a little bit on the shorter side himself. I mean, we've seen him make a big fold with 10s in that money bubble spot, but obviously that thing is not really relevant anymore. I mean, in fairness, best case scenario, it is going to be a flip. Best case scenario, it is going to be a flip, realistically. Ninja David Sebastian. Yeah, as I said, guys, I'm probably pretty confident at best this is going to be a flip, so tension really can get you to make some mistakes, but generally you consistently fight on a high level. Yeah, for sure, bro, and I have to say, like, this player, the last 27 players that I saw from this day 3 coverage, man, have been fairly on par with that. So, as I said, just previous streams I've done, it has definitely not been that common. You know, as I said, you always have the tendency to have a little bit of mix of, you know, strong players, weaker players left in the, you know, final X amount of tables. But yeah, in this situation, in this tournament, really did not seem to be the case at all. Oh, you take all the money. Oh, he does call. Yeah, glad he did. But he still could end up being a third place finisher here, mate. I mean, at least. Pretty nice spot here for Hadi again. Pretty nice spot for Hadi. 8 is what Andar needs here. Neither player has a hot club, guys. An 8 or an 8 only. We did see a 2-outer against aces earlier. Can we see the same thing? Not on that turn. Here we go, guys. No, sir. We lose. And unfortunately. Just like that, guys, we are 3-handed. They are dropping like flies. I mean, when you consider how long it took for that bubble to burst and how many players got eliminated so swiftly after that. But at the same time, guys, we didn't have spots like that. Too obvious spots. Although 8s is probably, I mean, probably still a call regardless. But just like that, guys, we are 3-handed. We are 2 eliminations away from crowning our winner of the German Poker Masters here in King's Resort in Rosvedov. We shall see how this unfolds. Like that. In the blinds, very, very consistently. Nice 10k jump for Radic for sure, bro. Like, that probably should have been taken into consideration in, and I know it was probably in Andar's situation. We'll just see Hadi here now. This is a situation where he should just be going AWOL here. And I'm pretty confident he will be. But he can't go too crazy against, obviously, ZGG, given he has like 44 big blinds himself. But anytime Hadi is in the small blind versus Radbeck, he should be pretty aggressive with the open jamming. Oh, for sure, mate. 18 big blinds is more than... I mean, as I said, it's just one of those situations where you're going to be in the blinds basically every second hand. He does jam the pocket 3s here. He just has to fold. Shows the pocket threes. But yeah, for sure, bro. Like, ZGG has 32 big blinds, man. Radek has 20 now at this stage. So, you know, obviously Habi's the one with a 3-1 chip lead on everyone. Well, on Rabek, but still all to play for here, lads. Still all to play for. This is what ZGG has to be careful about here. Not to get too out of line here versus Habi's big blind here. Let's go limp and check behind here. I mean, peace for everyone here. Habi does lead the 7-4 here, top and bottom. Does get check called here from ZGG. Relatively clean turn. More than good enough for Hadid to stay continuing with bet. He is reaching 3 milli. And he does fold, which I think is a good play. Does elect to fold. Got CGG here with the 6. He must have much luck. Must. He must have much luck indeed, mate. He does open ship that again. And he gets called here. I didn't realise this happened. I'm not sure, yeah, so this is a pretty ambitious call here with the 8-5 suited, guys. I'm not sure what the hell that's about. Or maybe this went limp. No, am I misreading this? Is the graphic correct? Raise all in and he calls 8-5 suited. I mean, this is obviously maybe a decision that he doesn't mind, that he just wants to run it here. And he flops the 8, guys. Hits the 3-outer. Jumps into the lead here drastically. I mean, not according to the graphics, ECW King. Seems to be the case that it seemed to be all in from Hadi. From what I saw originally pre-flop, 3 on the turn here. Intuition, Bit unfortunate for Hadi. He does get the double up. And just like that, he jumps into second place in chips. I honestly think from the graphics pre-flop, so someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Hadi decided to open shove. But as I said, if somebody noticed something that wasn't the case, then please do let me know. But I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I did see the graphics pre-flop from an all-in from Hadi, so yeah, Debbie does verify that, so I'm not losing my mind after close to 10 hours of doing coverage on this. I think the graphics lagged a bit. He said he does not want to sit there on 14 big blinds. All right, well, that's fair enough. Can't imagine just calling 8-5. I mean, maybe it went limp and then jam and all or call. I'm not too sure. But I know the graphics did show Hadi jamming, open shove, yeah. I thought Reddit fold, but then he snapped, it seems. Yeah, that's what I thought. I just seen him stand up. But yeah, that's what I thought from the graphics. But, you know, realistically, it makes sense that he might have limped the 7s and then might have jammed the 8-5 suited to call. That seems like a more plausible thing in terms of possibility. But as I said, I'm not losing my mind. I did see the all-in from Hadi, which I assume was the open shove. We do have Radek. We need an instant replay. Yeah. We need VAR here, mate. You say VAR in the house here. All in button was small blind and big blind call. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. So it wasn't all in from the sevens. We do have a raise here from Radic, and he does get the fold from ZGG. Yeah, Hadi not happy. I don't blame him. Pretty dominating spot to have someone in fairness. Pretty dominating spot to have someone in. Literally 3 outs with the 8. But either way, gets the double up nonetheless, lads. So Clad, I'm pretty sure you're happy to see your man Radic second in chips here. Seems to be a call here from ZGG. It's a bit of a loose call here from Hadi with Jack 5 offsuit. Well, it is a min raise, probably can't be the worst call, in fairness. On go the shades again, as they say. Yeah, you cannot be happy, Debbie, for sure. I wouldn't be happy, would you? Getting snapped by 8-5, like. Radic is Mr. Lucky, yeah. Definitely after hitting that hand. So, ZGG does check again here on the turn, which is an interesting play here. Does entice Hadi to start stabbing here. She leads out for what, 2.7, looks like. Yeah. We get a call here from Redick, where they're going to get the bad news here from ZGG with the King Queen. He has to raise here on the turn. Maybe it's his favourite hand. Yeah, that would make a lot more sense, wouldn't it? So obviously we're going to get a raise here from ZGG. Sizing here, I'm not too sure, but I imagine something around 7.5 million to 8 million seems good. Maybe even a little bit bigger. Maybe even 9.5. I mean, even bigger, to be honest with you guys. Maybe even jamming here is the play. Like, you probably have to make this at least 10 or 11. He has 30 million here, so yeah, you can probably make this 10 or 11 here, I guess. Yeah, 10 million it seems to be. Going to get 2 pretty quick folds here, in fairness. Unless Mr. Radic decides to do something erratic. You're so happy when you get the call, to be honest. Of course. As I said, you just have the 8 out, really, and then some horrible straight cards if that does happen, or diamonds. But yeah, it's like he had that look on his face there, in fairness, no? He sees the raise from ZGG and he kind of like, oh, maybe I can do something here with S4, but... Well, yeah. Anyways, we are still 3-handed here, people. So we shall see how this unfolds. 6-4 here for ZGG. Get the folds. Okay, so Hadi just calls here. And Radic is going to come in for a raise to 2 milli. 2 milli on top, I should say. So 3.2. He does call. A lot of speech play between these two gentlemen here now. I will do this, I will do that. So we got 2.5 million bet here from Radic. We get a call from Hadi with third pair. We go to the turn. Another ace. Good old trash talk indeed, Debbie. Pretty swift check turn, and I don't think Radic is going to be... We saw this from him before, that he doesn't like to take too many stabs on the river with basically air hands, and Hadi is going to win with the 7. And the muck from Radic. I got Queen 10 suited here for Hadi. More than good enough to open up three-way. $2,500,000 he announces. He just ships here. This man is, I mean, I'm assuming, or maybe it's a raise. Apologies. I mean, Radic looked like he's kind of done though, no? Doesn't look too interested anymore. Makes it like 10 million, so like a 4x 3-bet here. And Hadi does decide to call, so we'll see what happens here, boys. Could be a big one. Could be a big one. Could be a spicy run out here. Well, it's probably enough for Radic here to stick it in the middle, possibly. He does check, actually. I'm actually surprised to see that. And he snap calls. He just goes all in and he calls. This is nuts. I mean, lads, I know they're not the deepest here. Probably could have been a little bit different. I'm not too sure. I think Radic is losing a bit of the heart for this right now after 10 hours into this situation. But anyways, he still has outs. Still has outs. Any 9 or a jack for a split. 2 on the clubs. 2 of clubs on the turn, excuse me. Nine or a jack. We will be losing Mr. Radic, and we will be going heads up, ladies and gentlemen. What a sweat. And that's it, folks. We are heads up here. Hadi with a pretty dominant chip lead. 85 big blinds. Pretty huge. So I think we are going to go on a brief break, guys, while they set up the table here for the heads up game. Maybe you want to see the chip counts here. If they do, bring them up. If not, no worries. But I do think we will be going on a short break while this goes down. I'm curious at what ZGG's stack here is at the moment. We will take a look here. So yeah, basically close to 2.5 to 1 chip lead on ZGG. We do see Radic eliminated in third place. He does get himself 35k and that 10k ticket. But as I said, guys, I'm pretty confident we are going to go on a short break here while they set up the table for heads up. So I will catch you guys in a moment.
Hey, you
She'll
know the
go.
fold, mate. You know. Reverse implied odds, kiddo.
Watch the 5-5 flop.
I mean, watch the 5-5 flop. And watch the 500 other boards where it doesn't come 5-5. With 11 left in the main event.
4 players.
4 players.
I mean,
Even the dealer's kind of going, what the hell is going on here? It's like we're getting a flop every hand.
1, 2.
Well, something for everyone. Kaiser's connected, bottom pair. Good shot for Andrea. Top for Stinka. And Sammy has hit top pair.
and what would have happened if we defended King 5 offsuit out of the big blind?
Well, you're probably check folding now, given that Sammy's 3-bet.
Okay, just now we're folding top pair out the big blind.
Absolutely. Andrea
Furious.
folding, absolutely. And you can see him nodding his head, looking in disgust at Stinka. Stinka with the goods here. Moves all in. Sammy's calling. I think Sammy goes with this, Henry. In a spot of bother here.
I call.
He calls it, Henry. And it's goodbye, Sammy. I can't see a way out, obviously. 10 ball would get him out of trouble.
Zweimal nicht geraced, Alter, heftig. Das ist König. König 10.
The flat pre
König Dame.
looks like it's going to earn Stinka a massive 7.4 million pot. Sammy made top pair. 3-bet and now calls the 4-bet from
2 times
Stinka.
no raised. Really.
Nine
Come on,
on
Jack
the
on the river.
turn. Now, Jack for the straight, 10 for 2 pair. I mean, it'd be absolutely brutal were Sammy to hit here. Stinka, almost stoic as he just sits down and the Jack on the river.
Come on. Don't race, S-King. Don't race. Bravo. Yeah.
This is just unbelievable.
Oh my goodness.
Stinka. Folds under the gun +1. He's folding under the gun. Great situation for Jan. Particularly with his image.
Grace.
Here we go.
He has become super active.
George, this is out there.
Now he opens with the goods. Mr. Bond with 7-5. Took a little bit of
I
a
knew
hit.
it. I knew he was gonna.
Yeah, he's just.
I knew he was gonna flick
just,
this in.
I mean, this is.
Oh, this is brilliant.
It's emotional.
Boys and girls, we're playing
It's
for
like-
over 200,000 euros, and these boys are out here swinging. I knew he was going to call, man.
7-5 off in the small blind position. And he hits a pair.
Oh, here we go, boys and girls.
Okay. Fasten your seatbelt.
What on earth is happening?
And Mr. Bond is going to feel like he's ahead here a bunch of times, isn't he? Particularly against someone like Jan. Are we going to see a check raise?
I think it depends on sizing. That is.
Well, that's a huge 3/4 pot bet, it looks like.
I mean, a fair play to him. He's going to get value from it.
Hello. Oh boy. It's kicking off here.
It really is. A 7 would be so disguised as well. Alright, that's gonna probably hand over.
I'm not sure, Henry.
All in.
Well, it is now for sure. I mean, Jan with the ace of clubs. I mean, what's he trying to do? He just wants to clear out all the hands that he's absolutely crushing. I think this is a mistake from Jan, Henry. I mean, I've got my customer, I have him interested, and now I'm just killing him off here on the turn.
You've seen Mr. Bond rattled.
If you tell you what you have, I have tell what I have. I show you.
Well, Mr. Bond won't want to tell him.
Tell me the truth. Huh? Pocket 7?
Yes. With the enough flush draw, his overcard could be good. He's going to have a big decision here, Henry.
Easy fold. Easy fold.
Stinka obviously gets out of the way and Naros folds. Jan Jorgensen has none of this. Georgius, does he want to take a spin? That's the question.
He's asking for a count, but I don't think he ever calls here. Just not getting the right price. I think maybe I think you're right. Like if he knows the ace is good, then maybe. But like running into like ace 10 of diamonds is a disaster. He's got 48% equity though. Needs to call 1 mil to win 1.5, meaning he'd need, what, 33% equity. He's got it.
Georgius. I mean, he's just not a punter, right?
No, you don't come this far to just punt it off with a flush draw. You're pretty frustrated that you don't get to see a Turk card, but you know, you're like, why did he bet 300k or something like that? But
Mr. Bond letting rip 460k in the pot, and he just jams the lot in. Georgius, he makes the call, Henry.
Wow.
That's quite remarkable. I actually was leaning towards what you were saying. You convinced me, Henry. But Georgius, both players with the same stack size. Ooh, 9 up and down straight draw to go along with the flush draw.
What a turn card.
6 is good. Jack is good. Ace is good. King of spades is no good. 2 pair for Mr. Bond. 1 million shove on the flop.
Let's go.
Now
Mr.
we have a player
Bond.
with a stack. 2.5 million.
Feels like the type of hand it would be a disaster to raise fold, right? Versus this lineup. No. Okay.
I mean, that would have been just high-level stuff. The flat call with the queens after the undergun limped. 3.5x raise from Santos with the queens. USEP folds, and now Mr. Bond with ace 9.
Looks back at the ace before looking at his second card. Nope, hasn't improved. Still the 9 of spades. Still the big blind. Get through as well. Oh, wow.
It's cooler. And look, Jack will be in the bin.
Oh, that's so sick. Oh, we're going into
Robert
break as well.
Kukoska. I mean, it's over. There's no escape, Henry. He's going to put his money in. Never doubted it. Georgios, I mean, this is just a snap fold. But the noteworthy part of this fold is that one of the jacks will be going over the line. Snap call from Santos with the queens.
Yeah.
It's a really bad situation.
Spades working for Robert. As Finton mentioned, one of his jacks already dead. So it's a one out type of situation. You can see his reaction. I mean, it's pretty grim, man. He's been so patient with his short stack and
absolutely horrible.
Finally chipped up a little bit and just gets jacks into queens. No.
Chop possibility?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, we'll take a sweat, right?
Well, that's the end of that. Jack of hearts. Jack of hearts only to save Robert. Well, Robert has Santos covered, but it's a big blow for Robert. Three players involved. First to act, Mr. Bond. Well, it's a problem for Armando. He's connected, he's made top pair. Mr. Bond with none of this. Just waiting for a check, and there it is, and now Dario. Well, he's going to fire for sure. 64,000 in the pot. Oh, sneaky, Henry. Interesting check. Armando, top pair. Chip leader, big stack. Looks to be about 50% pot size bet. 30k. Mr. Bond is going to get out of the way. Dario, he likes this check raise move.
3 pass.
So it's Italy versus Italy. Smooth call with the kings.
6 check. 6 calls.
Yeah, king of diamonds for dessert.
Armando picks up a good shot with his top pair. Dario with the same draw, but he's ahead with the kings. Queen would chop it. Check back from Armando, and well, Dario, it's like a bad beat, Henry. That queen on the river.
I'd love to see a jam here. It's so sexy. Although, would be missing out on value, but in terms of getting your opponent off a chop, I think block jam is really sexy as well. Like B33, 40k. I don't mind. I don't mind like 150% overbet, and I don't mind inducing the raise to then jam, because we always have ace king and our opponent never has ace king in this spot. He's gone polar though. Close to the pot. Yeah, yeah.
That's quite remarkable. Armando clearly put him on ace-king. You called it, Henry.
Vivian Saliba from Brazil, 888 Poker Pro. Gonna need to win a flip. I mean, this is a fair start, right? Fair start to the live stream.
And why is the Italian flag beside Vivian's name, Henry?
I am not too sure, my man. Well, Queen high flop. Andrea now an 86% favourite to win this hand. Let's get a little turn sweat, a little 8 ball. That's not an 8. A jack and a jack only needed Saliba to send Andrea to the rail. No dice, Finton.
This is Youssef. Pocket tens. 20 big blind stack. I think the short stack, Danielle, who's sitting on 11 big blinds, has a legitimate decision here with ace-jack, and he decides to put it in. Sebastian is interested, and why would he not be with ace-king suited? Youssef, well, I mean, he's committed here, making it 17,000 from a 60k stack. He's got to put it in with the tens once Sebastian comes in with a cold 4-bet. 4-bet does come in. Action with Youssef. I mean, this is the problem with the sizing, isn't it really, Henry? A real good example of why this 6x really doesn't have that many benefits. Whereas a min raise here, he can get away easily enough with the action that has followed, but he's totally committed, I think. With the tens, does pull the trigger, puts the tens in, and we're going to see three-way action. 2 players short, but Youssef with the pair of tens. Well, this is good for tens. No diamond, no paint, no ace. 70% for Youssef. That's Youssef in your screen. All in with the tens.
A huge spot here to go from 20 to over 50 bigs. Well, the one piece of paint that he didn't mind seeing, Queen of Diamonds.
Danielle on the ropes. Jack and Jack only. Doesn't come from his busto. Danielle eliminated. Now what a pot for Youssef.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for our heads-up battle between Habib and ZGG. Hope you guys are excited for this one. It's been a long, long struggle. I mean, I'm not going to say struggle. Maybe struggle is a bit of an exaggeration, but as you can see here, Hadi has 85 big blinds and ZGG has 35. So roughly around a 2.5 big blind, or 2.5 big blind, 2.5 chip lead on ZGG at the moment. But all still to play for. Obviously, if ZGG ever gets a double up here, we can for sure see some action after that. So still plenty of maneuverability for our man in second place. But let's not forget, guys, we are playing for 91k up top. Both players are guaranteed that main event ticket for the WSOP later on, happening in King's Resort in Rosvadov later on this year, excuse me. So yeah, heads up battle will be getting on the way pretty soon. So let's go, is what Mr. Salalas number 9 is saying in the chat. Man has been eagerly waiting around here. Thanks for the great commentary and coverage, mate. Appreciate that, Depe. As I said, it's been a long one, longer than I've done prior, but thoroughly enjoyed it. Thoroughly enjoyed it, and I appreciate the kind words, bro. I do greatly. As I said, cards are in the air, as I can see, excuse me. I'm actually struggling to speak at this stage. I'm half asleep. The cards are in the air. We're ready to get this ball rolling in this heads-up match. So best of luck to both players. First hand, ZGG is folding the 9-6 offsuit. So one thing you probably don't want to be doing too often is folding your button in this situation. As I said, you cannot hide in heads-up here. Cannot hide in this heads-up format. You are constantly being put to the test. Being in the blinds from the start, facing raises, having to three bet, having to defend very wide from the big blind, etc. Beautiful format that is heads-up poker here. You're watching two guys battle it out for 90k. For 250 buy-in tournament, guys. 2,915 players started this event, down to the last two. 90k for top, 91k I think to be exact. 100k in total with that 10k ticket. Insane value. We both have 8-6 offsuit here, both players I should say. He does elect to fold ZGG. Hadi taking down this second pot of the heads up match. I'm going to play a little FIFA. Sterala says, can't stick around and miss the heads up game, mate. FIFA can wait, bro. FIFA ain't going anywhere. Not often you get to see two guys battle it up for 90k. And well, 12 p.m. here, 12 a.m. in Ireland, 1 a.m. in Kings at the moment. As I said, we're 10.5 hours into this coverage as of right now. I think FIFA can wait, mate, no? Know for a fact what's going to happen for me when I finish up this coverage. Straight to bed. Won't wake up till this time tomorrow. As I said, I've thoroughly enjoyed this, guys. So anyways, CGG flopping third pair. Gut shot here for Hadi. No, after the battle. Fair enough, mate. That's what I was thinking. I was like, you couldn't stick around for all the length of time that you've done prior. Only step away when the action is going down big time. We do get a check call here from Hadi. As ZG did see about the flop, I assume he's going to check back this turn right now. He does elect to do so. 10 on the river here. I assume Hadi is going to have to take a stab here on the river. So many examples of other players checking down queen high or just giving up. He does check the 4 high. I'm so surprised at this. Such a small stab here will work every now and again. Get some king highs to fold, get some queen highs to fold. It is heads up. And he knows he should take a stab there. Might not have got the fold, but The man has a massive chip lead. He should really be taking them spots, putting the pressure on him. He elects not to do so this time. Bit of a dissatisfied look on his face when he saw the 8-5. As I said, might not have got the fold. Still shouldn't de-incentivize the person from taking a stab on the river there, because I can guarantee you one thing: 4 high is never going to win in that situation. So sometimes you just gotta, as I like to say, click buttons. But not in this situation. But either way, I'm sure you guys get my point. So maybe it will be 2 a.m. Maybe, maybe not, bro. Maybe, maybe not. We have ace-10 here for Hadi on the dealer. We do have ZGG here with the king-queen. I assume he is going to be 3-betting this hand here. Calling out of position here with a hand as strong as king-queen offsuit. Doesn't really work well, I don't think. I think 3-bet jamming this might be a little bit excessive, so I assume 3-betting is going to be the action. And he says 10 million, I believe. Now, is this strong enough to 4-bet all in here against 30 big blinds? Well, 26 big blinds behind, probably 30 what, 33, 34 effective? It might be. Please tell me this is a replay. No, mate. Apocalypse. We are heads up. And we do get an all-in, guys. This could be it. This could be it if the ace-10 does hold here. And I might actually get to go to bed earlier than expected. We shall see. Of course, I did not want ZG to lose, or ZGG to lose, but he is at risk here nonetheless. So we shall see what happens here, guys. Huge, huge flip here. If Hadi loses this, ZGG does take the chip lead. That's how close these guys were. Not even 2 a.m. We'll still see current. Here comes the flop. It's clean so far for Mr. Hadi. King or a queen, running hearts as well is a possibility. We shall see. 3 of hearts on the turn, always a sweat. Never easy. People in the background looking at this last river card, and it's the ace of diamonds. We have a winner of our German Poker Masters, people. The two players congratulate each other, give each other a pat on the back. Round of applause for our winner. That is Hadi. Again, don't ask me to pronounce his surname because I will without a doubt butcher it. But that is it, folks. That is it for our coverage of the German Poker Masters. Congratulations to all our players that made day 3. A special congratulations for our winner, Hadi. And that is me, GG, as well, folks. I have been Alan Finn. You guys have been awesome to be tuning in this long, and I do appreciate all the chat chiming in with their commentary as well. But that is me done, folks. I am out. I've been extremely tired the last hour, I'm not going to lie, but as I said, I am out of here, and I will catch you guys soon on the next one. Take care, guys. I am out. GG, and I will catch you on the next one. Take care.
I'll need you. Okay? Yes. I'll call you money. Also, you write your number, phone,